Mayor, the meeting is being recorded.
Recording in progress.
Good afternoon, everybody. Let me go ahead and call this meeting to order. Welcome to all of you. This is the regular session of the Santa Ana City Council meeting for today, March 1st. We're already at the 1st of March on 2022. So let me go ahead and just let you know that this meeting is taking place in person and also by teleconference via Zoom, and the public can access this meeting via the Santa Ana YouTube channel and the city's website. And as usual, please bear with us as a technology may interrupt the flow of the meeting, and I'll go ahead and turn it over to the clerk so she can call roll.
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Hernandez?
Present.
Thank you. Councilmember Lopez? Councilmember Mendoza?
Present.
Councilmember Peñalosa?
Present.
Councilmember Fan?
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Becerra?
Here.
And Mayor Sarmiento.
Here. So before we move along to the Pledge of Allegiance, I'm going to go ahead and have the clerk also take care of some housekeeping with her comments as well.
Thank you, Mayor. To request to speak on any agenda or non-agenda items within the city's jurisdiction, please dial *9 from your phone or click on the button labeled Raise Hand from Zoom at this time. When unmuted, please announce your name and ward or neighborhood that you reside in within the city of Santa Ana for the record. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. And I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to Councilmember Peñalosa to lead us in the pledge. And as we stand, I'm going to ask all of you if we could just have a moment of silence for all those that are suffering in Ukraine, this really unfortunate and devastating condition that they're facing by the incursion of the Russian troops into Ukraine. So I am going to ask us if you'll please indulge me with a moment of silence in their memory for all those lives that are lost. So if you'll please stand and remain in silence just for a few. Thank you. And later on in the public comment section, we're actually going to have one of our city family who is from Ukraine address us, and you'll maybe see that our water tower is lit up in blue and yellow, in recognition of our unity with the country of Ukraine. And I normally don't wear a pocket square, but this is my personal way of saying that I stand in solidarity with all Ukrainians who are unfortunately going through a very, very difficult moment right now. I'll turn it over to my colleague, Councilmember Peñalosa, for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Thank you, Mayor Sarmiento. If you could all please join me in facing our flag and placing your right hand over your heart and follow along. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
You'll all please remain standing. I'm going to turn it over to our Health, Diversity, and Equity Chair here, Dr. Bernice Ramala, to lead us in some words of inspiration as we begin our council meeting tonight. And welcome Dr. Ramala with her words of inspiration. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable. Thank you so much for the invitation. I am Dr. Bernice B. Malaika Ramala. I am the co-founder of the Health, Equity, Diversity, Inclusion, Anti-Racism Task Force, also known as HEART. Because needed systems transformation starts from the heart to inform change, it is a pleasure to have been invited to provide words of inspiration at today's City Council meeting. And please, I invite you to sit. These are words of inspiration. If you would like to sit, please do so for those who would like to sit. Okay. As we go from Black History Month in February to now Women's History Month in March, I stand at the intersection of my identity as a Black woman to share words of inspiration and a call to action. My voice follows the path of my ancestors who had to write coded messages on walls, carve survival narratives in clay pots so they are not forgotten. These were shared narratives from generation to generation until the voices found full freedom to impact change. This Women's History Month, I honor my mother, a strong leader who cleaned buildings as a member of the custodial staff for many years, whose voice was not heard. I stand to speak for her, and I stand to speak for myself, and I stand for the marginalized and oppressed communities I serve, for the rights not only to survive, but to thrive in human dignity. I stand here to speak on the importance of each person's role in ensuring that we can all live and thrive with dignity. Thriving is a human right that should not be limited to the privileged. This message is for those who feel forgotten, and I'm speaking to everyone here. Everyone who feels forgotten, this message is for the person working 3 jobs to make ends meet. This person is also for those who are struggling to get their next meal. This message is for those who are wondering where they will find shelter this evening. This message is for those who have no access and no opportunity. I want you to know that you are seen. I see you. Know that you are heard. I hear you. Know that you are understood. I understand, because I have been through it. To the person living in daily fear, holding your breath in silence, waiting for the dawn of a new day, know that you matter. Know that your voice matters. People with lived experience matter. Your experience matters, and your voice matters as the source of solutions. As a leader, I stand in the power of my ancestors who shared coded and uncoded language through the power of the arts. And so I am sharing my gift of the arts as a tool for systems transformation through a 2022 poem I authored called Rising Beyond. This is an aspirational message of the change that is possible. Rising beyond. From the deep trenches, a colorful phoenix rising from the ashes of vulture oppression as suited prison guards lurk. The village speaks. The tribe speaks of right to live with dignity and thrive, of necessary transformation. Weaponized policy transformed to healing. Hidden voices emerge. In unity beneath the mask, stripping plastered smiles. Acts founded on truth by those most impacted. To dismantle inequities, building bridges of change, from equity to thriving, rising beyond. So to everyone here, as a call to action that can start today, as you are walking into your meetings and have your daily practices in your businesses, ask yourself, who is missing from the decision-making table? Our populations most impacted engaged at the table from the very beginning. So let us rise beyond to transform systems. Thank you. I am Dr. Rumala.
Thank you, Dr. Ramala, for those beautiful words of inspiration. Let me go ahead and move along to the ceremonial presentations, and if Mr. Ron Ono will join me here up on the on this side of the podium. So I have the distinct pleasure of recognizing Mr. Ron Ono for his 52 years of service to the city of Santa Ana. Is this on? There we go. I just did that for effect, just so we'd get the. So, when I came to the city about 15 years ago, Ron had already been here for about 37, right? And so, I always told him, I said, Ron, you're not going to leave until I leave, so you got to wait and hang on for a little bit. But, one of the things that I've always, admired about the city is that we've had so many members of the city family and staff and employees stay with us, very long. And so that speaks to an organization, and I think it speaks to the fact that there's loyalty, there's commitment, there's an environment, hopefully, where people feel like they're supported. And so with Ron, I think all of us saw somebody who, excelled in his work. He did his work with, with enthusiasm, with love, with commitment, and we always knew that whatever he touched in the Parks and Recs, designing, creating, was going to be a space that our families were going to enjoy. So he didn't take it as a task, I think, of work, hopefully as a task of love. And so, I wanted to, just extend this proclamation to him on behalf of the entire city council, on behalf of the entire city staff and the city manager, but also on behalf of the residents who enjoy those assets that he's left. And it really is a legacy of work that, that we can all, enjoy for generations to come. So let me tell you a little bit about Ron before we extend and give him the proclamation and give him some time to address us. So Ron moved to East Los Angeles from Hawaii in 1962. He earned his Associate of Arts degree at East LA College before transferring to Cal Poly Pomona, where he earned his BA degree in landscape architecture. Ron started with the city of Santa Ana in 1969 as maintained a significant role in the city's growth from farmland to a major urban center. So Ron, you were probably here when we had orange groves, right? Maybe, I don't know, that was a long time ago. So he also served with Parks and Recs as a design manager and with the administrative staff services for manager for the Parks, Recs, and Community Service Agency. Through his career, he has overseen the acquisition of 34 parks, built and renovated 12 recreation and community centers, and was instrumental in obtaining over $60 million in grant funding for our park system. And I was talking to a colleague of mine from the city of Anaheim, and he reminded me that we have more community centers here in Santa Ana than they do in Anaheim, and they have one public swimming pool. So sometimes we don't, realize what assets we have, and human assets, right, where we can bring our families, where they can have experiences and memories, and Ron had a lot to do with that. He negotiated numerous joint use and license agreements with the Santa Ana Unified School District and Orange County Flood Control District to increase recreation opportunities and expand our trail system. Among his many achievements were the development of Centennial, Thornton, Santiago, Mariposa, and Pacific Electric Parks. Also, the beautiful Amazon's Edge and Colors of the Amazon at the Santa Ana Zoo, just to name a few of Ron's achievements and assets that he designed. Ron was personally involved with many volunteer projects, community outreach, and is well loved by all the residents in Santa Ana. And we want to congratulate Ron on a legendary career, not just a career, but something that, hopefully, Ron, your family understands how much you're going to be missed, because I think you spent as much time here with us as you have with them. But I know, Lisa and her team and Parks and Recs, I think, are enriched for all of the institutional history that you brought to them and all the care and love that you gave to everything that you impacted here in the city with respect to our park system. So, look, on behalf of all of us and on behalf of the residents here in Santa Ana, on behalf of all the families and children that have enjoyed the spaces that you've created, I just want to say thank you on their behalf to you for all your service to the city.
Thank you.
So there's too many whereas clauses to go through. I think we said it all in the background for Ron, but I just want to give this to Ron as just a symbolic gesture of the care and love that we have for him, and the gratitude that we have for everything he's done here in the city. So Ron, this is yours. Hopefully you won't forget to come and visit us, and come and see us, and let us know how you're doing, because we certainly are going to miss you. But this is yours on behalf of all of us. Please.
As the mayor indicated, my love is Santa Ana. My wife has always indicated that I spend most of my time here in the city than I do at home, and that's probably true. When I'm at home, I'm doing projects for the city, and I just love it. I love the community. I love their involvement. I've seen some of our neighborhood leaders out there right now. There were some neighborhood leaders at my going away party on Saturday, and I really appreciate them coming to see me, send me off on the well. Thank you. And I also want to thank everybody here. My life here in Santa Ana has been really fun, easy, challenging, but if it wasn't for you, it would have been horrible, I think. So I really appreciate your help in letting us know what we need to do in our park system, what funding's available, and I appreciate the help of council in supporting all that involvement and funding, and the city manager and the city attorney's office and all the other departments that help put applications together for us to obtain the $60 million. By the way, I was asking finance this. I said, of the $60 million, do I get a 10% rewards fee? Yeah. No, all joking aside, my wife is here. Emiko is here. Yeah. Emiko, can you stand up? My daughter's here, Kimiko, my son-in-law, Toby, and my two grandkids, Casey and Tyler. So they're here to support this whole going away, and I really, again, I appreciate it so much.
So tell us what your favorite project was that you did before you.
Oh, boy, I think it's going to be a tough one. They're all favorites of mine. It's like
They're all like your children. Right?
Yeah, they're all like my children. You can't pick one. That's why you mentioned a whole bunch of them, and I really enjoy doing all of them. But if you had to pick one, the one that I would say is the Pacific Electric Park, and I'll tell you why. That was supposed to be, I think, 6 or 7 residential homes, and the community came out and indicated to the city council that they would like to see a park. And it took a little while. It took several years to get that going. Finally, we were able to find the funding, put together, we bought the site. We even had to go to the National Park Service to identify that as one of our land conversion sites, but that's another long story. That's going to take me 52 years to tell you. But it's as soon as we completed that park, like you all know, when you have a ribbon cutting, everybody comes out and uses the park site. But after a week or 2 weeks, you only see a few kids out there playing. But at the Pacific Electric Park, I've seen kids play out there almost every day for almost over a year and more. And that's my reward, that's my appreciation, that we did something positive and that the community actually uses it and enjoys it. That's what I like the most. I want to say one more thing. The mayor here is very humble. We have another park, the Standard and McFadden Park site. It was a vacant park site. The community wanted a park. He was able to go out there and get the developer to open up that vacant parcel until we would have sufficient funds to develop it. Well, the community used it. We've had a developer provide funding to put in a synthetic turf soccer field. That field now is all worn down and needs to be removed. In the meantime, we went ahead and we were able to get grant money to develop it. That project now is under design and hopefully be under construction in the near future. So thank you again, Mayor, for that. with that, I think I'm going ahead and leave you, but I will be back for the ribbon cutting, so please invite me back for the ribbon cutting.
You got to come back for the ribbon cutting. Thanks. I wish we could have given Ron so much more. He deserves so much more for those 50 years, but thank you, Ron. Your legacy will live on with us forever. Let me go ahead and turn it over to Mayor Pro Tem Becerra and Councilmember Mendoza, who are going to be making a presentation to the Orange County Soccer Club.
If I could go ahead and have, excuse me, Oliver Wiss, Michael Orozco, Eric Kubo Torres, and Gnarly. Yes, I said Gnarly. Please do. Gnarly, yeah, true story. Howdy. So today we're going to recognize the Orange County Soccer Club. So the Orange County Soccer Club was founded in 2010, and through the Orange County Soccer Club's Community Foundation, OC Soccer Club has been committed to providing opportunities for students within the Santa Ana Unified School District to grow as healthy individuals on the field and in the classroom with free soccer clinics designed by the club's world-class technical staff. In October 2021, I had the opportunity to take part in the groundbreaking of the mini pitch over at Delhi Park here in Santa Ana with Jeff Gardner from Orange County Soccer Club and our Parks Director, Lisa Rudloff. That was a result of the collaboration between the Orange County Soccer Club and the city of Santa Ana. Now, the miniature outdoor hard service soccer court at Delhi is open to everyone and will be the site of frequent OC Soccer Club soccer programming, including community clinics. Now, I don't think it's a surprise, and it shouldn't be, but the fact that a month after the groundbreaking at Delhi, what should happen? But the OC Soccer Club wins their first ever championship. No coincidence, of course, right? With 2 goals from their top scorer, Ronaldo Damos. So with their sights set on remaining as the reigning USL champions, they came back to Santa Ana to hold tryouts over at the Dan Young Soccer Park over at Centennial. And with that, I'll turn it over to Councilmember Mendoza.
Thank you. Yes, it's a great honor to present this award in recognition for the wonderful work that this organization does for our youth. We're a soccer family, and so it's very dear to our family. Yeah, my kids have been playing since they were 4 or 5. They're a tender age now of 36, so you can imagine. And actually, I played soccer too in the women's league, so I can relate to that. And thank you for bringing that service to our community. So in addition, the Orange County Soccer Club has added the Santa Ana United Soccer Youth Club to Orange County Soccer Club's Youth Soccer Network, which provides players, coaches, and families enhanced professional development and progression for the established soccer community in our city. Orange County Soccer Club continued to build and solidify itself as a trusted pathway to professional soccer for both men and women's elite players in Orange County and in the Santa Ana community. Fans not only experience competitive soccer atmosphere, but also enjoy a family-friendly environment along with premier locally sourced entertainment and amenities such as food from the Orange County founded and Santa Ana-based Taqueria Hoy, the official taco of the Orange County Soccer Club. Orange County Soccer Club brings top-notch professional sports entertainment in close proximity to the citizens of Santa Ana to enjoy at affordable prices and to unify the city's diverse, rich history in the sport. Orange County Soccer Club's positive commitments are growing with the community, bringing together a diverse group of fans in support of the Orange County's own professional soccer team. Orange County Soccer Club seeks to defend its title as the reigning United States, forgive me about that, not quite United States yet, but pretty soon, right? As reigning United Soccer League champions with their home opener on March 19th at 7 p.m. versus the Rio Grande Valley Toros. Arriba, Orange County Soccer Team.
So with that, I get the opportunity of presenting this to you, this proclamation on behalf of the city of Santa Ana in celebration of your championship and all the contributions that you and your team have done for the community. And I forgot to mention that we have a local product right here, the captain from Orange, correct? It's close enough. You're here. Yes. So with that, I wanted to go ahead and present this to you.
Thank you very much. Are we allowed to say one or two quick things?
Absolutely, please.
We'll be very quick. Obviously, thank you very much. This is a very proud moment for Orange County Soccer Club. On behalf of the entire organization and two of our star players, Mr. Michael Orozco has represented the United States national team 29 times. He's had a fantastic career. And our newest signing, Cubo Torres, has played for Mexico's national team in Chivas de Guadalajara. I'm sure there's some Chivas Guadalajara fans in this town here. Yes, absolutely. Please come on out. We're obviously there to win championships, but also give opportunities to young players and to make a difference in the community. We're very proud of the projects we're already working with Santa Ana together. We want to obviously expand this as the future provides. So you're all part of this community. We're Orange County's professional soccer team, and it's built something that is special, meaningful for each one of you. So thank you again for having us, and we look forward to you having one of our games very soon. Thank you. We're good.
We're good? All right.
Yes. I promised them they wouldn't have to say it.
Oh.
Thank you for that presentation. Let me go ahead and turn it over to staff now to give us an update on the crisis with our homelessness, or our homelessness status update.
Hi, good evening, Honorable Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and council members. This will be the third reoccurring monthly meeting that I've discussed about the services that the city is working hard at to address the homeless population within our city. As always, I do have a presentation to go through. I will ask Daniel to switch it over so you can see it, but tonight what I really want to talk about is our COLT activities. I want to give you an update on the newly launched SMART program and share with you the activities for the point-in-time count, and then summarize some of the other services that we provide, as well as give you an update on our navigation center. So starting with the Quality of Life team, they remain very active and engaged in all areas of our city. In January, COLT continued its daily coordinated responses throughout the city. They contacted 336 different individuals currently experiencing homelessness, providing outreach services as well as enforcement action when necessary. This was up from 251 in December. 451 cleanups of various sizes occurred to perform The cleanups are generally larger in scale and require more time to perform than your routine public works responses. This was also up from December by 307. There were 123 arrests or issued citations for various offenses, and this was up as well from December by 61. The good news is we were able to place and assist in the placement of 60 individuals into shelter. So as you are aware, the City of Santa Ana and the Union Pacific Railroad have been addressing trespassing and crimes of public disorder along the UP right-of-ways daily, Monday through Friday, since January 19th. Since its inception, this cooperative activity has led to the UP contractors removing over 49 tons of trash and debris from their rights-of-way and ultimately from our city. Criminal activity along UP tracks has dropped dramatically, with only a small number of hot spots remaining. On Sunday, February 20th, and on Monday, February 21st, enhanced outreach efforts were conducted by the Santa Ana Police Department, the Quality of Life Team, Public Works, and our contractor, CityNet. This activity yielded 34 individuals being contacted, 6 individuals accepting shelter, and 19 individuals arrested for various misdemeanor and felony offenses. Now, the SMART team. Santa Ana began its enhanced partnership with CityNet on December 1st, the Santa Ana Municipal Disciplinary Response Team, or SMART for short. The newly formed SMART program, it's a pilot program between the city and CityNet. It's our newest effort to provide trauma-informed care services to address homelessness within the city. Santa Ana has had a strong and successful relationship with CityNet for several years, and through this program, the city expects to expand and enhance outreach efforts. Reports into My Santa app and a community call line go directly to the teams in the field. The goal of SMART is to provide more effective outreach and engagement while better utilizing city resources through a diversion of homeless calls from the police department and the Orange County Fire Authority. COLT, along with code enforcement and public works, stands ready to assist on any homeless calls where additional support is needed. This frees up law enforcement to focus on calls that require a public safety response or involve criminal activity. SMART addresses all the non-emergency homeless calls in an effort to increase outreach focused on providing services, addressing mental health, and helping more individuals transition out of homelessness. We do have readily available that you can find on our website. It's the weekly information of the SMART program, what it is performing in the field. This is a sample of what that looks like. It depicts the activity from the inception of the program through February 24th. As you can see by the red dots on this slide, it is active throughout the entire city. The SMART has responded to 1,804 dispatch calls, 309 of those from first responders, 250 were self-initiated proactive contacts, 170 came through us through our app, but the majority of them were from our community using the community line. In addition, SMART has contacted since its inception over 1,500 individuals, provided case management services to 492 individuals, and successfully exited 234 individuals off the street. So as you know, we recently did the point-in-time count. This is a biannual requirement from the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development, and it's a shared annual count of all sheltered and individuals experiencing homelessness at a single point in time. The unsheltered point-in-time count for the Central Service Planning Area, for which we're a part of, was done last Tuesday on February 22nd, and the sheltered count was done on Monday, February 21st. 24 teams, 12 in the morning and 12 in the evening, were deployed to canvass Santa Ana. Now the count is complete. The County of Orange will compile the data, analyze it, aggregate it, the unsheltered and sheltered numbers, and a final report should be available by June. The last count, which was done in 2019, did show that there were 1,769 people experiencing homelessness in Santa Ana, and the breakdown was 939 sheltered and 830 unsheltered. Homelessness affects the quality of life of all of our residents and visitors. So we continue to collaborate and coordinate among state, city, federal governments, community groups, nonprofits, faith-based businesses, and residents towards providing relief for those that are homeless and, more importantly, for those that are at risk of homelessness. Santa Ana continues to lead the way in providing housing options for individuals experiencing it. As you know, we have the Salvation Army Hospitality House, which is a program that houses 75 beds. We have the interim shelter at the Link on Commonwealth, which we have 100 beds. We have a family motel program, and we have the newest Carnegie is going to be opening very soon. And not only does that provide shelter beds for the homeless in our community, it provides complete wraparound services. In total, the city has provided shelter beds for 499 persons currently experiencing homelessness during the calendar year of 2021. As of today, of the 75 beds at Salvation, 65 are occupied, and at the Link, has 41 residents, leaving 59 beds that are available. The new Homeless Navigation Center remains in construction, almost completed, and it will provide 200 beds with the ability to expand to 300 beds. As a further demonstration of Santa Ana's commitment to the homeless crisis, we are proud of the 227 current permanent supportive housing units completed and located within 5 different sites in the city. An additional 207 units are currently in pre-development or under construction at 5 additional locations within the city. So in total, the city very soon will have 437 permanent supportive housing units. And not to forget the housing vouchers that we have issued through our Santa Ana Housing Authority. We currently have vouchers that are set aside specifically for those experiencing homelessness, and to date we've issued 422 of those vouchers. So to give you a brief update on the Homeless Navigation Center. You can see significant progress has been made since I shared a picture with you at the last update. The dorms are completed along with the restroom and an outdoor play area. The elevator was dropped in by a crane, and we are working hard to keeping it moving forward. We fully anticipate to transition our customers and clients into the new facility this month. And that will be transporting, so we will do it probably in phases, but there's about 115 individuals that we will have to transition to the new center. And I'm available if you have any questions, or as always, if there's additional topics that you want me to present at the next reoccurring, I welcome your input on that.
Great. Thank you for that, and that's exciting news that it will be opening soon, and it's looking great. So let me go ahead and bring it back to the council to see if there's any questions or comments. Councilmember Fan.
First off, thank you so much for that presentation. I love seeing progress and what we've been doing. I've walked the Union Pacific Railroad, and I might have sent in some photos too, because it does consistently get encampments. And if anybody's heard the news, the city of LA is dealing with massive UP Railroad issues. People jumping on trains, stealing packages, all of that. So I really do appreciate staff's work, because I do know it's been a long haul that began before I joined the council. One thing I would like to see more of, or just learn more about, and for the public to learn more about, are single room shelters or wraparound services, because I do think transitional shelters, interim shelters, and emergency shelters are very important, but part of our job, and the county's job, frankly, is to help transition individuals from homelessness to permanent housing. And so I'd like to see, where we are with that, and of course, work with our supervisor, our current supervisor, Katrina Foley, to try to get more resources for Santa Ana residents. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Any other questions or comments?
Quick comment. Yeah.
Councilmember Lopez.
I just want to thank staff and the residents that helped with the point in time. I always appreciate seeing folks volunteer their personal time to help out, figure out the causes and solutions to the issues that we're having. So thank you.
Great. Thank you, Councilmember Lopez. Let me go to Councilmember Hernandez and then Councilmember Mendoza.
Thank you, Mayor Sarmiento. I just wanted to thank our city manager for this report. I'm happy to see how fast things have came along. I too would like to see us have a report back on the success rate of us getting people from transitioning from being in a shelter into permanent supportive housing. I would like to see us, have a higher success rate when it comes to that. And outside of that, thank you again, Madam City Manager.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Mendoza.
My question is dealing with the homeless or the housing challenged, who were being transported to Santa Ana and dropped off for us to take care of them from neighboring cities. Has that decreased? Is that still an ongoing problem?
As you know, that's an issue that we raised with the County of Orange, and it's really two-part. A lot of it has to do more with the Sheriff's Department, as individuals do get transported to where the county has their central jail. But we are monitoring it, and Sheriff Don Barnes did make some promises in terms of not discharging people from jail at midnight, and then also engaging the services of a nonprofit to provide transportation services to those when released.
Great. Seeing no other questions or comments, thank you, Madam City Manager, for that presentation. And I think, as was said, to everybody who participated and volunteered on the point-in-time count, that's never an easy process, so hopefully we'll be getting the data back on that. Let me go ahead and now begin the public comment section of our meeting for agendized and non-agendized items, and let you know that pursuant to the Brown Act, the City Council cannot enter into any discussion with respect to any of the public comments.
I'm sorry, Mayor, you do have one more presentation.
I'm sorry, we have one more. I'm sorry. Oh, you know what? I don't want to slight the Orange County Housing Finance Trust, because they have the most exciting presentation for us today. So.
Good evening. Is this on?
See if you maybe get a little closer to the mic. Is
this okay?
We can hear you, but the public may not be able to hear you.
Well, good evening, Mayor and Council. My name's Adam Elison. I'm the manager of the Orange County Housing Finance Trust, and I'm excited to follow that nice segue of your update on the homeless so that I can provide you a little bit of update on what we're doing at the Orange County Housing Finance Trust. Santa Ana is a member of the Orange County Housing Finance Trust. In fact, your fellow colleague, David Penalosa, is one of our directors on our 9-member board. And so we're just so appreciative of his time, his volunteer efforts, helping our organization. Okay. So the Orange County Housing Finance Trust is a joint powers authority. We were created 3 years ago. We have the majority of cities in the county as members of our trust, as well as the County of Orange. Our mission is to finance the development of affordable housing and bring new dollars into Orange County to be able to do that. We bring those dollars in from the state, we match dollars that we have locally, and we help finance the development of that housing. So 23 cities are currently members of the Orange County Housing Finance Trust, plus the County of Orange, and that represents about 80% of the entire population of the county. We have a 5-year strategic plan that we update annually. We have currently either committed funding or are in the process of committing $30 million worth of funding for the development of affordable and permanent supportive housing throughout the County of Orange. To date, we have funded 13 projects, totaling 901 affordable housing units in that 3-year period. We have a website that has a variety of information. We encourage the public to go onto our website and subscribe for information and notices about what our activities are. And we spend a lot of time reaching out to our developers, service providers, and cities to make sure that they are aware of what we're doing. Part of the effort tonight is to give you a report card. Since we were formed 3 years ago, you're a member. I felt it was important that I come to you and just let you know what exactly we're doing. I may not do that every year, but just want to be able to touch base. You've got a great person on your council that can help you get any of the questions you have answered about what we're doing. So we've had 2 notices of funding in that 3-year period, and we have 1 notice of funding right now that is being actively advertised for our developers to apply for funding. We have, in addition to securing capital funding to build and finance that development, we've been successful at getting administrative grant funding to help run the organization. And we're thankful for the Orange County Council of Governments and SCAG, who have funded a grant to help with some of our administrative expenses so that the member cities, such as Santa Ana, don't have to contribute funds to help run that organization. This is a screenshot from our website. I feel that it's really important that we're transparent and let people know what our accomplishments are. We have adopted at our board the same goal that the County of Orange adopted in 2018, which was to create 2,700 new permanent supportive housing by the year 2025. So what we've done on our website is to basically show where in the county all those projects since 2018 are located. It's an interactive map. You can go on the website, click on any of these push pins, and a box will come up and tell you who the developer is, where it's located, how many permanent supportive housing units there are, and what the status of the project is. A little bit more information as well. And then to the left of that map is kind of two different tables that all have the same numbers, but they're kind of presented in different ways. One is just showing the project status, whether they're complete or under construction or trying to get their last remaining funding. And then it shows where in the county they're distributed by service planning area. I'm just really pleased to be here in Santa Ana to report that we have funded 4 projects in Santa Ana, totaling $7 million of funding for your 4 projects so far. North Harbor Village is currently under construction. Our 3 other projects you see up there, a couple of those we are right now talking to the developers and all the different financing partners that are part of that capital stack to make an affordable housing project work. We're on the closing calls to bring those projects to basically close on the construction loan financing. Again, administrative funding, capital funding, just showing you a summary of what that is. Just kind of looking towards the future, we are reaching out to some of our non-member cities. We have a few still left, and we have 2 right now that are considering joining, and we're going to their council meetings very soon. And then we have other cities that we're in talks with. We're also right now currently working with our state legislative delegates here in Orange County and at Sacramento to secure a very large funding request. We've been working on this for quite some time. We have a pipeline of projects that need funding all throughout the county, and this additional state funding request that we're doing is a general fund budget allocation directly to the trust. We're hoping to secure that funding before the end of this year. We'll continue to work on our goal of creating that 2,700 permanent supportive housing by 2025. We are about halfway there, and we still have a few more years to go. And the great thing about the Orange County Housing Finance Trust is it's a regional collaborative effort where no city should stand alone in their effort to create permanent supportive housing and affordable housing. And we bring this regional collaborative spirit to all of the different stakeholders involved in the homeless space and the affordable housing space. So we're working with service providers, we're working with nonprofits and the county and other cities to be able to talk solutions and bring those to fruition. Here's the website. At the bottom, you can see that. I encourage, again, all of you to go on the website and peek around on what we've got available, and I'm available to answer any questions.
Great. Thank you very much for that presentation. Appreciate the information. Let me go ahead and bring it back to the council, and let me turn it over to Councilmember Peñalosa. I'm sure he has maybe some comments and some questions as a representative to that board.
Thank you, Mayor Sarmiento, and thank you, Adam, for coming out and giving that presentation and update. I know our residents appreciate it. I just want to say that I remember the first meeting that we had 3 years ago, and one of the first things that I came out of my mouth and made very clear, I want to make sure that Santa Ana continues to do their part that we've been doing for decades, but want to make sure that these funds, whatever we receive, is equally distributed throughout the county, because it should be a regional effort to house our homeless population and not just Santa Ana's or Anaheim. So thank you for that. Thank you for really, taking that clear. The map, I remember the first year, it was kind of, as you look at it, little by little, it's kind of spreading out throughout Northern County, the coastal areas, South County, but it wasn't like that initially. So appreciate all the hard work you're doing, and I'm available for any questions from my colleagues as well throughout the next couple of months, but thank you.
And just to add to what Councilmember Penalosa said, with his leadership and the board's leadership, we actually changed the notice of funding to require that the funds be equally distributed in each of the service planning areas. If we don't get an application from a developer in a service planning area, we have the option to move that funding to another area that may have an application. When we're looking at the state funding allocation that we're requesting right now, which is a very large amount, we plan on expanding the commitment of that funding in each of the service planning areas, holding it there for a longer period of time to allow our developers to secure properties, get a little bit more time to do that. This is one of the things we've been talking to the legislators about, and they share in that same passion that you mentioned, Council Member.
Great. Thank you both for those comments. Let me see if there's any other questions or comments from members of the council. Seeing none, thank you very much, and I'm sure the council member will be keeping us updated on any new developments. So let me go ahead, and before actually I begin and start with the public comment section, let me take a couple of items with the indulgence of members of the council out of order. The first two will be item number 6 and number 7, which are oaths of office for 2 new appointments by council member Fan. So council member, do you want to go ahead and invite and introduce your new commissioners?
Yes.
Oh.
Yes, Mayor and members of the council, if we can first have you vote.
Let's take number 6 then first.
I'll make a motion.
We could do 6 and 7, and that way, if you want a motion and vote.
Mayor, I'll make a motion to approve items 6 and 7.
Second.
All right, I think we have a motion for both of those. We can take those jointly, right?
Yes.
Clerk, colleagues, please vote.
Madam City Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilmember Hernandez. Councilmember Lopez? Thank you. A motion carries with 7-0. Councilmembers Hernandez, Lopez, Mendoza, Peñalosa, Fan, Mayor Pro Tem Becerra, and Mayor Sarmiento voting yes.
Great, thank you. Now we can invite them up. Do they want to be sworn?
Yes.
If they're here?
If I can ask. Yes, both Janelle Walker. Thank you.
Janelle Walker. Do solemnly swear.
That I will support.
That I will support.
And defend.
The
Constitution of the United States.
The Constitution of the United States.
And the Constitution of the State of California.
And the Constitution of the State of California.
Against all enemies.
Against all enemies.
Foreign and domestic.
Foreign and domestic.
That I will.
That I will.
Bear true faith and allegiance.
Bear true faith and allegiance.
To the Constitution of the United States.
To the Constitution of the United States.
And the Constitution of the State of California.
And the Constitution of the State of California.
That I take this obligation freely.
That I take this obligation freely.
Without any mental reservation.
Without any mental reservation.
Or purpose of evasion.
Or purpose of evasion.
That I will.
That I will.
Well and faithfully.
Well and faithfully.
Discharge the duties.
Discharge the duties.
Upon which I'm about to enter.
Upon which I am about to enter.
Congratulations.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
So I'm super excited because we have another Vietnamese American on a commission. And also, Amina, you might be our only Cambodian resident serving on a commission or committee. I'm not sure, I didn't check, but I'm very excited. I'm just really excited to have more young women of color representing us in the city. Thanks.
Congratulations to both of you. Thank you for serving the city. Before I begin, and I think I've already recited some of the information for the public comment section, one thing I would recommend is that you all obviously state your name. You don't have to give us a specific address, but let us know if you do live in Santa Ana, what ward you live in. That would be helpful. But I know we have about 51 people here to speak, and I believe they're here to speak on item number 27, which is the proposed ordinance on the prohibition of the sale of flavored tobacco here. So I hopefully, again, with the indulgence of the members of the council, I'd like to maybe reduce the 3 minutes to 2 minutes so we can hear all of you and give you all an opportunity to speak. But I do want to take one speaker card out of order, because we do have some members of the public, Madam Clerk, that are online as well, right, that want to address us. So 51 is just the number that we have here in chambers. That's not including those that are
The
online
21
and
that
on the
we
phone.
have virtually.
What's that?
21 that we have.
21s. So we'll go ahead and, limit the time, reduce it to 2 minutes rather than 3. That way we can get a chance to hear everybody. To the extent that you're speaking and somebody said what you said, you could always say, I agree with the previous speaker, and we can move it along a little bit quicker, and we'll get the point. But I do want to take one public speaker out of order that I mentioned earlier today, and that is Nadia Baluk, who is a city employee who, if she could join us here to give us her comments before we start. And she is from Ukraine, and she wanted to talk to us about what's happening in her homeland. And you'll see on the screen very soon a couple of links on ways you can help and ways we can all help to support those that are fighting in Ukraine for their sovereignty, their liberty, and their life. So to the extent that you all please will pay attention to those links. Also a way to communicate to NATO, because I know one of the things that Ukraine has been asking all of us to do is to support their transition and their acceptance into NATO. So I don't know if that's something that we may want to consider. Hopefully this doesn't go on, but to the extent that we do consider, maybe for the council's review and consideration, is is something that would not only condemn what's happening, but also to encourage our our Congress representatives to support that as well. And I would certainly entertain that from any members of the council, or I would be willing to do it under my authority. So Nadia, let me go ahead and give you the floor to go ahead and address us on this. Thank you.
Thank you. Dear council members, Mayor Pro Tem, Mayor Sarmiento, and everyone in the audience, thank you in advance for your time. Thank you, Nabil, for inviting me to this council meeting. I am part of the city's family. I work for the city of Santa Ana, specifically for the water quality division within the Public Works Agency. I am Ukrainian. I was born in Ukraine and spent the first half of my life there. I have relatives in Ukraine, and actually my uncle is fighting this war. I remember the joy on the streets of Ukraine when the USSR broke apart. We finally had our freedom. We were finally able to openly be Ukrainians, speak our language, follow our traditions, celebrate our Ukrainian holidays. Ukraine got its independence in 1991, and ever since, Russia's politicians have not let it go. From undermining Ukraine's financial well-being to manipulating Ukraine's elections time after time, Russia was always in the background, always putting roadblocks to Ukraine's true independence, to its ability to thrive as a country. What you see happening today is a master plan of Russia's political circle unraveling in front of everybody's eyes. Putin's hunger for never-ending more, his mission to create a new version of USSR. There is a lot of misleading information out there that Ukrainian people somehow want to be a part of Russia. Please be careful in what you believe. I hope that the brave actions of Ukrainians speak for themselves. Ukrainians who are fighting this uneven, unfair, unnecessary war. I cannot believe my eyes that in 21st century we are witnessing a peaceful country being completely obliterated by Russia, bombarded by aggression. It is hard to describe what Ukrainians are facing every minute, hour, and day ever since this war began last week. It's complete decimation and bloodshed. Yet Ukrainians are not giving up. Simple civilians are joining the Ukrainian army to fight this war. So today, I ask my Santa Ana's family for your help. Please, if possible, donate to the National Bank of Ukraine. They have a special fundraising account to support the armed forces of Ukraine. These funds are essential to the whole Ukraine in fighting this war. Also, if you choose so, please sign a petition directed to NATO, specifically asking NATO to close the airspace over Ukraine and to send peacekeeping troops into the country. There are over 800,000 people around the world who already signed this petition. We need to reach 1 million in about 2 days' time in order for NATO to consider this petition. We can all stand up for what is right with these actions and show that this war is not in any way what we agree with. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Nadia. We all stand with you and everybody there that is fighting for their liberty and their right to exist.
Mayor,
Go
I'd just like to ask our PIO if we could maybe share those links on our social media accounts so that they're out there for the public. Thank you.
Good idea. Thank you. So I'm also going to, before I begin with the public comment section, and as I said, we have at least 50 speaker cards for those who are here in person to speak on item number 27. So I will be taking that out of order. And because I know we have a lot of young people that are here to speak on that, and that way we can get them back and hopefully back home so they can do homework as soon as they're done here. I know you didn't want to hear that, but part of the agreement. So let me go ahead and begin with Mary Obershaki. I'm sorry if I butchered the name.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, council members. My name is Mary Oberschleich. I'm employed in Ward 6 in an award-winning female-owned business. I'm here as a worker to urge the City Council to act in support of all the local businesses affected by the OCTA streetcar project. Those of us that work for downtown businesses need our jobs. We've witnessed the negative impact that the construction has created, and it's frightening to think what this means to our employers and our continuing employment. We were told that parking would be free Monday through Friday. That has not happened. But even if it does, it's not enough. We need free parking for the duration of the construction project. We need clear signage of where people can park and that the businesses are open. We need the City Council and OCTA to work together to provide realistic and reasonable financial support for the businesses impacted by the streetcar construction. The proposed fund is a start, but it's not enough. Help us keep our jobs. Listen to our local business owners. Thank you.
Thank you, Mary. Delilah Snell, followed by Alexa Warman, followed by Marklin Valdivios.
I'll take off one of my masks, sorry. Good evening, everyone. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak tonight. My name is Delilah Snell. Today, I did a Google search of what the duties of a council member, and you serve on committees, you attend meetings like this tonight, and there's a lot of other duties, but one really struck out to me, and that is protect the public interest. Protect, to keep safe from harm and injury. All of you here today, we're elected to have our best interests to represent us and protect us. And in the past month, this downtown has not been safe, and in fact, it's been harmed and injured. Many businesses have been vandalized, quite literally injured. I myself have had difficulty sleeping because I'm constantly on edge, wondering when I'm going to get that call when my business has been injured, even though I'm trying my best to protect it. Our parking structures are the first sign of a welcome, and they're neglected, injured with tagging and trash, and many people do not feel safe even being in them. This is if they manage to get to them, because OCTA has still not addressed the signage issue. Many people in downtown who are in this room are just barely managing to survive the harm of COVID, and now they are met with harm again. Who is there to protect us? 1.5 million would be protection if this disaster of a project were already concluded. We could hopefully recuperate the damage from February. But this is clearly not going to last. We all know the work of Walsh and how little they have done in the past month. We must have $5 million from the city surplus to protect us from further harm, and that should be matched with OCTA. This downtown, which should be the center of Orange County to showcase, to inspire other cities around us, that's what it should be, is left to survive on scraps and thrown in harm's way. Do what is just and fair, that protects people who pay taxes, elect you, and want you to succeed, because you are supposed to make us feel safe, protected, and able to succeed. Please fight for us, protect us, and lead. Thank you.
Thank you. Alexa Warman, followed by Marklin Valdovinos, followed by Alam Benjamin.
Good evening, council members. My name is Alexa Warman, and I'm with the American Heart Association. I'm commenting on item number 27. Our organization urges you to pass option 1A and end the sale of all flavored tobacco products without exemptions. It's no accident that tobacco companies flooded the market with fruit, mint, and candy flavored products. These flavors are specifically designed to entice kids and communities of color, and that's exactly what happens. All flavored tobacco products, including e-cigarettes, menthol cigarettes, cigars, and hookah, come in kid-friendly flavors and are highly addicting. You may have heard from the hookah industry that their product is not a problem among kids, but data from the California Department of Public Health clearly disputes this. Hookah companies target new users with flavors like mango, red gummy bear, and horchata, which has made hookah use popular among youth and young adults, especially Black and Hispanic high school students. And just like other tobacco products, hookah has serious health consequences. In a single session, a hookah user inhales as much as 200 cigarettes worth of smoke. In fact, hookah users are twice as likely to become regular cigarette smokers. Ending the sale of all flavored tobacco products is about protecting local kids and marginalized communities from big tobacco's predatory practices. The tobacco industry will ask you to wait for the voters to decide on the state law, but this city council can stand up to the tobacco industry tonight and say enough is enough. Don't delay in passing this life-saving policy. The community cannot continue to wait. Please stand up to big tobacco and pass option 1A. Thank you.
Thank you. Marklin Valdovinos, followed by Alam Benjamin, followed by Thomas Moore.
Good evening, council members. My name is Marklin Valdovinos, and I'm the Senior Community Impact Director for the American Heart Association in Orange County. We support option 1A to end the sale of all flavored tobacco products without exemptions. Through my work in Santa Ana, I have heard from teachers, parents, and healthcare workers asking for help on how to stop this problem. At the American Heart Association, we have tools like curriculum, parent education, and programming to help combat this epidemic. But we need your help to reduce access to these deadly products at the retail level. This policy is urgently needed. Although the state passed Senate Bill 793 restricting the sale of most flavored tobacco products in California, tobacco companies spent more than $20 million to place the law on hold until the next statewide general election. Tobacco representatives may ask you to wait for the state law to be decided, but Santa Ana residents cannot wait any longer. We have no guarantee that the state law will be upheld, and Big Tobacco will spend millions more to keep this law off the books so that they can continue to hook our kids with nicotine. In the meantime, every day that flavored tobacco products remain in Santa Ana shelves is another opportunity for Big Tobacco to addict more lifelong customers. We need you to protect the community now and prevent further youth tobacco use. Please pass this ordinance as written. Thank you.
Thank you. Alam Benjamin, followed by Thomas Moore, followed by Julie Wong. If the other speakers behind this one can maybe be ready, that way we can do this a little quicker. So Thomas Moore and Julie Wong, you guys are on deck.
Good evening, City Council, Mayor. I'm here, my name is Alham Benjamin. I'm here, I own Harbor West Mini Market located on Ward 1. I'm here to oppose the total of tobacco flavored ban. This proposed ban only serves to limit the product choices of adult customer, and if adult customer cannot buy their preferred product in our stores, they will just go outside of the city to make their purchases. While there, they will also purchase gas, grocery items, and beverages. Worse yet, prohibiting these products could shift sales from law-abiding responsible retailer like us to potentially illegal sources who don't check ID, like shopping for vape online. They all you have to do actually is just to confirm your age is just to say, yes, I am over 21 without checking the ID. Thank you.
Thank you. Thomas Moore, followed by Julie Wong, followed by Tim Gibbs.
Good evening. My name is Thomas Moore, and I'm with Partners for Wellness. I want to start off with a personal story. The first time I was offered tobacco products, I was 17, and I was offered by a trusted older friend. I declined the offer, but this story is not unique. Several queer teenagers out there are given products to try all the time, and they do not always say no because the tobacco industry has flooded our community with aggressive messaging saying that tobacco is a part of LGBT culture, but it isn't. We want to protect our youth from tobacco products, but the existence of flavored products like vapes and hookah make that harder to do. The California Student Tobacco Survey says that LGBT youth use tobacco at a rate 2 times their straight peers. This means that any flavored product still on the shelves continues to disproportionately affect our community. I ask for the council to please protect the health and well-being of our LGBT youth and community members. Thank you.
Thank you. Julie Wong, followed by Tim Gibbs, followed by Guadalupe Olmos. If you all can be ready to speak as soon as the previous speaker is done, we might be able to get through this quicker. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Julie Wong. Good evening, council member. I'm a mother of 2 daughters, and I own my store for 30 years. I have a perfect compliance record. I train all my employees to check ID all the times. We treat our customer like family, and we work hard to ensure that kids do not get tobacco. Please let Santa Ana retailer like me continue to be the one to check ID and care our communities. Banning flavored tobacco, including menthol cigarette, won't end the sale of this product in Santa Ana. It will simply encourage criminal network to feed the demand, and would do so without paying taxes, without checking ID, and without following any other rules and regulations. Thank you.
Thank you, Julie. Tim Gibbs, followed by Guadalupe Olmos, followed by Valentin Martinez.
Thank you. I'm Tim Gibbs with the Campaign for Tobacco-Free Kids, and I want to thank the council for taking up this life-saving ordinance. We encourage the council to vote yes to end the sale of all flavored tobacco products tonight. I think it's worth reiterating who is for this policy and who is against it. On the yes side, pushing for option 1A, which would pass a comprehensive ordinance tonight with no exemptions. You have organizations like the American Cancer Society, Cancer Action Network, the American Heart Association, the American Lung Association, American Track, Latino Health Access, First 5 Orange County, Delhi Center, and many, many others. The organizations spending millions and millions to defeat policies like this are the big tobacco companies. In fact, disgraced companies like Juul, RJ Reynolds, and Altria have spent nearly $60 million since 2017 just in California trying to stop these policies. And in fact, there's another tobacco company engaged in Santa Ana called Fumari, who sell flavored shisha tobacco products like white gummy bear, red gummy bear. They have been trying to carve out a special exemption for themselves where the only flavored tobacco products that would appear on the shelves, where they would be the only flavored tobacco products that would appear on the shelves in Santa Ana. So while grape cigarillos, menthol cigarettes, and blue raz flavored e-juice would no longer be available, blueberry muffin flavored shisha would be sold in every 7-Eleven and gas station in Santa Ana. They are maneuvering to build a regulatory moat for themselves where they are the only flavored tobacco product in town. And let's be clear, option 1A does not ban hookah. It correctly treats mint chocolate chill flavored shisha equally to mango vape flavors. Some have asked why we don't wait until the November election. But to that, I would say this issue is urgent, and let's protect Santa Ana kids tonight. Please vote yes on 1A.
Thank you. Guadalupe Olmos, followed by Valentin Martinez, followed by Ceci Rivera.
Good evening, council members and mayor. My name is Guadalupe, and I'm the owner of a mini market store located in Ward 4. I am here to ask you to oppose the tobacco flavor ban. I am a mother of 3 kids. I have my business more than 25 years. I honestly care a lot about our community. I am concerned about this issue. I decided to close my store early tonight to be here. I have never got a ticket. I am adding a new register to make it so anyone who works in my store can scan ID. Reasonable regulations to keep tobacco products from getting into kids' hands make sense. One second. I thought I was going to say, but I forgot to.
Take your time.
Me. I wrote another tradition. Okay. I'm sorry. Okay, retailers are the first line of defense when it comes to prevent kids from purchasing tobacco products. We take very serious responsibility in this issue. And my store, my husband, me, and my daughter, we really take very serious responsibility asking for ID. Of course, no ID, no selling any tobacco products. As a retailer, I think we all do. We always ask for ID. Make sure also it's not a fake ID. I added that to my cash register just to try to do the right thing, refusing all those tobacco products. Another thing I wanted to say is. reasonable regulations to keep tobacco products from getting into kids' hands makes sense. But banning the sale, to cigarettes, flavored cigars, and
Thank you,
flavored tea for
Guadalupe.
adults.
Thank you. Valentin Martinez, followed by Ceci Rivera, followed by Lenis Baena.
Hola, buenas noches a todos. Mi nombre es Valentín Martínez, dueño de Ninos Brayron, una tienda más que ha sido afectada por la construcción en la calle 4. Estoy aquí porque quisiera hacer varias peticiones. Primera, que se abran los baños públicos, los que ya están puestos, con una persona a cargo para un mejor cuidado de estos. Segundo, que pongan cámaras de seguridad a cada cuadra, aprovechando la construcción, para una mejor protección a personas, carros y nuestros negocios que ya somos víctimas de vandalismo y grafitis. Tercero, que se resuelva lo más pronto posible una ayuda económica a nuestros negocios, ya desde que comenzó la construcción casi ya un mes y todavía no se ha solucionado nada. Y mis ventas se han reducido a un 70 y 80% y tenemos que pagar taxes, permisos de negocios, rentas, agua, luz, empleados y alimentos. Mi ficticio NEMI se me vence este año. Todos sabemos que esta no es una construcción efímera y estamos preocupados por el futuro de nuestros negocios, si cerramos o nos quedamos. Gracias.
Hold on one second. They're going to do the translation and then you can begin.
Good evening. My name is Valentin Martinez, and I'm the owner. No lo repitas, por favor. Good evening. My name is Valentin Martinez. I'm the owner of a bridal shop, and we have been affected by the construction in 4th Street. And we are here to ask several things. First, that you open the public restrooms and have somebody that is watching there for the people to use it. And second, to have surveillance cameras so that they're watching over people and cars that are there, watching over our business because we have been victimized by vandalism. And number three, to get some economic help for our business because since the construction started over a month ago, we haven't seen a lot of help. We haven't seen any help, and my sales are down 70 to 80%, and I still have to pay all my expenses and food, employees, etc. I have to renew my fictitious business license this year. So I'm wondering whether you're going to help us so I can figure out whether we stay or we close our business.
Thank you. Ceci Rivera, followed by Lenis Baena, followed by Cecilia Mora.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor Sarmiento and council members. My name is Ceci Rivera. I am 16 years old and live here in Santa Ana. I have been with the Merit Contract for the past 3 years, and I am proof that the youth want this ordinance to be passed because only good can come of banning tobacco products that target minorities like me. I have never fallen prey, luckily, to these products, but I know many people who use it as a coping method. A few people brought up the retailing concern, and of course we care about local retailers, but the truth is that the profits that they care about just don't justify the harm that these products are doing to our kids. So take it from a youth member. I have sisters and brothers who I would never want them to fall prey to these products. So listen to the youth. They are here to show support, and I hope that you take into action option 1A. Thank you.
Thank you. Lenis Baena, followed by Cecilia Mora, followed by Daniela Hernandez.
Good evening, Mayor Sarmiento and City Council members. My name is Lenise, and I'm a Santa Ana resident. I live in Ward 6. Tonight, we are asking all the City Council members to stand up to big tobacco and do what is right, and vote for option 1A to end the sale of all flavored tobacco products in all locations with no exemption. On an urgency basis, take action and protect our Santa Ana youth. Thank you.
Thank you. Sometimes those short, brief statements are more powerful. Cecilia Mora, followed by Daniela Hernandez, followed by Hugo Cota.
Buenas noches, mi nombre es Cecilia y soy residente de Santana por más de 40 años. Vivo en el distrito número 6. Soy voluntaria de American on Track y ponerle fin a la venta de tabacos de sabores en Santana. Es un tema muy importante para mí Los jóvenes de Santana necesitan de nuestra ayuda contra las compañías del tabaco. Esta noche les pedimos a todos los miembros del Consejo Municipal que se enfrenten a las grandes tabaqueras y hagan lo correcto. Voten por la opción 1A para poner fin a la venta de todos los productos de tabacos con sabor en todos los lugares, sin excepciones, con carácter y urgencia. Gracias.
Good evening. Good evening. My name is Cecilia Mora, and I am a resident of Santa Ana for over 40 years. I'm a resident of Ward 6, and I'm a volunteer with America on Track. I'm asking you to put an end to the sale of flavored tobacco products. And in Santa Ana, this is important to protect our youth against the tobacco companies. We're asking the City Council to stand up against the tobacco companies and vote for 1A and do what is right to end the sale of all flavored tobacco products, no exceptions, and do this as an urgency matter. Thank you.
Thank you. Daniela Hernandez, followed by Hugo Cota, followed by Jennifer Grajeda.
Hello, Honorable Mayor Sarmiento and City Council members. My name is Daniela Hernandez. I live in Ward 2. I am a Santana resident. I'm 17 years old and go to Segerstrom High School. I volunteer with America on Track with the Youth Leadership Club, and I strongly urge you to protect me, my siblings, and my friends from the big tobacco by adopting option 1A, an urgency ordinance ending the sale of all flavored tobacco products in all locations with no exemptions. This is such an important issue because the tobacco industry has one thing in their mind, and that is to make money from all of us and all the other youth in Santa Ana. The most common reason kids hear vape is because they're going through tough situations and need an escape. The stress and pressure from the things they're going through are too much, so they turn to products that the tobacco companies spend billions of dollars trying to convince them that will solve their problems. And that is obviously not true. We need your help to protect youth like myself by ending the sale of all flavored tobacco products in Santa Ana. Thank you.
Thank you. Hugo Cota, followed by Jennifer Grajeda, followed by Ryan Crowdis.
Hi, Honorable Mayor Sarmiento and City Council members. My name is Hugo Cota, and I'm a Santa Ana resident. I live in Ward 4. I am 14 years old, and I attend Middle College High School. I volunteer with America on Track's Youth Leadership Club, and I strongly urge you to protect me and my friends from big tobacco by adopting option 1A, an urgency ordinance ending the sale of all flavored tobacco products in all locations with no exemptions. This is such an important issue to me and the community because the tobacco industry has one thing only on their mind, and that is to make money from all of us and all the other youth. We need your help to protect the kids by ending the sale of all flavored tobacco products in Santa Ana. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Jennifer Grajeda, Ryan Crowdis, followed by Maribel Gomez.
Good evening, Mayor Sarmiento and City Council members. My name is Jennifer Grajeda, and I'm a Santa Ana resident. I live on Ward 5. When you vote for option 1A on this ordinance, you're protecting all the youth of Santa Ana. You are making a statement to Big Tobacco that you care more about the health and the future of the youth than their profits for daily products. Vote tonight to end the sale of all flavored tobacco products, all locations, no exemptions. Thank you.
Thank you. Ryan Crowdis, Maribel Gomez, followed by Marcela Prado.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. I'm a resident of Ward 3. And also as an educator, I've seen vaping change the culture on school campuses in many ways. I'm not going to go through them all, but one of the biggest illustrations of this is that there's so much vaping in school restrooms that students do not like to use other students do not like to use the restrooms because they fear their health from inhaling the toxic fumes that permeate the restrooms. Some schools have even had to regulate traffic in and out of the bathrooms. All young people need support to make healthy decisions that could impact their lives for years. Think about the young people in your life and all the young people in this great city. Don't you want to provide the best opportunities for them to be healthy and free from addiction? Listen to the youth here. They know these products target them and their friends. Profits are not worth the lives of our youth. I urge you to support the tobacco flavor ban for Santa Ana by voting yes on choice 1A today. Thank you.
Maribel Gomez, followed by Marcela Prado, followed by Jesse Gomez.
Buenas noches, queridos miembros del Consejo. Mi nombre es Maribel Gómez. Soy del Salón Aries Beauty Salón, negocio ubicado en el 320 North Sycamore. Le escribo esto para mostrar mi apoyo de 1.5 millones de fondos inmediatos, pero no la cantidad total necesaria para ayudar los negocios del centro afectado por la construcción del tren vía OC. Este alivio es temporal y la ciudad de Santa Ana y Octa deben reconocer y asignar más alivio. Utilice el excedente de la ciudad para aliviar esta crisis más allá de los 1.5 millones, ya que no es una compensación suficiente para rescatar a las empresas de este daño. Atentamente, Maribel Gómez. Esperamos, por favor, nos escuchen. Gracias.
Good evening.
Ahorita lo van a traducir.
Good evening, members of the City Council. My name is Maribel Gomez. I have Ari Beauty Salon in 320 North Sycamore. I say this because I am here to ask for I support the help, the $1.5 million of financial help for the businesses in downtown, but I'm telling you that this is not enough to help all the businesses in downtown that need help. This help is just temporary help for Santa Ana, and the city of Santa Ana and Octa needs to do more to support the businesses. The city needs to use the city's surplus to help to increase this more than the 1.5 million that are allocated. This is not enough to help all the businesses that are struggling. Sincerely, Maribel Gomez, and thank you for the help.
Adelante, Marcela.
Buenas noches. Good evening. My name is Marcela Prado Rodriguez. I own a business on 4th Street, Broadway, and 4th. I come to you as the authorities and representatives of the City of Santa Ana who have approved the OCTA streetcar project. This project has brought huge losses to the merchants of downtown Santa Ana due to the street in front of our business being closed to traffic. We ask that the city, like OCTA, assume the losses that we are experiencing day by day. 1.5 million has so far been approved as aid, which is not enough. It would only alleviate the losses up to this moment. You are asked to use increased funds to exceed 1.5 million to something that is more sufficient to rescue businesses from this damage caused by you and the authorities allowing this project. Thank you.
Jesse Gomez, followed by Logan Crow, followed by Bill Trett. Jesse Gomez, followed by Logan Crow, followed by Bill Tretty.
Hola, buenas noches. Estimados miembros del concilio, mi nombre es Jesse Gómez de Aries Beauty Salon, localizado en el 320 North Sycamore, y me estoy dirigiendo a ustedes para mostrarles, en acuerdo con los 1.5 millones de ayuda inmediata, pero no como tal ayuda se necesita para los negocios afectados por la construcción del OC Streetcar. Esta ayuda se considera temporal y más ayuda será necesaria. Y tiene que ser por parte de la ciudad de Santa Ana y Octa. Por favor, les pido utilicen los fondos para aliviar esta crisis más allá del 1.5 millones. Esta cantidad no es suficiente para rescatar a los negocios por este daño causado. Sinceramente y atentamente, Jesse Gómez. Muchas gracias.
Gracias. Logan, just give me a second for the translation.
Oh, absolutely.
Good evening, dear members of the City Council. My name is Jesse Gomez. I'm from Ari Beauty Salon at 320 North Sycamore, and I'm here to show you and to show the support for the $1.5 million for immediate help. But I'm telling you that this is not enough to help all the businesses that are affected by the construction of the Orange County streetcar. This help is only temporary, and we need more help is needed by the City of Santa Ana and OCTA. Please, we're asking you to use the monies to help this crisis beyond the $1.5 million. This money is not enough to rescue the businesses that have been damaged, affected by the construction. Sincerely, Jesse Gomez. Thank you.
And Logan, right after you, Bill Treddy, Claire Brayburn, and Jennifer Noria. Go ahead, Logan.
Good evening, good evening, Honorable Mayor Sarmiento and esteemed council members. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. My name is Logan Crow. I live and work in Ward 6, and I am the founder and executive director of the Frida Cinema on 4th Street. I'm speaking on item 21. Whereas I appreciate that the City of Santa Ana will be approving the Santa Ana Business Interruption Fund, I feel it would be an injustice if OCTA did not display some due responsibility by matching, at least, this relief effort. 2 weeks ago, I joined many members of my community in voicing our frustrations, pains, and concerns regarding the impact of the subpar conditions of OTCA's work. After stressing the urgent need for security, we listened as representatives promised to provide overnight security for the businesses on 4th Street. When you have a brightly lit street surrounded by businesses completely closed off to traffic, vandalism is essentially guaranteed. Yesterday morning, I attended OCTA's board meeting and listened as members of my community continued to express their frustration, notably about work continuing to start well into the late morning and finishing before 5 o'clock. When the issue of lack of security was brought up, OCTA assured us that guard service was already underway. 2 nights ago, my theater was just the latest downtown business to be broken into in just the last few weeks. It was the first time since we opened that someone just brazenly walked up and smashed right through the door. I was there from 3 a.m. to 5:30 a.m., and I did not see one security guard anywhere on the street all night. It's beyond me how the safety and welfare of the businesses of 4th Street, who you would think OCTA would want among the most vocal advocates of its upcoming streetcar, are being disregarded in this manner. Basic 8x6 windscreen construction fencing costs $38 a stretch and would keep dust and debris from flying into businesses, yet even something as simple and common to construction sites as this isn't provided by OCTA. I ask my city leaders to leverage your relationships with OCTA and demand they take responsibility and immediately participate in the fiscal relief effort. OCTA's inadequate infrastructure has caused this pain and distress, and the very least they can do is not lay the burden of providing relief to this community on its taxpayers. Thank you.
Thank you. Bill Treddy, followed by Claire Brayburn, followed by Jennifer Noria, followed by Julia Castro.
Hello, everyone. The construction on 4th Street is really slow. It's painful to watch. I wish we could really hurry it up. And I've also noticed a lot of graffiti and a lot of violence. A lot of gangs have been coming to 4th Street. It's been a mess lately. So we really need to hurry it up, and we need to help the businesses. So I hope that you all can help. All right. And also, I don't believe in the streetcar. I want to make that known.
Claire Brayburn, followed by Jennifer Noria, followed by Julia Castro, followed by Salvador.
Honorable Mayor and City Council members, my name is Claire Brayburn. I'm the Executive Director and co-founder of America on Track. I'm here to talk about Agenda Item 27 regarding the ordinance to end the sale of flavored tobacco. Tonight, you have a wonderful opportunity to show the residents of Santa Ana, the people you are elected to support and protect, that you truly care about the health and future of the youth of Santa Ana. For several months, you've heard the testimony from dozens of youth and adult residents of Santa Ana that they strongly support ending the sale of all flavored tobacco products at all locations with no exemptions. Tonight, I have a stack of 812 endorsements, and we won't take 2 minutes for each of them, I promise. 812 endorsements from Santa Ana residents who echo that support. All of these residents, nearly 1,000, are urging you to make the right choice and vote for option 1A tonight to end the sale of all flavored tobacco products with no exemptions. We know that no additional time is needed to discuss whether or not flavored tobacco of all kinds is harmful or addictive to children. All of us have conceded to that fact. We know tobacco is bad for kids. We know that the tobacco industry specifically targets youth with candied flavored products, even though they're not legally able to purchase those products. So where's the problem? Is it the fact that big tobacco in the guise of small business, small local business, is saying that their businesses will be harmed? Tobacco-flavored products will still be available, tobacco-flavored, not candy-flavored, tobacco-flavored tobacco products will still be available for retailers to sell to their adult smokers. And tobacco isn't the primary reason that customers shop at convenience stores. A national industry report found that 49% go to purchase a drink, 35% to purchase food or snacks, and only 17% for other reasons such as buying tobacco, accessing an ATM, or using the bathroom. And furthermore, convenience stores generate significantly more gross profit, more than double, from food items than from tobacco. Or is the problem that the hookah industry is trying to confuse the issue for you and make
Claire,
it a cultural
if you could begin
issue?
wrapping up your
Okay.
time.
Voting for option 1A still allows for tobacco-flavored hookah, so those who truly use it as a cultural issue will have access to what they want and need.
Thank you.
So please vote for 1A.
Thank you. Jennifer Noria, followed by Julia Castro, followed by Salvador, followed by Gustavo.
Good evening, Mayor Sacramento and City Council members. I'm Jennifer Noria. I'm 15 years old, and I attend Legacy College Prep. I'm a Santa Ana resident, and I live in Ward 5. I'm 15 years old, and I attend Legacy College Prep. I'm here with America on Track Youth Club, and I would like to speak about the impacts of flavored tobacco products. Flavored tobacco products are a danger to youth like myself, and there is nothing sweet about addiction. Prohibiting the sales of flavored tobacco products in Santa Ana will protect youth in our community. You can protect us by adopting option 1A and urgency ending sales of all flavored tobacco products in all locations with no exceptions. Thank you for giving me your time. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments. Juliet Castro, followed by Salvador, followed by Gustavo, followed by Rocio Guzman.
Buenas tardes, estoy aquí presente como residente de Santana, como negociante y como trabajadora. Santana Council Members, necesito su ayuda para mantener mi negocio abierto. Trabajo todos los días, no tengo ningún día de descanso. Los siguientes 6 meses de construcción serán devastadores para mí y para todos mis compañeros de la calle 4 de Santana. Apenas son 28 días de construcción y he notado pérdidas de clientes y pérdidas financieras en mi negocio. Mi negocio está ubicado en el 222 West 4th Street, Suite A. Mi negocio es pequeño y estoy ubicado en el segundo piso, el cual es más difícil para los clientes encontrarme y hacerse su servicio. Para los nuevos clientes también es muy difícil encontrar el salón de belleza. Les pido su ayuda inmediata. Como negociante y trabajadora, tengo que pagar mi renta del salón de belleza. Tengo que pagar vivienda. Tengo que pagar aseguranza de salud. Tengo que pagar mi escuela. Tengo que pagar mi comida. Tengo que pagar por los empleados. Tengo que comprar productos para sobrevivir en el negocio y mantenerlo abierto. No pedí ninguna ayuda en esta pandemia por mi caso de migración que no fuera afectado. Los precios de mi salón no son comparados como los de Beverly Hills. Soy una mujer trabajadora, pero este cierre de la calle me está afectando y me afectará estos 6 meses. No quiero imaginar si pierdo mis clientes. Como estilista, si no tengo clientes, no gano ni $1. Yo vivo de los clientes. Los clientes se han quejado de lo difícil de encontrar parking. Algunos se han desesperado y se han ido y me he quedado sin ese trabajo. He trabajado aquí en Santana por más de 18 años. Exijo su apoyo para sobrevivir. He estado pagando mis impuestos y pido estos 5 millones de ayuda para que me ayuden a mí y a todos los trabajadores de Santana. Muchas gracias.
Salvador. There's no last name here. Salvador, followed by Gustavo.
Good evening. I'm here as a business owner in Santa Ana. I'm a resident of Santa Ana, a business owner, and a worker here in Santa Ana. And Santa Ana City Council, we need your help to keep my business open. I work 7 days a week. I get no rest, and this is affecting me. This is devastating for myself, for my business, and for my colleagues. For the 28 days that the construction has been going on, I have noticed a loss of business, loss of clientele. My business is at 222 West 4th Street. I have a small business. It's on the second floor, so it's hard for my clients to find me. It's hard to get new clients as well. So we need this immediate help to help with rent for the beauty salon. I need to pay different things. I need to pay my rent and health insurance, my own housing, food, employees, beauty products to keep my business open. And we are asking for this help to help our businesses. I did not ask for help during the pandemic because I didn't want it to affect my immigration case. My prices are not Beverly Hills prices, so I'm here to just surviving. And when we lose our business, I know that the next 6 months during the construction are going to be very difficult. And if I lose a client, that's business that I've lost. I live off my clients, and if my clients have told me that they cannot find parking and they have left, if I lose a client, I lose the business. I've been a business owner for over 18 years in Santa Ana, and I demand your support of the $5 million help. Thank you.
Salvador, followed by Gustavo, followed by Rocio Guzman, and then Catalina Iniesta.
Good evening, council members. My name is Salvador. I have a travel business in a parking lot downtown. I've been impacted by the construction of OCTA. My business is down over 75% due to the construction. My customers cannot get through. My business cannot get through. We need economic relief, and we need it now. It's been over 30 days since our streets have been lifted. Our business have been affected. We need more signage. We need more advertising. We need more security. Giving us free parking is not enough. 1.5 million is not enough. Please don't nickel and dime us. Please be fair to us. Thank you.
Gustavo, followed by Rocio Guzman. Rocio Guzman, followed by Catalina Iniestra, followed by Jasmine Torres.
Buenas noches, señor alcalde Sarmiento y miembros del concilio. Mi nombre es Rocío Guzmán y he vivido en la ciudad de Santa Ana hace aproximadamente unos 20 años y soy voluntaria de American On Track. Estoy aquí junto a todos ellos, mis compañeros, padres y jóvenes, que estamos en nuestra lucha por el cuidado de nuestra juventud, la cual es muy vulnerable para todo el producto de las tabacalerías, en especial el tabaco de sabor, lo cual no le quita lo dañino que es, y más si usan la juca. Solo pedimos que por favor hagan lo correcto y voten por la opción 1A. Gracias de antemano por todo su apoyo y recordemos que nuestros jóvenes son nuestro futuro. Soy una madre que viene representando a varias madres que tal vez quisieran estar aquí y no pueden hacerlo, pero estamos representando a esos padres preocupados por esta situación. Muchas gracias.
Good evening, Mayor Sarmiento, members of the City Council. My name is Rocio Guzman, and I have lived in Santa Ana for about 20 years, and I'm a volunteer with America On Track, and I'm here with the organization, with other parents and other young people to support the youth because they're very vulnerable to the tobacco companies, especially when they're selling them flavored products and hookah and other products like that. I'm here to ask you to do the right thing and vote for option 1A. Thank you beforehand for your support, and the youth are our future, and I'm here as a mom representing other moms who could not be here. So thank you for for your support.
Catalina Iniestra, followed by Jasmine Torres, followed by Eder Lopez, followed by Ann Nolly.
Buenas noches, alcalde Sarmiento y concejales. Mi nombre es Catalina Iniestra, soy residente de Santa Ana por más de 30 años, vivo en el Distrito 3, soy voluntaria de America On Track por más de 5 años y ponerle fin a la venta del tabaco de sabores en Santa Ana es un tema muy importante y muy doloroso para mí. ¿Por qué? Porque tengo 2 adolescentes, de la cual una de ellas se ha visto envuelta en esto. Y se los digo en esta forma porque no lo he podido superar. Ver a mi hija como un zombie cuando ella era una niña muy alegre, buena en deportes, siempre les gustó participar desde que estuvieron en preescolar hasta la secundaria, que están en high school ahora, pero por presión, por moda, o porque sus papás no se van a dar cuenta. Sí me di cuenta ver a mi hija sonámbula y verla salir del baño toda una zombie y enfrentarla, decirle que qué le estaba pasando cuando yo vi todos esos cambios bruscos en ella. Lo más triste y doloroso para mí como madre es haberla hecho lo que hacen los policías. Y desgraciadamente le encontré a mi hija, 3 cigarrillos de vapor escondidos en sus partes interiores. Me ha dolido tanto, me ha podido tanto, porque decía yo, como madre a mí no me va a pasar, porque las he tenido en programas de drogas, prevención de alcohol y todo, pero aún no pude. ¿Por qué? Porque las tabacaleras industriales están poniéndoselos enfrente de las escuelas, donde no les dan oportunidad de ser ellos, sino que los involucran obligándolos. Y esto a mí me duele, porque no seré la única que esté pasando esto. Habemos muchos más padres en esta situación, y por eso yo les pido que voten por la 1A y que espero tomen conciencia de esto, por favor.
Gracias.
Good evening, Mayor Sarmiento, members of the City Council. My name is Catalina Iniestra. I'm a resident of Santa Ana for over 30 years. I'm a resident of Ward 3, and I volunteer with America on Track for over 5 years. And I'm here to ask you to end the sale of flavored tobacco products in Santa Ana. I'm coming here in pain. I have two teenagers. One is involved in this, and I can't overcome this. This is painful for me to see one of my daughters just walking around like a zombie. She's using this product, and it's very hard for me to live the situation. She was a very happy girl. She used to be a very happy girl, a very strong girl, from preschool all the way to junior high, but now she's in high school. And it's very hard for me to see my daughter walking out of the restroom like a zombie, and I had to confront her, and it's very sad and painful for me. I had to do like the police do and check her, and found on her 3 cigarettes in her private part, hidden in her private parts. So this is very hard as a mom. I thought this would never happen to me, because I took them to all those programs and prevention programs, but the tobacco companies are very strong. They just put their products in front of them right outside of the school. They force them to take this, and I know that I'm not the only one, so I'm here to ask you to vote for 1A. Thank you.
Jasmine Torres, followed by Ede Lopez, followed by Ann Nolly, followed by Maggie Acuna.
Hi, good evening, council members and Mayor Sarmiento. My name is Jasmine. I'm a resident of Santa Ana. I live in Ward 1. And banning the sale of flavored tobacco products is a very important issue for me, because I am also a parent, and the thought of having my 9-year-old son be tempted with these products just breaks my heart, just like every other parent here. So tonight I'm asking you council members to please vote on option 1A and ban the sale of these flavored products. Thank you.
Thank you. Ede Lopez, Ann Nolly, Maggie Acuna, followed by Juan Romo.
Hello, Honorable Mayor and City Council members. My name is Eder Lopez, and I'm a Santa Ana resident in Ward 5. I'm 18 years old, and I volunteer with America on Track and the Youth Leadership Club. I really hope you will support our ordinance and end the sale of flavored tobacco in our communities. We have come here time and time again, and we will do so as long as it takes, because no one can put a price on our health. And I will continue to fight and protect my community from big tobacco. And as you can see, I'm not alone. You know, they may lose a few dollars, but if we let this continue, we may lose our lives. So please, I ask of you, take action and protect us. Adopt option 1A and end the sale of flavored tobacco. No exemptions. Thank you.
Ann Nolly, followed by Maggie Acuna, followed by Juan Romo, followed by Ana Laura Padilla.
Okay, alrighty.
You might want to get a little closer to the microphone.
Oh, right here?
No, the microphone to your left.
Right here.
There you go.
Yeah. Sorry. Okay. Hi, Anna Nall. I'm a business owner. First of all, good evening, Mayor Sarmiento and council members. It's my first time doing this. And anyway, I am a business owner on 4th Street, and I Nall Fine Art. I started my business in 2019. It was my dream to have a gallery, and I'm an artist. And shortly thereafter, I opened September 2019. Then we had COVID in March, and so things changed. But I managed to keep the gallery open. And in the fall of 2021, we opened up, and things were great. People were coming in to the gallery. During the art walk, it was lovely, just lovely. And I think spirits were up, and unfortunately, I had to turn in my keys last week. And I can honestly say it was the saddest day of my life since my father died in 2016. This is my life. And I'm a business owner, and I am a single mother of a daughter I'm sending to college. And I think the construction, I'm asking for compensation. I'm probably a little late, because I turned in my keys, but for the other business people, because you can't do business when you can't park the car. And please, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Maggie Acuna, followed by Juan Romo, followed by Ana Laura Padilla, followed by Hermelindo Munoz.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. My name is Maggie Acuna. I am with ACS CAN. I'm here to ask you to urge you to eliminate the sale of flavored tobacco products, all flavored tobacco products in the city of Santa Ana. At the age of 30, I was diagnosed with thyroid cancer. The first question I asked of my doctor was, what did I do to cause this? You see a lot of youth in this hall tonight who are urging you to help protect them so that they don't have a similar experience at some point in their life, asking a doctor what they did. You've heard from a lot of our members here who have shared lots of data points. I wanted to share two with you. 85% of smokers start by the age of, before the age of 18. 80% start with the flavored tobacco product. You have the opportunity by passing this ordinance 1A, option 1A, to protect the youth in Santa Ana. Thank you.
Thank you. Juan Romo, Ana Laura Padilla, followed by Hermelindo Munoz and Jimena Silva.
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Juan Manuel Romo. Mi negocio se llama Santana Salón de Banquetes Familiares. Tengo desde el año 2008 trabajando en el centro de la ciudad, la calle 4. La razón que estoy aquí es porque la construcción del tren nos está afectando. Mis clientes me están cancelando los eventos porque tienen miedo que no haya suficientes estacionamientos. Se mira muy deplorable la calle y callejones llenos de grafite y personas emborrachándose en los callejones y peleando como este último sábado. Y la seguridad de la calle nunca aparece. Y prefieren ir a otra ciudad a hacer sus eventos familiares. Esto me está atrasando con mis rentas y gastos que tengo para mantener mi negocio adelante y sostener mi responsabilidad como padre de familia. Ya que por la emergencia que tuvimos del COVID, mi negocio estuvo cerrado más de un año y tuve pérdidas. Me atrasé con mi renta del negocio, con el dueño del edificio, y apenas estaba empezando a pagar esta deuda de más de $30,000 y otras deudas, Y vino esto de la construcción del tren. Y veo que tengo otro problema. Mis clientes están asustados y me están cancelando ya varios eventos. Por favor, concejales y alcalde, les pido ayuda monetaria para mí y mis compañeros de la calle 4, ya que somos más de 80 negocios afectados, ya que los contratistas trabajan al día de 3 a 4 horas y creo que le pagan 8 horas diarias. Y nadie los supervisa. Gracias.
Good evening. My name is Juan Manuel Romo. I'm the owner of Santa Ana Salon for family banquets, and I've been in downtown Santa Ana since 2018 on 4th Street, and it's the streetcar construction has affected my business a lot. My customers have canceled events. They're afraid that there will not be enough parking during their event. The conditions around there are deplorable. There's graffiti all over. There's drunk people fighting in the alleyways and around the streets. And just like it happened this past weekend, and security is nowhere to be seen. And my customers prefer to go to other cities now instead. I'm falling behind in my rent and my other expenses for my business, and I can't support my family as a head of the household. And COVID affected me. I had to close due to COVID for over a year, so I had great losses. I fell behind in the rent and other expenses. My debt is up to about $30,000. And now, because of the construction, I see that I'm still falling behind. My clients are canceling the events, so we need this financial help for myself and for the other businesses. There are over 80 businesses around downtown that are affected. The construction workers are there for 3 to 4 hours a day, and I think they're paid for 8. So there's no supervision. Thank you.
Thank you. Ana Laura Padilla, followed by Hermelindo Muñoz, followed by Jimena Silva, followed by Minerva Alvarez.
Good evening, Mayor Sarmiento and members of the council. Today I read a quote that said, for many years, almost for its very inception, the city of Santa Ana has had a downtown shopping and business district known as 4th Street. It has a long cultural history and used to have a great atmosphere. Today, this is 4th Street. I have some pictures that I can pass over later. Today, this is also what happens at 4th Street. One of my servers got beat up at the parking structure after finishing his job at my restaurant. There was no security, there was no police officers around to help him. We have to urgently take him to the emergency room ourselves when he gave us a call. It's becoming very hard to keep all security and in downtown Santa Ana. Also, for the past 2 weeks, I have opened my office for members of business owners to help them with filing the application for the Orange County Micro Businesses Grant. Most of these businesses do not qualify due to they already have previous grants for COVID. So I urgently ask you for more funds for these businesses. The questions I get asked every day is, Anna, how am I gonna pay my rent? Anna, how am I gonna survive this? And I don't have any answers for this. I have already called more than 15 landlords to ask for a grace period to pay March rent for all these business owners. And this is just the beginning of the construction. I have no idea how we're gonna survive for the next couple months. Thank you.
Thank you. Hermelindo Muñoz, followed by Jimena Silva. Hermelindo Muñoz. Jimena Silva, followed by Minerva Alvarez.
Hello, good evening. My name is Jimena, and I'm an employee here in Santa Ana. I work 6 days a week in this beautiful city. But recently, it's been sad to see how the city is becoming so insecure. I'm scared to finish work late at night and walk by myself into the parking due to multiple confrontations in the parking structure. in our work, we need to walk in groups to the parking structure because we're scared that something can happen to us. And there is no security to make us feel safe. Friends of mine had come to visit downtown Santa Ana and got their cars broken into. This morning, another window broken into the parking. And all my worries got worse when recently, last Saturday, one of my coworkers was walking with his boyfriend and a group of people beat them up and sprayed them with pepper spray just because they were part of the LGBT community. This happened in a street away from our job. And there was no cops and no security that could provide any help or avoid the situation. When I come to work, I'd rather pay more money in the meters than park my car in the structure, even though I have a parking pass. And the reason to this is because I don't know in what conditions I'm gonna find my car after work. I am also concerned economically wise for the business in Santa Ana. We have never been so slow in tax season. Clients cancel because they don't wanna deal with all these closed streets and unsafe parking. We have more than 90 cancellations since the construction started. We can hear the phone most of the times because of the loud noise that this construction causes. We come here and ask for help to keep this city and this culture safe and alive. So please help us. Thank you.
Minerva Alvarez, followed by Maria Perez and Lucy Jaden.
Me gustaría decir buenas noches, pero realmente el día de hoy no estamos nosotros para festejar nada. Estamos muy tristes porque nuestros negocios están prácticamente desolados, no tenemos clientes. Estamos nuevamente aquí ante ustedes con el gran problema que tenemos en la calle 4. Las necesidades son muy grandes. No tan solo es la renta de nuestros negocios, es la comida, la gasolina, la renta de nuestros hogares y muchas otras necesidades. Necesitamos toda su ayuda que nos puedan dar. Yo tengo mucho tiempo en la calle 4 y siempre hemos contribuido a todos nosotros los comerciantes de la calle 4 merecemos ayuda. Recuerdo que el señor Sarmiento fue a decirnos que por favor no paráramos la construcción y nosotros hicimos caso. Espero, señor Sarmiento, que ahora nos apoye a nosotros. Gracias.
I would like to say good evening, but there's nothing too good about it, nothing to celebrate. It's sad that we are here. Our businesses are practically desolate. We have no clients. We have lots of problems in 4th Street. It's not only the issue with paying the rent. We can't pay our food, the gas, our home expenses. So we need all the financial help that you can give us. I've been on 4th Street for a long time, and it's very difficult now. And all the businesses are there. All the businesses need your help. I remember that Mr. Sarmiento went to us and said to support with construction, to keep on with construction, and now we're asking that you help us. Thank you.
Maria Perez, followed by Lucy Jaden, followed by Guadalupe Barragán.
Buenas noches a todos. Los comerciantes de la calle 4 pedimos ayuda económica para pagar los servicios de nuestros negocios, porque en su proyecto de construcción no contemplaron el gran impacto que ocasiona en la economía de los comerciantes, la cual se está viniendo abajo. Necesitamos sobrevivir. Fue muy difícil sobrevivir a la pandemia y ahora las afectaciones de esta obra nos van a hundir y si no recibimos apoyo económico será imposible mantenernos hasta que el proyecto termine. En la página web de OCTA se señala que para la obra cuentan con recursos federales, estatales y locales y por 509 millones de dólares y en la sección de preguntas frecuentes indican que el costo del proyecto es de 408 millones de dólares. Tomando en cuenta estos datos, podemos decir que los recursos de dinero que estamos solicitando no representan un porcentaje significativo de los recursos con los que OCTA tiene disponible para el proyecto. ¿Qué vamos a hacer los dueños de negocios afectados sin apoyo económico? Este proyecto termina hasta el 2024. Esto es apenas el inicio de las afectaciones para los dueños de negocios y falta mucho para que la obra rinda fruto. Señores del Consejo, necesitamos tu ayuda. Gracias.
Good evening. I am a member, a business, a 4th Street business, and the 4th Street businesses need your help so we can pay for our services, we can get by. The construction has been very difficult for our businesses. We need to survive, and it's been hard to survive through the pandemic, and now our businesses are about to sink. We don't have money. We need the help for the businesses and to pay for our services. And the OCTA website says that there are federal monies and local monies that go into this project. The frequently asked questions on the website says that this project is about $408 million. So the resources that we're asking are not a significant percentage of the money to help the businesses. So the businesses need the help. This construction project is supposed to go until 2024. So this means that this project is just starting, and we are suffering here. So City Council, we need your help. Thank you.
Lucy Jaden, followed by Guadalupe Barragan, followed by Erika Robles, followed by Juan Plasencia.
Good evening, council members. My name is Lucy Jadow, and I'm here to speak on behalf of the LGBTQ Center of Orange County, which provides a safe space and advocacy for members of the LGBT community here in Santa Ana. As a member of the queer community myself, I've fallen victim to the candy-like flavors of tobacco that made me feel like I belonged when I otherwise felt like an outcast. I began vaping as a teenager because it tasted good and because it helped me make friends and feel accepted. I had no understanding of the health risks of using tobacco or how addictive it was, and I never expected to still be struggling with a dependence over 6 years later. The fact is that 90% of smokers start in their teenage years, and those in the LGBTQ community start even younger. Flavored tobacco exists to fuel this statistic as it is designed to target the vulnerable palate of a younger demographic. Tobacco is the leading cause of preventable death in the United States. The key word here is preventable. Voting to ban the sale of flavored tobacco without exemptions in Santa Ana and remove it from your local drugstores is a monumental decision whose impact will stretch years into the future. You have the power to change the course of a generation of young lives in shielding them from a life of addiction, health complications, and ultimately premature death. I ask that you please consider the gravity of your role in fostering a safer, healthier future for your community and the world at large as you make this decision today. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Guadalupe Barragan, followed by Erika Robles, followed by Juan Plasencia, followed by Maria del Sol.
Buenas tardes nuevamente a los miembros del concilio. La primera vez que vine aquí me preguntaron, ¿no tienes miedo de presentarte ante el mayor Vicente Sarmiento? Y les contesté, no, porque él es un humano igual que yo. Tiene 2 manos, tiene una cabeza, tiene 2 pies. Los respeto como miembros del concilio y les felicito por enfocar su tiempo y lo que están haciendo con los indigentes, con los homeless, todo lo que están haciendo. Estamos muy agradecidos con ustedes. Pero la verdad, todos los negociantes de la calle 4 necesitamos de su apoyo urgentemente. No sabemos quién se inventó eso del tren, pero necesitamos de su ayuda. Otro punto que quiero decirles es que la señorita Teresa Triza, o no sé cómo su verdadero nombre, quien se presentó como la organizadora de OCTA, es una señora irrespetuosa que nos mandó decir que hubo una junta en OCTA en la calle Main, en Orange, y no nos atendió, nos dejó en la parte de afuera, lo cual es una irresponsable que no tiene educación. Por educación nos hubiera hecho entrar para escuchar y nos prometió ayuda y la cual no la estamos recibiendo. Necesitamos urgentemente de su ayuda. En mi negocio personalmente somos 6 familias que dependemos de allí y sí somos afectados muchísimo. Necesitamos, señor Sarmiento y todos los miembros del Consejo, que tomen atención a nuestra necesidad. Muchísimas gracias.
Gracias.
Good evening, members of the City Council. The first time I came here, somebody asked me, "You're not afraid to go before the mayor, Sarmiento?" And I said, "No, I'm not afraid because he's a human being just like anyone. He has 2 hands, a head, and 2 feet. He's a respectful member of the City Council. And we are here and I commend you, I congratulate you on what you are doing with the homeless. We're very thankful to you. But all the 4th Street businesses need your help urgently. And I don't know who is the one who brought the streetcar, but this Teresa or Tessa from OCTA, the OCTA organization, is very disrespectful. She told us about a meeting on Main Street in Orange, and we were left outside. We were not invited to go in. She did not listen to what we went to say, and they promised help, and we are not getting any help. My business, 6 families depend on my business, so we, Mr. Sarmiento, and the City Council, we need your support. We need your support on this issue right now. Thank you very much.
Erika Robles, followed by Juan Plasencia, followed by Maria del Sol, and then Moises Vasquez.
Good evening, council members and Mayor Sarmiento. I'm here with my team, representative. I'm a founder of United Across Borders Foundation, and I just wanted to take the time and say thank you. And I'm coming on number 17. I appreciate it for the time, and I just wanted to let you guys know that I wasn't born here. I was born in Morelos, Mexico, and I'm gonna represent this year. They're gonna be working together, and just want to let you guys know that I'm here for you guys and for the community, and thank you for everything, guys. Thank you.
Thank you. Juan Plasencia, followed by Maria del Sol, Moises Vasquez, and then Riley Williams.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and City Council. My name is Juan P. Plasencia, or many know me as JP. I'm a resident of the Mid-City neighborhood in Ward 4, and I also work as an immigration outreach coordinator at the LGBTQ Center OC. Tonight, I am here as both the resident of Santa Ana and as an LGBTQ member who is deeply concerned about the health of our youth and our community. Did you know in 2021 alone, there were approximately 2.06 million youth from grades 6 through 12 that self-identified as being users of e-cigs? We need to understand how. How are youth and young adults perceiving flavored products? Well, research did establish that youth highly prefer sweet tastes and sweet odors, which explains their appeal to the flavored products. But flavors, especially sweet and fruit flavors, do play a role in influencing tobacco use or experimentation in youth and young adults. Now, a closer look, the FDA's 2021 Annual National Youth Tobacco Survey, although done through a pandemic, distinguished that 2 in 5 youth use e-cigs frequently and 1 in 4 use daily. 85% of youth surveyed began, currently use, and prefer flavored e-cigs. In the LGB community, it's 1 in 5. These figures represent the users and fail to look at the causes or factors of why these numbers are so dangerously high. This topic hits home for me because I understand the effects. I have severe asthma as a result of my own father being a smoker. It took seeing his son intubated for a week in the hospital for him to realize and quit smoking. We want you all to know that there is an option available for all of you. As the tobacco product landscape continues to evolve, tonight we have the opportunity to make a change. Tonight, we urge you to vote yes on an ordinance that prohibits the sale of tobacco products in our city. Thank you for your time and attention from myself, members of the LGBTQ community, and the residents of Santa Ana. Thank you.
Thank you. Maria del Sol, followed by Moises Vasquez, followed by Victor Mendez.
Buenas noches, Mayor Vicente Sarmiento y concejales. Okay. Yo soy comerciante como muchos aquí. Tengo también mi negocio en 501 East 4th Street. Y gracias por escucharnos a todos ustedes. Pero lamentablemente por la construcción que hay de OC, nuestros negocios ya han sido afectados, lamentablemente, de gran manera. Hemos perdido muchos clientes y por ese motivo nuestros ingresos han bajado demasiado. La construcción de las calles es, como dice el nombre, construcción, pero se miran las calles más bien como destrucción, no como construcción. Llegan con las máquinas, destruyen todo en 1 hora, pero para volverlas a poner como estaban o como deben estar, están tardando demasiados. Hemos perdido muchos clientes y para recuperar esos clientes va a tomar mucho tiempo. Ellos se han ido a otros negocios, a otras ciudades. Por este motivo nosotros pedimos que nos ayuden económicamente para poder sostener nuestro negocio. Nosotros queremos seguir trabajando como lo hemos hecho hasta ahora. Queremos seguir adelante, pero necesitamos ahora ayuda y no sabemos cuándo va a terminar esta construcción. Lo necesitamos acciones, no palabras. Necesitamos lo más pronto posible. Gracias por escucharnos. Buenas noches.
Gracias.
Good evening, Mayor Vicente Sarmiento and City Council members. I'm a business owner. My business is on 504 East 4th Street, and thank you for listening to us. And sadly, the construction of the Orange County streetcar is affecting us. We have lost lots of clients. Our income has gone down a lot. And the construction, well, they call it construction, but it looks like more like destruction. The machines come and then destroy the street in about an hour, but it takes them much longer than that to build it back up. So we have lost lots of clients, and they are taking. It's going to take a long time to bring these customers to get those customers back. They're going to other cities, to other businesses. So we need your financial help for our businesses, and we want to stay here. We want to keep working, and we need your help. We don't know when this is going to end, and so we need actions, not words. And we need your help as soon as possible. Thank you.
Moises Vasquez, followed by Riley Williams, followed by Victor Mendez, and then Anna Marson.
Good evening. My name is Moises Vasquez. I'm a resident of Santa Ana. I live in Ward 2. Growing up in Santa Ana, many of us experimented with tobacco. Some of us chose not to go down that path. Others became addicted, and still today, friends of mine that began abusing substances when we were kids have not been able to overcome their addictions. On the contrary, many of their addictions have escalated, but they all began their path to addiction by abusing tobacco. Telling our youth to stay away from abusing substances is not always enough. Drug awareness programs are not always enough. We must back that up by adopting policies and ordinances to protect them. I urge you to vote on option 1A to prohibit the sale of all flavored tobacco products in Santa Ana. Thank you.
Thank you. Riley Williams, followed by Victor Mendez, followed by Anna Marson.
Hi there, my name is Riley Williams. I am a resident of Ward 1 of Santa Ana, and I do want to acknowledge that it is very clear that the council cares about our youth, as you have let us go forward today and push our items up to the front, as we find these very important. As I'm sure you're aware, as we all are, as we have heard many times tonight, is a growing epidemic among our youth. And we find that 1 in 5 lesbian, gay, and bisexual individuals smoke. And for trans individuals such as myself, the closer estimate is 1 in 3, or over 30% at this point, and the numbers continue to grow. The reason this becomes a Santa Ana issue, though, because a lot of my points were already said, over time, we've seen more and more vendors move into Santa Ana. When you look at where they are located on that map, you see they're located near those schools, the middle schools, the high schools. When doing my own research and seeing in the Santa Ana School District, there's at least 17 vendors within a 2-mile radius of each school. That is a walking distance. It is way too easy to walk into a 7-Eleven and view so many different flavors. And each day another one gets made. I may not like white gummy bear, but tomorrow, do I like green gummy bear? And every day they come back with another flavor, which is why tonight we need to push to just get them out of here. They will continue to push their new flavors on people like me, on people like my friends, and people like my little sister who had picked up vaping before she had even finished high school. These temporary fixes that they try to sell us are addiction in a little pod, and we know this because addiction smells like cotton candy now. Thank you.
Victor Mendez, followed by Anna Marson, followed by Brian Leon, and our last speaker will be Alfonso Calderon, our last in-person speaker.
Mr. Mayor, may I have my full 3 minutes because I have another item besides item 16 that I wish to speak on, but I'll...
Go ahead, Victor. Go.
Okay. I'm coming to you with a personal appeal. I worked with both Mr. Hernandez and Councilmember Fan on trying to amend the current ERP program to include arrears. My assumption was that it would always be kind of a single award, the program would be modified, and then you'd be awarding these new grants to people who are in need for both their arrears and any prospective payments up to 3 months. Mr. Brown informed Councilmember Correa today, and I had talked to Lou directly about this, that this will be nothing but a sequential program. Until the arrears program is completed, in the view of Mr. Brown, then they'll award prospective payments. I don't know how that works. Before, it's just one combined award. It's pretty simple. It seems like we're leaving a lot of money on the table for people like myself and others who could benefit by getting both their arrears taken care of and get the prospective payments taken care of and move on with their lives through this very difficult period. So I'm asking the council to meet with Ms. Ridge and reset or determine and finalize this direction. It's been very confusing. I think Mr. Correa is very confused as well as to why you're going about it this way. And I'm frankly tired of going back and forth on emails. I just don't have that time. And I need to figure out my life as to how the city is going to be able to assist me in this particular time as I wait for a disability award. So I'll wait 2 weeks for this. I've been more than patient with it. That would have been 90 days since this was awarded or approved by the council. And then I'll just have to go from there. But I'm asking the council directly to figure this out, communicate back as to what you're going to do going forward. And I'm just not going to engage in any more emails. It's just far too frustrating because every time I get one, it's a new different problem or a new different issue from Mr. Brown. On relative to number 16, of course I support that. MTA itself has am I almost out of time? Was that my 2 minutes?
Go ahead. You've got 1 more minute.
Yeah, I'll finish it up. Thank you. Anyway, so I did a little research. So MTA offers about $50,000 a year to impacted businesses along their corridor. They've been doing it for 5 years. They have awarded about $36 million over this period of time. It seems to be a good program. It seems to work. It seems to be keeping people where they need to be. And I think what you're doing today is a good start. It's obviously it's not enough. You're going to have to find more funding. There's 150 businesses out there. I don't think that will last very long for these people. And I think we just have to figure out a way to get some more funding and also do better mitigation, because this particular contractor is simply, just not proactive and just not thinking what they're doing out there. And these businesses are left to suffer for his errors and omissions. And that's just simply unfair.
Thank you, Victor. Thank you. Anna Marson, followed by Brian Leon, followed by Alfonso Calderon.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Anna Marson. I work for the LGBTQ Center OC. As you've heard tonight, the sale flavored tobacco is harmful to our youth. And I'm here to ask you to please help us keep our youth, provide a safe environment for them. So please do what you can in keeping our youth safe and healthy. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Brian Leon, followed by Alfonso Calderon.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and council members. My name is Brian Leon. Me and my family own a business here in 113th West 4th Street, and we've been very affected by the OC streetcar, and our sales have gone down by like 80%. Also, we need security as well. This past week, twice we were robbed by homeless people, and and we need help for all the businesses around us. Thank you.
Thank you. Alfonso, welcome.
Good evening, Mayor Sarmiento and council members. Buenas noches. Estoy aquí
Para dar mi comentario, nuestro negocio es Taquerías Guadalajara en la calle 4. Estoy aquí para apoyar la causa y la lucha que se está llevando a cabo para que podamos recibir fondos de ayuda para seguir operando. Les agradecemos de corazón que estén hablando de una cantidad de $1,500,000, pero no será suficiente para resistir tantos meses con las calles cerradas. Por favor, les pedimos que midan la magnitud de esta situación y hagan lo correcto para los negociantes del downtown. Y quiero aprovechar para darles las gracias públicamente a las personas que con su dedicación y perseverancia levantaron su voz para ser escuchadas y de esa manera hicieron que todos nos uniéramos en un mismo sentir. Gracias.
Gracias, Alfonso.
Good evening, members of the City Council. I'm here to comment on this. I'm the representing Taquerías Guadalajara in 4th Street, and I'm here to support this fight that we're engaging on to get the money, the financial support to keep operating our businesses. I'm thankful and I thank you for the $1.5 million in this issue, but it's not enough. It's not enough to keep us going for so many months for when the streets are going to be closed. So we are here and we need to support the businesses in downtown. And I'm here to thank publicly all the people who are coming here to raise their voice, to have their issue heard. And we are here standing in one voice. Thank you.
Thank you. So Alfonso was our last speaker. I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to the clerk of the council because I understand there's some members of the public that wish to address the council that are online or on the phone.
Thank you, Mayor. Before muting callers, I'd like to begin reporting the following summary of emails provided. We received 2 Santa Ana residents commented on lack of services provided by OC Animal Care as a non-agenda comment. And then item number 3 on the homeless update, 1 Santa Ana resident provided a comment on issues with response for reporting issues. Item 21, 1 Santa Ana business in support of the fund. Item 27, we received in support of the ordinance prohibiting the sale of flavored tobacco. There were 25 Santa Ana residents, 812 endorsements, 786 of them were Santa Ana residents and 26 were non-Santa Ana residents. 9 non-Santa Ana residents or residency not disclosed. Then we had 1 Santa Ana business in support of option number 4. And with that, caller with the last 3 numbers, 477, if you would please dial *6 from your phone or select the microphone icon.
Yeah, good evening, Mayor and City Council. This is Dale Heldig of Ward 3. I called tonight mainly to wish Ron Ono a happy farewell. He has been very instrumental in helping Santa Ana and Park Santiago and Santiago Park. I hope he's able to join us for the grand opening of Santiago Park once all the reconstruction gets done. So best wishes to Ron. On item 20 for the Discovery Science Center Memorandum of Understanding, I support Discovery Cube doing something with that property north of them. So hopefully they get their grant money and can go ahead and acquire that. I'd just like to ask that the city keep an open mind and maybe not only let them get the MOU and the grant money, but do some kind of land swap with the city-owned property to the north of Discovery and the property that they own to the east of it over at 2525. So that'd be nice. Also, if the city council can take a close look at the redistricting maps that I sent over the weekend. As you know, the 4 maps that the city's looking at, they split up anywhere from 3 to 6 neighborhoods. And I don't think that's something that the city council wants to have happen. The map I submitted does have an issue as far as the percentage of being greater than 10%. but it also doesn't split up any neighborhoods. And I think that's more important than the 10% threshold. So I'm hoping that that works out. I'm also hoping that
10 seconds left.
I'm also hoping that maybe 4th Street, they could work at night. So I don't know if that's been thought of at all, but consider it. And the last thing is I wish the Ukrainian people all the best, and hope it ends soon. Thanks.
Thank you. Zoom ID, Nathaniel Greensides, if you would please select the microphone icon on your device. Nathaniel Greensides, you were able to unmute yourself successfully. You may proceed with your comment.
Hello? Hey, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you.
Sorry about that. So my name is Nathaniel Greensides. I'm a Ward 5 resident. Item 11 regarding new waste receptacles in our parks, and my opinion there is as long as we don't have to spend time, this same amount again in the next 10 years for the same thing, I think that $18.75 per waste receptacle is worthwhile, and I think there also needs to be messaging about what plastic products can actually be recycled into blue bins. Items 12 and 13, glad to see that these much needed busy crossings will finally get some traffic signals, especially during non-peak times when some drivers treat our streets like freeways. Item 18, I worry that mandating a monthly report of hate crimes might result in underreporting of hate crimes, in addition to all hate crimes that are actually committed as well as alleged. Item 20, Outdoor STEM Education Center for the Discovery Crew along the center. Excellent proposal in my opinion. Item 26, I'm concerned about the origin of this ordinance, and I submitted my written e-comment, which can be viewed online. And then finally, regarding the flavored tobacco ban, while I am for making these products less easily available in our city, banning something doesn't mean everyone stops using it. If surrounding cities still sell it, residents might still be able to get their hands on it, whether they're youth or adults. Additionally, if we are to ban these products altogether, because as was stated previously, these products have targeted specifically marginalized demographics of people for far too long, what assurance does this ban actually offer us that our law enforcement officers won't continue to target, marginalize, and criminalize the very same groups of people who have been targeted by the flavored tobacco industry if we are to enact, if these products are to continue to exist in our neighborhoods? The youth who have appeared in support of this ban, I applaud you and I encourage continued activism for things you care about, and to always question the powers that be. The big money that has come into Santa Ana and spent on this campaign definitely has its merit.
Left.
But will those same interests stick around after their ban is passed to ensure that you and your communities can continue to succeed? Have a good night.
Thank you. Zoom ID, Linda Barber, if you would please select the microphone icon on your device.
Good afternoon, good evening, Council and Honorable Mayor. Thank you for taking up time to consider this life-saving ordinance. I am with the American Cancer Society Cancer Action Network, and we urge you to vote tonight in support of the ordinance option 1A that ends the sale of menthol cigarettes and all other flavored tobacco products. I want to correct what the previous caller said. This policy will not criminalize the user should it be adopted, and we urge you to adopt it without delay. Every day, about 18 California kids become daily smokers through flavored tobacco. And for me, I started smoking at 16 through a flavored tobacco product, and it was harder to quit years later. And 45 years later, our youth are still being lured. We urge you to take immediate action and give Santa Ana youth that equal opportunity to live a healthy life by ending the sale of all flavored tobacco with your yes vote on option 1A. Thank you.
Thank you. Zoom ID, Lindsay Freitas, if you would please select the microphone icon on your device. Thank you. You may proceed with your comment.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. I'm Lindsay Freitas with the Campaign for Tobacco-Free Kids. I would like to thank this council for being a leader in tobacco control. We are in strong support of policies that protect kids by ending the sale of flavored tobacco, including e-cigarettes, menthol cigarettes, and hookah. Prohibiting the sale of flavored tobacco products in all tobacco retailers is a critical step that will help protect children living in Santa Ana from the unrelenting efforts of the tobacco industry to hook them on a deadly product, now without delay. In California, 9 out of 10 high school tobacco users report using flavored products, and we can't let that continue. I ask for this council to end the sale of flavored tobacco product and vote yes on 1A. Thank you.
Thank you. Zoom ID Oscar Gonzalez, if you would please select the microphone icon on your device.
Hello, good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. You may proceed with your comment.
Yes, hello, my name is Oscar Gonzalez. I'm the owner of the Golden Hall Fried Chicken, and my comment goes to Octa in the city of Santa Ana to tell them that please, number one, help us with a portion of a 25 million surplus that the city has. Not 1.15 million, but at least $5 million.
Oscar, can you lower the volume on your surrounding sound? We're getting feedback. Thank you.
You hear me better now?
Yes, we can hear you better now. Thank you.
All right. Can I go all over again?
You may proceed with your comment.
All right. See, well, my comment goes like to the city of Santa Ana and Octa. That help us with a portion of like 25 million of the surplus that city has of not what 1.5 million, but at least $5 million for all the small business that has been affected. Question for all of you guys. How are we gonna, with that 10 grand for 8 months, 10 months, probably that? Sorry guys. Can I say it in Spanish?
Yes, you may speak in Spanish. We have a translator.
Okay, sorry. ¿Cómo vamos a sobrevivir con $10,000 por 8 a 12 millones? 12 meses.
Le queda 10 segundos.
So, Octa, sorry, estoy muy nervioso, no puedo traducirte.
Daisy.
Okay, está bien.
Discúlpame.
The question at the end was, how can we businesses survive with $10,000 for 12 months?
Zoom ID Alex Winston, if you would please select the microphone icon to unmute your device.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Good evening, Mayor and City Council. My name is Alex Winston. I'm with Parents Against Vaping E-Cigarettes, also known as PAVE, a national grassroots organization founded by parents in response to the youth vaping epidemic. In 2017, my son started vaping menthol nicotine products at his high school and still does 3 years later today at age 18. My husband, who was trying to quit, was vaping menthol and died at age 42 of a severe heart arrhythmia with 500 milligrams levels of unregulated nicotine in his system, leaving me a single mother of 4 kids. My husband was mixed race, Black and Native American, 2 of the highest risk populations to suffer from tobacco-related health disparities and the predatory marketing of the menthol products by the tobacco industry. His life mattered. Please vote in favor of the proposed flavored tobacco product ordinance, including hookah, menthol, and e-cigarettes. No person, business, or government should profit off people's lives. We were too late for my son, who's already addicted, and for my husband, who is no longer with us. Let's not be too late for the next generation. Please vote for option 1A. Thank you for letting me share my story with you. Have a good night.
Thank you. Zoom ID Mara M, if you would please select the microphone icon. Thank you. You may proceed with your comment.
Good evening, Santa Ana City Council members. My name is Mara Marzbani. I am a student at the Orange County School of the Arts in Santa Ana. I'm calling in tonight to express how important it is that Santa Ana prioritize kids' health by ending the sale of all flavored tobacco products without exemptions. The tobacco industry markets their products in kid-friendly flavors like watermelon mint, mango, pink cotton candy, and menthol that make them easier to start and harder to quit. Flavored e-cigarettes are the most commonly used flavored tobacco product among students, but my peers are also becoming hooked on menthol cigarettes, flavored hookah, cigars, and smokeless tobacco. All of these flavored tobacco products are incredibly addicting, alluring to youth, and deadly. We deserve to be protected from them. As a student and member of a minority group, this issue is especially important to me because I don't want to see my fellow classmates and minorities like myself get hurt and fall prey to big tobacco. The future is in the hands of my generation, and we need healthy youth to lead us. We need you to pass this policy tonight. Every single day that flavored tobacco products are sold in our community, more middle and high school aged kids pick up their first tobacco product and potentially start a lifelong nicotine addiction. So I urge the City Council to stand up to big tobacco. You have the power to go beyond the state and protect local youth from all flavored tobacco products. Option 1A is the right choice for Santa Ana. Thank you.
Thank you. Zoom ID Rima Corey, if you would please select the microphone icon on your device.
Good evening, Santa Ana City Council. I would like to speak on agenda item 27. My name is Rima Corey. I'm General Counsel for Fumari, a premium hookah tobacco manufacturer. I'm also a founding member of the National Hookah Community Association, which was established to protect and preserve the rich cultural tradition of hookah. We support strict regulations that address youth access and usage of flavored tobacco products. We ask the City of Santa Ana to vote on option 2B and exempt hookah from the flavored tobacco ban. The NHCA represents Middle Easterners, Armenians, Turks, Indians, Persians, North Africans, and other minority groups that fear engaging in the lawmaking process. That is why our organization is here, to give these people a united voice and to educate lawmakers and the public on what hookah is and what it is not. Hookah is greatly misunderstood. Hookahs are the centerpiece of social and celebratory events for these minority communities. It is offered as a sign of hospitality and respect. A traditional hookah is 3 feet tall and cannot be hidden in a backpack or pocket. It takes 20 to 30 minutes to set up and cannot be set up and used in a school bathroom at recess. Hookahs are not being confiscated in schools. A hookah, along with its 10 parts and components, cost over $200, which is cost prohibitive for most youth. Hookah tobacco comes in flavors. Therefore, a broad flavored tobacco ban would be a ban on hookah. Hookah usage amongst teens, according to the 2020 CDC survey, is one of the lowest at 2.7 nationally. This number has been going down over the past decade. In California, according to the California Youth Survey, it is even lower at 1.7%. According to the FDA April 2020 industry guidance, although they cite a correlation between flavored tobacco and youth usage, the FDA does not see the same correlation with hookah because of its low prevalence with youth. It is important, please mirror SB 793 and vote for option 2B. Please protect the right of the Middle Eastern communities in Santa Ana. Thank you.
Thank you. Zoom ID Niam, if you would please select the microphone icon on your device and proceed with your comment.
Good evening, Council. My name is Neve, and I am here to thank you for your work on exempting hookah. I would like to thank our mayor for being a strong voice in our community. I applaud those here on the council who have come to realize that we need to be sensitive and fair while continuing to protect all communities. To our mayor, Tim, to our mayor pro tem, Phil, shame on you. You, out of anyone on this council, should take a seat and listen to the voices of those around you. Minority communities are becoming fed up with the virtue signaling and white savior agenda you seem to want to push. You, as a white passing heterosexual male, need to take that privilege life has dealt you and learn to listen and sit down and open those ears. The last meeting was an embarrassment because you couldn't even pretend to listen to the comments of the rest of the council and public, and instead you tried to push an item through instead of taking the time and doing your due diligence to hear all sides. The fact that you want to openly mock Muslims and Arabs is sickening. I would also like to add that your disgusting behavior towards our city attorney did not go unnoticed. The fact that you felt it was okay to publicly try to question if she had done her job and then to continue to speak over her was shocking. Councilwoman Lopez, thank you for not being afraid to call out the racist things our city has done in the past. Thank you for pointing out that it's okay to not understand others' cultures, but also understanding that it's everyone's duty to protect cultural traditions. I agree with Councilwoman Fan and the others who have mentioned marijuana dispensaries. We can put restrictions on 21 and up smoke shops in the same way dispensaries are required to conduct business. However, just because you aren't banning me from using a hookah at home, you would be prohibiting me from purchasing one of the key components for hookah, which is shisha, if this broad flavor ban were to pass. I would rather support local minority-owned business owners than to have to buy from Amazon. Please save hookah. Thank you to the city of Santa Ana for supporting the Arab and Muslim community here.
15 seconds left. Thank you. Zoom ID Nicole Turkson, if you would please select the microphone icon on your device and proceed with your comment.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. You may proceed with your comment.
Wonderful. Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Nicole Turkson, and I'm with the African American Tobacco Control Leadership Council. We advocate for the African American community and all marginalized groups that have been targeted by the tobacco industry with menthol and other flavored tobacco products. I just want to thank the council for taking up this issue. The urgency should not be lost on us. Every day that we fail to restrict the access to these products, more and more people are targeted and hooked, and African Americans and other communities of color suffer disproportionately because of it. Hookah is also a growing concern in this community because of the way it's being marketed similarly to menthol cigarettes, using cultural music, hip hop culture to market towards youth and communities of color. So just want to thank the council once again for considering option 1A as the best option without any exemptions. Thank you and have a good evening.
Thank you. Zoom ID Fred Bakshuron, if you would please select the microphone icon on your device.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we could hear you. Thank you.
Thank you for giving me the opportunity, Mr. Mayor and Santa Ana City Council. My name is Fred Bascaron. I'm the owner of the Smoking Gift on Tustin Avenue. I've been in the business for the last 15 years. Myself and my staff, we're really proud of having such a policy to control who's coming to the store and who's not. I raised two kids of my own. They never smoke. I'm an owner of a smoke shop. I never smoked in my life. But banning the flavor or banning the menthol, sorry about that. Banning the flavor from the city of Santa Ana, you gotta drive the people from the city of Santa Ana to the surrounding city, like Orange and the city of Tustin. So you're not doing any good to the city of Santa Ana. I've been following the policy myself and my staff on a regular basis. We never have any citation. We never have any problem. We never sell anything to a minor since I opened the store 15 years ago. Before I opened the store, I used to be an operation manager for the city bank and the U.S. Bank. So I know how to use the rule and I know how to force it and let my people, let my employees to follow the rules. So since 15 years, I didn't even have one ticket or one citation
15 seconds left.
Since I opened the store. So I urge you to oppose the flavor ban, please. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Zoom ID Claudia Martinez, if you would please select the microphone icon on your device. Zoom ID Claudia Martinez, thank you. You may proceed with your comment.
Sorry about that. Good evening. Yes, I am actually calling as a resident, as a mom, as a non-smoker. I'm completely, against minor smoking, but I think there's a bigger picture here that, people aren't paying attention to. There needs to be more education in the homes and at schools. The retailers are already suffering from the pandemic and from the confusion of what is going on with the ban. We're asking that, or I'm asking that, we could at least hopefully push the enforcement date to January 1st, after the November vote, which is probably going to pass. It's only, 2 months, and it would allow retailers to find other ways to recover their losses if they need permits for anything like refrigeration or construction, or, everything's taking so long right now. Everything's on back order. Contractors are, booked, things like that. And these are families just like, anyone else. These are families and the employees' families. So they are looking at, trying to figure things out in a very short amount of time. So I urge that, at least if nothing else, the enforcement date be pushed to January 1st to give them a little extra time to figure out, how to survive this. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Zoom ID, Darren, if you would please select the microphone icon on your device and proceed with your comment.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, we could hear you. You may proceed with your comment.
Okay. I'm a local customer of Mr. Basketoon, Fred, the owner of Smoke and Gifts, and I just wanted to share a couple quick thoughts. The banning of flavored tobaccos will most likely force the black market to prevail, no different than it did in the cannabis industry. So when the regulations on cannabis came into effect and the taxation and the rates that people were being charged, it quickly increased the black market. I think the bigger problem is the regulation. There are plenty of upstanding businesses out there that follow the letter of the law and absolutely do not support in any way, shape, or form the sale of product to minors. And I understand the issue at hand, but I think it really needs to go back to the enforcement and regulation of those businesses that obviously break the law and provide product to minors. This isn't going to do anything other than drive a black market or people to a neighboring city. And in doing so and in banning it altogether, it's going to have a significant negative impact on not only the local business owner, but the tax rate that the city enjoys as well. So I think there's a bigger issue here than just an outright ban on flavors or menthol products. And I would encourage the city to consider looking at those other bigger issues prior to enforcing a ban that's going to have a true negative impact on the local businesses and the taxes paid to the city. So thank you for the time, and have a nice evening.
Thank you. Zoom ID, George Johnson, if you would please select the microphone icon on your device.
Hello, good evening, City Council. My name is George Johnson. I'm a member of the National Hookah Community Association. I also manufacture traditional wooden hookah pipes called Regal Hookah. We are a proud LGBT-owned and operated business. So everybody today has been speaking up for the LGBT community, but they fail to realize how many LGBT people would lose their jobs. But that's besides the point. I really appreciate everybody's concern. This has been a topic that's been going on for years since Juul became prevalent in youth usage. And you do not see the same usage rates of hookah amongst youth. It's just not a problem. So, please exempt hookah using the language of SB 793, which creates a robust system with 21 and over only establishments. If the city of Santa Ana wants to impose regulations that would, only allow 21 and up establishments, we're all for that. We support responsible retailers. Santa Ana has a really great compliance rate. Neighboring Anaheim is one of the largest Palestinian communities in California. And I just hope that we can come to a good understanding about what is the goal and what are the unintended consequences. The unintended consequences of banning flavors right now is that it pushes not just the black market, but the synthetics and untested, unregulated, non-FDA approved products. That there could be some really serious blowback to that. Please exempt hookah using SB 793's language, just as Irvine did.
15
Long
seconds
Beach.
left.
Culver City, part of Los Angeles for lounges, Burbank, Glendale, San Diego County, and many other municipalities that have listened to the community. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Zoom ID, Omid, if you would please select the microphone icon on your device.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. You may proceed with your comment.
Hello, Mayor and all the councilmen. Thank you for taking the time to speak to me. I am a business owner in the city of Santa Ana for the past 15 years. I am actually, talking to you guys in regards to item 27. I just kind of wanted to echo what Nathaniel, Fred, and George have said in regards to potentially losing customers to my business if we were to ban these flavors. They would definitely be going elsewhere. It's kind of scary to think that, we made it through 2008. We went into business in Santa Ana right before 2008, made it through that whole thing, made it through the tax hike that Santa Ana has and the pandemic, and things are just getting scarier. So to see one of actually quite a few of our top 10 selling items drop out because of this ban, I don't know what we can do beyond that. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mayor. That was the last caller.
Great, thank you to everybody who called in and who came in person. As I said, let me go ahead and take an item out of order because I know that many people came and spoke on item number 27, which is the ordinance, proposed ordinances for prohibiting the sale of flavored tobacco products, and see if there's anything from staff that they wish to provide. Is this from the city manager's office?
It is, sir, and we do have a brief presentation if you would like to see it. I know this item has been before you earlier, but we'd be more than happy to do a presentation.
I think we kind of understand it, and maybe if you can walk us through the options.
Certainly. So can you put up the options? So option 1 is an urgency ordinance, and you could do the urgency ordinance that prohibits the sale of flavored tobacco, including hookah products, or you could do an urgency ordinance prohibiting the sale of flavored tobacco products, excluding hookah. Option 2 is to do a regular ordinance, so this would be the introduction. And once again, you have the same option of an ordinance prohibiting flavored tobacco products, including hookah or excluding hookah. Option 3, this was a request for staff to look into additional measures that we require of cannabis shops to ensure that no one under 21 purchases the product. And staff did take a look at that. So a part of the staff report tells you some of the enforcement and security measures that are required for cannabis. They are quite extensive. I'm not sure that they would work for smaller shops. It entails private security and cameras. Option 4 would be to take no action pending the how SB 793, which is going to the voters in November 2022, will result in. And we're certainly going to answer any questions.
Great, thank you for that background. Let me go ahead and bring it back to the members of the council to see if there's any questions or comments and how they'd like to proceed. So are there any members that wish to address this? Councilmember Mendoza.
Thank you, Mayor Sarmiento. And I want to thank all the people who came personally and all of those who sent in emails and the ones who called in. This is a very, very difficult decision because we have a group here who is businesses, and we are business friendly here in Santa Ana, and we would like for them to continue to be successful, but it's profit. And then on the other hand, we have a health issue here for our youth and keeping them safe. And so I would like to make a few comments in saying that we are in the midst of a youth tobacco use epidemic in which tobacco companies are luring kids into a lifetime of nicotine addiction through the sale and targeted marketing of candy-flavored tobacco products. For too long, tobacco companies have preyed upon our youth, targeting our communities with misleading advertisements and candy flavors. Today, more than 2 million middle and high school students use e-cigarettes, and you've heard that as testimony from some of our callers, that they have not been able to get rid of this horrible addiction. Nationally, 70% of youth e-cigarette users say that they started with this addiction because they like the flavors that the tobacco comes in. So as council members here today representing the constituents of the city of Santa Ana, it is our responsibility to listen, learn, and implement thoughtful policy changes that will help improve the overall health and wellness of our residents. There are various options before our city council tonight, and we must prioritize the health of our children. Waiting until the ballot measures in November only allows big tobacco companies to target and hook our kids for an additional 9 months, and it's not a guarantee that it will pass in November. More security and enforcement in establishments that already prohibit the sale of these products to children will simply not work. We must decide tonight to vote together as council members to end the sale of flavored tobacco products in all locations in our city. We have debated this item for many months, and it is time to take final action tonight. The ban will not prohibit these businesses from continuing to sell regular tobacco. I support an ordinance that prohibits the sale of all flavored products at all locations in our city. It has been an honor to work with all our residents and to hear from you on your concerns and how we should make this a priority. We cannot delay any further. Our council needs to act tonight, and therefore I make the motion that we adopt option 1A.
I'll second that with comment.
So we have a motion for option 1A, and we have a second on that. I'll go ahead and turn it over to Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. To me, when this first came before us, it was obvious what we needed to do. This is an opportunity to take tobacco and limit its ability to get into the hands of our youth. And this does not prohibit those that are adults that want to use hookah. It doesn't prevent it. I have to admit, and I shouldn't say this, but I will, I was amused at the caller that called in talking about racism. And I find it ironic given the fact that you see the practices by the tobacco industry and targeting people of color. I mean, if that isn't racist, seriously, what is? That is racist. And to hide behind something to try to say it's a cultural thing, to try to say that because of hookah, because, let's just try to say that it's based on culture. That's not it. The fact of the matter is, whether it's a hookah, whether it's an old pipe, regardless of what the apparatus is, regardless of where it is, does it cause harm, yes or no? And I feel it's our obligation on this dais to try to protect those in our community who we can. And I believe that this ban would do that. So I'm very proud to stand with Councilmember Mendoza and anybody else up here to do this. Thank you.
Any other comments or questions from members of the council on the motion? All right, so we have a motion and a second for item 1A. Is there any further discussion? If not, Councilmember Fan.
Hi, first, thank you to Christine. So the staff report did address some of the concerns or questions I had about having similar cannabis regulations. I think we need some clarification. One, to those who spoke in favor of the ban, well, it's a Freudian slip there. We have to recognize that many young people are getting these flavored tobacco products illegally, right? Full stop. They are getting it illegally. And so those vendors who are selling legally and in compliance with the law are not at fault. The fault is of those adults who purchase products and illegally give them to young people. I think we have to acknowledge that, because we cannot say that those vendors and retailers who are complying with the law are doing something wrong, because they are not. I want to also say that many of you have mentioned, your students in class in the school bathrooms, getting it from their friends at school. I think y'all also need to show up to the school boards and ask them, where are all the teachers? Where are the people in the hallways telling the kids to stop vaping in the middle of the bathroom? I think that's really important because we up here can make a decision as to whether there is legal sale of flavored tobacco products, but we can't watch over those kids when they're in class or in school. So I do hope that all of you out there also show up at your school board meetings, whether it's SAUSD, GGUSD, Orange, Tustin, etc. So I really struggled with this issue, and I do want to share that because I am not in favor of any smoking products. I am the product of two fathers, my biological dad and my stepdad, who smoked, as many Vietnamese men do, and suffer from asthma as a result. My sister suffers from asthma as a result. So I understand full well the effects of smoking in general, of all types, on public health. But I also struggled with, are we just pushing this elsewhere? If they cannot buy these legal products here, would they just go to Anaheim, Fountain Valley, Orange, Tustin, Costa Mesa, Irvine, Garden Grove, because those are all cities that, have certain items available, and they all border us. So I just wanted to share that I did struggle with those particular issues. One item that I would like to maybe add as an amendment or maybe do a sub-motion is I am in support of a flavored tobacco ban. We, as a nation, banned flavored cigarettes because we knew the effects it had on young people and on this country, and we said that's not okay. But I do also know that many vendors, especially small retailers, buy stock in advance to sell, and so many of them might not have the opportunity to sell it back to the wholesaler or find other ways to get rid of it. So I would like to see us maybe build in a buffer period or a period in which they can actually get rid of their current stock, obviously legally, and that way, they are not doubly hit by this particular flavor ban. And one other thing I do want to mention before I end is that what we hear today is that a lot of young people and families saying it's negatively affecting our health. I have not heard one comment from folks in the industry or retailers say what health benefits the sale of flavored tobacco has. Every comment has been about money. And while I fully understand the need to keep a business open, I also know that our health is irreparable when it is irreparable. And so with that, I'd make a sub-motion to add a clause or a provision to allow current, stocks to be sold in the next, say, 6 months or a year.
I'll second your motion, Councilmember Fan. This is Councilmember Hernandez.
Got it. Thank you, Councilmember. The only question I had is that sounds more like an amendment to the existing motion on the floor, or is it so that's where I'm a little confused.
Well, it would be an amendment if they would take it, and if they don't, then it would be a sub-motion.
Right. So why don't we ask the maker of the motion and then the second?
I apologize, but I will not accept it.
I actually just real quick have a question. So how would you even enforce that? In other words, do you expect everybody that's going to show you truthfully what they have? They're going to say, oh yeah, no, we just happen to have this all in stock for the last 9 months.
Isn't that the same as saying, how do we expect people not to sell flavored tobacco? Right, I mean, every regulation is going to have people who try to cheat. And I'm just trying to find a way to create a path for current retailers to sell the product they already are in the hole for. I mean, one is we do still have code enforcement. They can come in, do a surprise check, right, with any of these retailers, and I think that's the best that we can do.
Well, if you've driven around this town lately, you've seen
Mayor
that
Pro
part.
Tem, let me take it, because this can't be a dialogue. It has to go through the chair. So if you want to speak, let me know. It can't be a dialogue amongst us. So it's okay. But if you want to address it, let's make sure others have a chance to speak as well. So we have a substitute motion with a second on the floor as well. So does anybody want to talk on the substitute motion?
No, I guess.
Go ahead, Councilmember.
Comment. I'm just trying to think through it. And I had a question about what is the time frame? How do we know what the time frame would be in terms of allowing the businesses to be able to get rid of their stock that they are in possession of now legally? That was what I was trying to.
Any thoughts from staff on the substitute motion and additional time to maybe sell back the product to the wholesaler?
I would not know what the inventory was of the individual store owners, so if it is something that you wanted to pursue, I would say you just need to pick a time frame, whether it's 30, 60, or 90 days, and we could incorporate that. I do have one clarification. There is one other decision that you need to clarify as part of your motion, and that is the definition that you want to use in the ultimate ordinance. We had two definitions for you. We had the definition from the SB 793, but then also at the request of Councilmember Mendoza, we also have the definition that the American Lung Association had. So if you could clarify that in any motion, we would need that information.
All right, so now we don't know if we have to clarify in the underlying motion or the sub, but we'll add some entering to that. But so we'll bring it back right now. We're talking about the substitute motion, but thank you for reminding us on the definition and maybe a time limit on the substitute motion language. Go ahead, Councilmember Peñalosa.
Thank you, Mayor Sarmiento. I'm just fortunate that I was able to grow up in a period where the only flavors at 7-Eleven I had to worry about were Slurpees. The bubble gum, though, which was rare, was a good one. But Madam City Attorney, the only question I have is, if we were to adopt an urgency ordinance tonight, but we add which is effective essentially tomorrow, can we add a buffer period of like 30 days or 60 days to an urgency ordinance?
Well, that is an excellent question, because in order to make the findings for an urgency ordinance, you have to find that it is an emergency, that it is urgent. So to, on the one hand, say, 5 of you to say it is so urgent, we must adopt it as an urgency ordinance, but then say it's not so urgent, we're going to delay the enforcement for 30, 60, 90, or 120 days so that people can dispense of their inventory. I would say that those two ideas conflict. So if you were going to have a period of time, my advice to you would be to consider the non-urgency version. So if you're going to have a period of compliance, you wanted to delay the effective date, I just don't think that you would. I don't think that ordinance would survive a potential challenge, because you can't make, those findings aren't consistent with one another.
Got it.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Mendoza, then Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes, and that was the reasoning why I don't accept the delay. It's an urgent matter, and I urge my colleagues to vote tonight in approving option 1A.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would agree with Councilmember Mendoza. If we're talking about banning this because we believe it's dangerous for our youth, I don't think we should say, well, let's just give it a little more time. Let's get more poison out into the community. Then we'll stop it. If we're going to do it, let's do it. If not, then not. I mean, just like the first time we heard this, if we're going to ban it, let's ban it, because we believe it's dangerous. If we don't want to ban it, then don't. That's the wish of the council. But I will be supporting the ban, and I'll be supporting it as an urgency ordinance.
Got it. So I don't think there's any other comments. I guess.
Councilmember Mendoza, do you want to select which definition for your motion? The SB 783 or the American?
Would you please summarize both?
Certainly.
Thank you, Councilmember Mendoza. I will read these definitions. The SB 793 definition reads as follows. Tobacco product means any of the following: a product containing made or derived from tobacco or nicotine that is intended for human consumption, whether smoked, heated, or chewed, absorbed, dissolved, inhaled, snorted, sniffed, or ingested by any other means, including but not limited to cigarettes, cigars, little cigars, hookah tobacco, chewing tobacco, pipe tobacco, or snuff, an electronic device that delivers nicotine or other vaporized liquids to the person inhaling from the device, including but not limited to an electronic cigarette, cigar, pipe, or hookah, or any component, part, or accessory of a tobacco product, whether or not sold separately. Tobacco product does not include a nicotine replacement product approved by the U.S. Food and Drug Administration. The definition provided by the Public Health Law Center and American Lung Association reads as follows. Tobacco product means any product that is made from tobacco or that contains nicotine that is intended for human consumption or is likely to be consumed, whether inhaled, absorbed, or ingested by any other means, including but not limited to a cigarette, a cigar, pipe tobacco, chewing tobacco, hookah tobacco, snuff or snus, any electronic smoking device, and any substances that may be aerosolized or vaporized by such device, whether or not the substance contains nicotine, or any component, part, or accessory of one or two, whether or not any of these contain tobacco or nicotine, including but not limited to filters, rolling papers, blunt or hemp wraps, hookahs, mouthpieces, and pipes. Tobacco product does not include drugs, devices, or combination products authorized for sale by the U.S. Food and Drug Administration, as those terms are defined in the Federal Food, Drug, and Cosmetic Act.
I believe that the appropriate definition and what we are trying to accomplish here in keeping our youth safe is the version with the American Lung Association.
All right, so we got some clarity from the maker of the motion. Are you good on the second with that definition?
I'm good, but I guess aren't we really still deliberating on the sub-motion?
Well, no, we want to get the definition straight on both, because in the event that the sub fails, then we have to understand what the definition is on the underlying motion.
And just for clarification, when we were first asked to draft the ordinance, we used the state law definition that was in the Senate bill. We were subsequently asked by Councilmember Mendoza to consider the alternative. But the staff recommendation was to be consistent with the state law.
Which is normally what we do, but.
Correct, that's why the staff.
I have a quick question. So, Madam City Attorney, could you tell me why you used the Senate bill versus the American Lung Association definition?
Well, quite frankly, just for consistency, for enforcement and consistency purposes. And we also felt that that definition, when we looked at it, was more inclusive. It was inclusive. Okay. And so that's the one we used.
Councilmember Fan.
Thank you. So for clarification, my submotion would be to be consistent with state law. Secondly, I thank you so much, Mayor Protem and our city attorney, for clarifying. I would like to amend my motion to mean just the regular 30-day ordinance rather than an urgency ordinance. So a couple things. One, as I mentioned, is that many of these small retailers have stock, whether it's $10,000, $20,000, $5,000, whatever it might be. Banning the sale of flavored tobacco today would mean that they might not be able to sell it back to the wholesaler or to anyone else, and that, I think, may be grounds for inverse condemnation or some type of takings clause, because you are telling someone with products that they currently own, they have no further uses for it, they can't make any money off it. Of course, people can sue for whatever they want to sue, right? You see that there's a referendum in state law, but I think that giving retailers 30 days to try to negotiate with a wholesaler or to try to sell it legally to adults who are able to make this decision is, trying to compromise so that our small retailers are able to try to recoup some of those losses and still have a ban on the books to protect our youth. And so with that would be my amended submotion.
Great, thank you. And the second, I believe, was Councilmember Hernandez. Councilmember, are you good with that, with those two clarifications on the substitute motion?
Yes, I am.
Great.
Mr. Mayor, I just have a question for Councilmember Fan, if I may.
Go ahead.
Given the fact that if you were to do it not as an urgency ordinance, this would be the first reading. We'd come back at the next meeting for a second reading. And then, correct me if I'm wrong, Madam City Attorney, we would have 30-day effective period after that. So if we were just to adopt it as is, whatever option that is, option 2A, we wouldn't have to attach any conditions. It would just purely be option 2A. Would that be what you're going for?
Yes, I would be amenable to that. I just want to give them an opportunity to try to recoup some of those losses.
Well, I think if we do it through the conventional ordinance process, not only would it give them 30 days, it would probably give them 45 days.
Yeah. Yep.
Okay.
All right, so is that clear as mud now? So we have the substitute motion being 2A.
Yes, and with
With the,
consistent definition
with the
state law.
Senate bill definition.
With the state law
Clarifying
definition.
it, but okay.
All right. Any other questions or comments on the substitute motion? So I think I haven't had a chance to speak on this, and I will. I think the good news is that there is going to be some ordinance banning flavored tobacco. So that's the important thing. I think that all of us are talking about how do we do it without it being challenged. And I think we all have an interest in making sure that there are protections, especially against our youth, and we know it's an imperfect process, right? Unfortunately, you know, what's going to happen is, I do agree with a lot of the speakers, is that the market will go to other cities. So those of you who are advocates of this and who have lobbied the city council really hard, go to other cities as well. Do the same thing, because what you do here is not going to have an impact on protecting children, youth in the area. And this is a regional thing. We have invisible boundaries between cities. So to the extent that we do something that is going to protect kids, they just need to cross Tustin Avenue. They need to cross, you know, the 55 freeway. They need to cross, you know, Sunflower, go into other cities, and they'll get the same thing that they can on this side. So to the extent that you're accomplishing something here, it's very narrow unless you get other buy-in from other cities. So just know that I want to thank Claire Brayburn, because Claire has been an advocate on this issue for years. And she's been an extremely strong advocate and extremely reasonable in the way she's approached this. She's never been heavy-handed. She's never been, come in here aggressively. I think she just said, look, we need to do things to protect our kids. And she's helped us navigate that. So, you know, lesson learned. I think she is a very, very wise person to follow in her approach. So I would, say I feel very comfortable with, I think, the explanation that Councilmember Fan gave. I don't want us to get sued, nor do I want this, our prohibition to be unwound. So I think that it makes a lot of sense. Why don't we go ahead and vote on the substitute motion first? If that fails, we'll go to the underlying motion. Council members, please vote.
Madam City Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you. Okay, motion passes 7-0 with Council members Hernandez, Lopez, Mendoza, Peñalosa, Fan, Mayor Pro Tem Becerra, and Mayor Sarmiento voting yes.
Great. Thank you, everybody. Thank you for your comments. Thank you, everybody, and thank you, staff, for the hard work and the clarifications. Let's get back to the consent calendar, and I believe we've already taken care of item number 6 and number 7, Madam Clerk. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Let me come back to the council to see if there's any items they wish to pull off the consent calendar or abstain on any items on the consent calendar. Members of the council, go ahead, Councilmember Fan.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to abstain from item number 15, as MIG is a client of my employer, Ratana Tucker. And for number 17, I'd also like to abstain just from 10C, the 10C contract, as 10C is a client of my employer, Ratana Tucker. Finally, I'd like to pull item 21 for discussion. Thank you.
Great. Any other items members of the council wish to pull?
Just
Mayor
to
Pro
clarify,
Tem?
did Councilmember Pan, you pulled item 21?
Yes, she pulled 21.
Yeah, I as well.
Anybody else? Seeing none, I'll go ahead and entertain a motion for the balance of the consent
Motion
calendar.
to approve.
Second.
So we have a motion by Councilmember Peñalosa, second by Mayor Pro Tem for the balance of the calendar. Consent calendar. Council members, please vote.
Madam City Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you. Motion passes 7-0 with Council Members Hernandez, Lopez, Mendoza, Peñalosa, Fan, Mayor Pro Tem Becerra, and Mayor Sarmiento voting yes.
Great, thank you, everybody. The only item that was pulled off the consent calendar was item number 21, and I'll turn it over to Councilmember Fan.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you to all the business owners, residents who came out to speak about this item. So there's a couple things. First of all, I do understand that, the $1.5 million is, not going to be enough for everything. There's between rent and employee pay and everything else, I do understand. I was just in downtown Santa Ana, and it is pretty intense. Actually, my sister texted me also when she was down there, and it's very hard to get around. However, I do know some folks mentioned, we should use more money in the surplus, and having spoken to our finance director, that surplus is not as big as you think. It is an estimate, and that there are going to be some changes for the rest of the year. And so we are taking, I think, a hopeful approach as we allocate these funds, but that's not to say that in the future we couldn't come back and allocate more. Secondly, I also want to mention, OCTA, I don't know what their jurisdiction is. I don't serve with them. Our mayor, maybe you can opine on it a little bit, but I'm not sure whether they can do funds to assist businesses. I think that might be one of the concerns with that board. They don't have the same kind of expansive jurisdiction that we have in order to give out these funds to directly affected businesses, which sucks. Honestly, right? They're causing the problems, they're causing the pain, they're the ones who are slow, they're the ones who hired the contractor, they're the ones who can't put in good rails, they're the ones who aren't providing security, and the city and your taxpayers are the ones stuck with the bill. And so I do hope that you all still continue to show up to OCTA meetings and board meetings and advocate for them to hurry up. Again, I mentioned that they need to be doing construction at night. Just as we do on freeways and other major thoroughfares. And I think that would also improve on a lot of the security issues as people will be out and about. With that, I would move to approve. Thank you.
Great, thank you, council member.
I'll second with comment.
Great, we have, I think Councilmember Hernandez had his hand up as well, and then we'll go to Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes, thank you. Mayor Sarmiento, and my colleagues, thank you for pulling this item, Councilmember Fan, before I did. There is a number of concerns happening in downtown, most notably the issues around security. There was a break-in into the Frida Cinema Theater. Charlie's Tattoo was also impacted and experienced losses in the several thousands of dollars. I would like to see Okta deliver on the promises that they are going to have security around the clock and make sure that these businesses are protected. And not only that there is a presence that Walsh and Okta do care about our community, because when you state that you are going to have security around the clock and you don't deliver on that, it does not look representative that you're taking into account the experiences of our neighbors. So I would like to see us follow up with Okta and have some very strong deliverables that we need to see security implemented immediately. That is something that shouldn't really even be a conversation right now. The fact that businesses were impacted after having this conversation at our last council meeting shows how exactly this is an emergency. I would like to offer a sub-motion to Councilmember Fan's motion. There is a growing demand that businesses need to be supported. This is absolutely an emergency. Many of these business owners live in our community. Many of their children attend our schools. And if they are not able to make ends meet, it affects every one of us. So I would actually like to see in the budget be increased from what's being proposed to a full $3 million and doubling the amount of money. And the reason why is because $10,000 is not going to allow any business in downtown to sustain. And I would also like to make sure that these protections and that this program is extended to street vendors and fruit vendors that work in the downtown as well. And that would be my sub motion.
Great. Thank you, Council Member. Let me go ahead and, so we have a motion on actually a substitute motion by Council Member Hernandez to increase the business interruption grant from 1.5 million to 3 million, and for it to be extended to not just the brick and mortar, but also the pushcart vendors and maybe some of the smaller vendors downtown as well. Councilmember Mendoza.
Yes, I agree with my colleague, Councilmember Hernandez, and in addition, I would like to ask our city manager, we have an OCTA representative, correct? We have someone sitting on the board of OCTA?
Yes, Councilmember Mendoza, we do. The mayor is a board member of OCTA.
Okay, very good. So I'm wondering if maybe our mayor could be bring this to the next board meeting and ask them to participate and add some of those monies that Councilmember Hernandez mentioned. Yes. Yes, because it shouldn't be the city's burden alone, and I think OCTA has a responsibility to maintain these businesses open and especially to maintain security throughout the night. So if you would, I will support the motion, but maybe bring this to the next board meeting.
Mayor, can I just make
Sure,
a clarification? So Councilmember Hernandez's sub-motion would require an appropriation of 1.5 million. So the staff report that's before you doesn't have an appropriation action as a component of it because we've already found the 1.5 to implement this program. So I would make a suggestion that possibly if you do want to appropriate additional dollars, it could be done as maybe part of the mid-year update item, or we could return after we identify where the money would come from to put that appropriation before you.
Maybe, and that's a good point. That's what I was thinking. So if the 1.5 is coming from here without a 2/3 majority necessary for the appropriation, we're going to be doing the mid-year review this evening as well. We're going to be considering that, so we might be able to go ahead and see if there's any funds there that might augment what we have here to
correct
to come up with the 3 million. And so I know Councilmember Lopez had her hand up as well.
Actually, I did before.
Yeah.
What's that?
I actually had my hand up before.
Okay, go ahead, and then I have a comment after.
Actually, Councilmember Hernandez, I'd like to ask, well, actually, I'll just offer it out loud. A sub-motion, kind of based on what the city manager indicated, why don't we keep the fund at 1.5 million, which, by the way, I'm not happy with. I would like to see much more money go to our businesses. But for the sake of getting money to our businesses quicker, to approve 1.5 million tonight, and then for staff to return back with a subsequent action that we can then also approve, whether that takes a 4 or 5 vote majority. We'll wait to see what staff brings back, but I'd like to ask that we go ahead and move to approve what's before us tonight, just so that we can get the money out to folks quicker.
Did you?
Yeah, if I can get some clarity on that.
Go ahead.
Great suggestion, Mayor Pro Tem Becerra. Madam City Manager, is that something that that would be probable for us to approve this amount today to make sure that this is streamlined and money goes directly to the businesses? And how soon can we expect something to come back to us showing where this additional 1.5 million would be paid out?
Certainly, Councilmember Hernandez, absolutely. If you approve this item tonight, we have our economic development staff that's ready to go to the downtown and work out of an office in order to facilitate the processing of these assistance programs. If we were to return with an appropriation to double the amount, we would be able to put it on your first agenda in, let me do the math in my head because of our new due dates, April.
I would happily accept the submotion with the condition that this is brought back immediately to the council meeting in April, so that we can also make sure those businesses get that additional support.
Okay, so we have Councilmember Lopez and Councilmember Peñalosa.
Can I finish my comments real quick?
Go ahead.
Thank you. I just want...
it went to Hernandez, and that's why if you're going to comment, make sure you finish your comment so it can go to the next council.
I made a motion.
My apologies. I haven't concluded my comment myself. My apologies, Mayor Pro Tem. Madam City Manager, so this submotion that I just accepted also does include the amendment to ensure that these protections are inclusive of street vendors and sidewalk vendors, correct?
I believe that's what I wrote down in my notes from your submotion, yes.
Okay, well then if that is the case, yes, I do accept that amendment.
So let me just take a sort of, the chair's, discretion here. It sounds like where we are is to the original motion that Councilmember Fan made, with just including the street vendors, the pushcart vendors, and allowing them to have access to these funds.
My assumption was that it's more of a clarification issue, because when you read the eligibility criteria, it just says any business that's on 4th Street. But yeah, if it includes street vendors, I'm good with that, of course.
So are you good with it? Maybe that just being an amendment to your original motion?
Sure.
Okay, and there's a second to that, and so
I think that was...
Mendoza, are you good with that as well, Councilmember? Okay.
Okay.
Anything else?
Sorry. So a question for Madam City Manager. So Madam City Manager, with the submotion that I proposed, without the amendment that Mayor Pro Tem Becerra included, if we were to vote today on doubling the assistance to $3 million, how soon would that go into effect, taking into account finding the appropriation of those monies?
Okay. So since there is no appropriation request before you as a component of this item, you cannot do an appropriation with this agenda item. Your two choices would be to have us return with an appropriation request, or when you were discussing the mid-year budget update, if you wanted to make that appropriation, because there are appropriations before you with that agenda item.
Okay. And with my submotion, this would be brought back for the month of April with that appropriation?
Yes, that's correct.
Oh, okay. Thank you for the clarity.
That
concludes my comment.
Yeah, I believe the first motion and the submotion are basically the same.
I think, well, I guess maybe I'm just kind of confused now. So my motion is to approve staff's recommendation with the clarification that it includes street vendors and sidewalk vendors. And I did ask, we can always bring it back for further appropriation, depending on what the budget looks like, or the mid-year budget, or what the extra is. So that was my motion. There wasn't actually any additional appropriation as part of that, because I guess I didn't see that as part of this item as agendized.
Okay, so the underlying motion is clear.
Right.
And then the substitute motion just simply says for staff to bring back an additional consideration of an additional 1.5 once it's identified. So that's the difference between the first and the second. We've got Mayor Pro Tem and then Councilmember Lopez.
Mayor, thank you for sifting through that. With that being said, even just this initial 1.5 million, according to the staff report, eligible businesses may receive up to $10,000, and that's not even a drop in the bucket. But the fact is that I applaud staff for doing the homework to find the money, and I thank you in advance for looking for this additional money that we hope to get out to our downtown businesses. It's my hope, though, that we also press OCTA And I've seen transportation projects throughout this region that always include assistance for businesses that are impacted by construction. Why this project doesn't have that included is amazing to me, is absolutely amazing to me. Just like the last time we spoke about this item, we talked about the fact that the contractor is leaving their equipment outside with no security. And security is now going to allegedly come at 10:30 at night on the weekends. For those of us that know downtown very well, I mean, at that point, God knows how much could happen by the time security allegedly shows up. And I'm hearing from many folks in downtown that the security is not even showing up. Or at least if they are, they're not exactly patrolling. So that's a concern. So I would ask our staff to follow up with OCTA. I think when Councilmember Hernandez talked about deliverables, we've been talking about deliverables. We need to follow through with those. So the fact that we've got signs that are not secured in downtown that are being used to break windows, the fact that we don't have security consistently monitoring the construction zone, the fact that signage has yet to improve, we don't have good wayfinding signage. And by the way, another thing that this is more on the city side, I'm going to bring it back over to the city, and that is I can't tell you how many complaints I'm getting about the parking structures, whether it's the cleanliness, the safety issue. One of the speakers tonight had pictures of some pretty graphic photos of folks being assaulted in our structures. So while I do want to point the finger at OCTA that they need to get their act together, we also need to do the same. And so we've got to step that up, especially for the fact that right now, especially along that construction zone, those parking structures are essential. They are vital for folks to get in. So we need to step it up on that. So one last question I have, and that is in the staff report, it talked about that Santa Ana Business Interruption Fund program, along with other mitigating measures already put in place by the city and OCTA, such as temporary free parking. Is OCTA subsidizing the temporary free parking? I believe that's something the city is doing, correct?
That's correct. And Mayor Pro Tem, I can assure you we're reaching out to OCTA to address the issues that we heard the business community needed, and we are working with them and staying on top of that. In addition to that, we are also reaching out to the County of Orange to determine if they have anything further than just the micro 2,500 business grants. As far as the actions taken by the city, we immediately put together this business interruption fund. We also have augmented security in the parking structures. We are offering free parking Monday through Friday, 7 to 5, and we've increased the evening hours and the weekends. Instead of 1 free hour, 2 free hours. So the city is subsidizing the loss for those parking structures.
Well, let's make sure those structures, while they're free, that they're safe and clean. And then the other thing my closing remark would be, I would like to have OCTA staff throughout the duration of construction coming back to this council to provide updates, because obviously it's clear that letting them come once and then disappear for a couple months, we're not seeing the accountability. So I'd like to ask you to have OCTA staff be present at the meetings the same way that after you do your homeless updates, that OCTA staff is here, because I think there's plenty of folks that have stuck around tonight that would love to make sure that OCTA remains accountable. Thank you.
So, Councilmember Lopez and then Peñalosa.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. A couple questions, Christine. Remind me, I think it was in December when we talked about ARPA money. Did we not create a fund for businesses to be able to apply and get money to pay their rent or their business licenses? And I asked just because I want to know if that fund is not empty. Is there money still sitting in that fund?
So you have programs that you approve for all of our ARPA money, and we have given out over $5 million in business assistance, but the key difference is ARPA dollars are solely for COVID recovery. It doesn't include street construction impacts.
Okay, thank you. And during the last council session, we had OCTA representatives come, and this council kind of gave them a list of what we wanted to see. Is there an update that staff has for us on what has been fulfilled from that list?
So our Executive Director of Public Works has been working closely with them. I don't mean to put you on the spot, Nabil, but can you give a brief update of the status of the things they were working on? Not yet. We can return with one for you, Councilmember Lopez.
Yeah, you should be, please send us one. One of the things I asked during the last meeting was for my colleagues to support having a report back, and my ask wasn't supported, so here we are wasting time and asking for that now during this meeting when we could have had that then. So I would like, again, to see a representative from OCTA come back. I would like to see an update from staff to provide not just to us, but to the community, so that they know what is going to be fulfilled, because it's really concerning to hear that they promised that they were going to have security and there is no security there. So another thing, I wanted to ask about the outreach. I know we have a staff or an office in downtown, but are we expecting businesses to come to the office, or are we going to be doing specific outreach to the businesses in the specific areas that are being impacted now?
I'll defer that question to our Economic Development Manager, Mark Morley, who is the one that has done the tremendous lifting and put this program together in just a matter of days. And I know he has some big plans to ensure that there is sufficient outreach.
Thank you, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and Council. Like you mentioned, we will have dedicated staff in the downtown in an office. Thank you to Ana Laura for that. But we'll also be going door to door with the outreach. So we're going to be going to the businesses instead of having them come to us.
Okay. And Christine, can you let me know where the 1.5 is coming from?
Certainly. So we had allocated one-time revenue, so not ARPA dollars, but one-time revenue from the overage that we had. You had allocated it to Economic Development Division, which is where this program is being funded out of. Its original allocation was for economic development activity on South Main Street, and it was a total of $2 million. Because the timing of South Main Street is further down the road, staff is comfortable with recommending economic development use of the 1.5 for this urgent need.
So, is it okay for me to assume then that down the road we're going to do something like this for South Main Street businesses who have also been impacted by the construction?
No, what you approved for South Main Street was more economic development programs, not business assistance. We talked about a number of items, maybe store frontage improvements or other activity to incentivize businesses to locate to South Main and to improve the environment for economic activity. So a different type of programming was envisioned for South Main.
Okay, but we could do a fund for them as well.
I'm not sure which construction interruption that you're talking about. But I mean, you approved it for that purpose, but when we bring it back for you, you could change what you originally approved.
Okay, thank you. And last question, we own the parking structures, correct?
Yes, we do.
So we don't lease them from anyone else?
No, we do not.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Peñalosa.
Thank you, Mayor Sarmiento, and thank you to the businesses. First off, my apologies that you had to come back again, but thank you for being here. It is always appreciated and noted when you guys come out here. And the next OCTA board meeting is, and indulge me, Mayor, March 14th at 9 a.m. just down Main Street. So I would hope that we advocate there as well to get some of this. Because it shouldn't all fall on our backs. You know, this is the county and OCTA's project, and that is the main thing that we should never lose track of. With that said, I am happy to see this item before us, the 1.5 million. I definitely think it should be more, should be 3 to 5 million possibly, because of the severe detrimental negative impacts that this has had on our businesses. One thing that I want to just kind of highlight to staff, city manager, public works director, is that I don't, I want to hold OCTA accountable and their contractor Walsh, but we also need to hold ourselves accountable when it comes to these city-owned parking structures. And the reason I say that is because in downtown Orange, you have a city-owned parking structure by the city of Orange, and that parking structure is pristine. I mean, I could park there for free 24 hours a day, and I could eat off the floor if I want to. Here in Santa Ana, I don't understand why we just can't get somebody to keep it clean and secure. It's the couple months ago when we had the graffiti inside of that one of the parking structures, and somebody reported it via the app, and then I was forwarded the pictures of the completed work by I forget, it was somebody else. It wasn't the contractor we have that painted over this graffiti. I think it was our own staff, and it was painted just halfway up the wall to cover the graffiti. But now you had this beautiful white paint, and then the top half of the wall was just all black and ugly. And you know, we do things, you know, halfway. They're not done. I mean, there's no attention to detail, whether it's the cleaning, whether it's the power washing, whether it's the security. I mean, this hasn't been going on because of since the streetcar construction or COVID. These parking structures have been like that for years. And if the city of Orange could, which is a lot smaller than us, smaller budget too, if they can maintain those parking structures pristine and clean and not charge anything, I think we could do it too. And we charge people to park there, and we can't seem to keep it clean. So there needs to be some refocusing there on maintenance of the city-owned, whether it's the parking structures or, shoot, the Cypress Fire Station. I know it's a completely different topic, but same kind of, we don't maintain what we own. So I want to make sure that gets addressed. And with this money, I hope that we could also try to set aside some funds to immediately help with advertising for the downtown businesses, because the advertising, and I'm using air quotes here, that OCTA has provided is terrible. Half the banners are an advertisement for the streetcar, which we all know is coming, so we don't need to see an advertisement for that. And then you get businesses are open in tiny letters underneath. I mean, that is, what's the point of that? So I've spoken to many of the downtown business owners. Their ask is simple. Just give us a white banner with black letters that stand out, says open for business. They don't need a picture of the streetcar. They don't need all these graphics, just white, black letters, open for business, turn this way. I mean, it's really simple. It's something that we could immediately get to them tomorrow. I'm sure there's a print shop in the city that could quickly print some banners. You know, there's no reason why we need to be just kind of going around in circles here. So I would hope to see all of you at the next OCTA board meeting advocating for this. And thank you, staff, for bringing this forward, but I am supportive of the motion and seeing these funds doubled. So thank you.
So seeing no other questions or comments, I think everybody's had a chance to speak on that. So we have a substitute motion to adopt tonight, but with direction to staff to come back and bring something to increase it by another 1.5 once staff finds it. So let me go ahead and just simply make a couple of comments. And I want to thank those who came tonight, but those who also went to the OCTA meeting, I think on Monday, and who spoke. So I don't think you have to appear physically. You can call in. They have a virtual option as well. And I think they might allow you to go ahead and speak in person as well. I think for, you know, it's easy to say these are things that are, you know, that we need to correct and that we need to do. All of us have seen this project coming for years. And this isn't a surprise. I know that when this was before the city council back in 2014 or 15, I remember the conversation about where's the streetcar alignment going to be? Is it going to be along 4th Street or is it going to be along 5th Street? And I know everybody said, let the merchants decide because they're the ones who are going to be impacted. And the vote was taken by the merchants back then to have the alignment go down 4th Street because they realized when it's done, it's going to be great. But during that period of time, it was going to be really, really painful. Now, here we are dealing with the pain. We're not the lead agency on this, but we know that we want to be responsive and we want to help. So I certainly think that we can start, you know, coming up here and saying this is wrong. This is where we are. We need to problem solve this. We need to just make sure that all the businesses that are there right now survive. And that's really the ultimate goal. I mean, what's done, what hasn't been done, and to Councilmember Mendoza's point, look, she sits on OCWD, I sit on OCTA. We know that we have one vote there. and it's not dictated by us. That's a 10-member board. Fortunately, I know when you all came to speak to OCTA, there was some good responsive comments from other representatives that represent other cities. They have nothing to do with Santa Ana. They just know that they have a project here that agency is not familiar with. This is the first streetcar that they've ever built in Orange County. And for me, look, this happened, much before my time on the board. I've only been on there for close to a year. The contractor that they selected years ago is part of the problem. And so, but we can't do anything about that now because the project is already 60%, completed. So to pull out is nearly impossible. So all we can do right now is try to make things as survivable for everybody as possible. So the good thing is that if we can get that agency, the county that is also working with us, and the city, amongst the three agencies, I'm confident that there could be some help. And I think that's where, Councilmember Lopez's point from the last meeting was, let's have somebody here come regularly to report to us. That was a great suggestion, and I think, again, it didn't go anywhere, but now we're talking about it, so I'm glad that that's going to happen. And I am supportive of the substitute motion because I do want to find the additional monies for you all to have, because I know that the 1.5 will not get us very far. But I know once that 3 million is exhausted, well, we may be back here again. So everything that we use is taken from some other part of the city. That's just the way budgeting is. So if we see that we need it for the downtown, it's going to be to the detriment of South Main, maybe to the detriment of Bristol, maybe to the detriment of some other. So we have to find ways that are equitable for all parts of the city to succeed. But I think here, this is a very limited period of time that the construction is going to happen. So I'm supportive of finding one-time monies so we can increase that amount, hopefully get through this pain. My hope is that all of us can support something to compel the contractor to accelerate the construction. If that's something that can be done, and I know somebody's spoken and said, yeah, I really don't want the construction to stop, because every day that the construction stops, it's a longer delay for you, and it's just more weight. So to the extent, they can do it on double time, that's really the goal here. But so those are all my comments. There's a substitute motion. Go ahead, Councilman.
Sorry, I hadn't got a chance to speak.
Oh,
on
I'm
the
sorry, go ahead.
motion. Just really quickly, I just want to tell everyone in the audience, as well as my colleagues, I fully understand where you're coming from regarding approving the 1.5 and coming back with staff right away with another 1.5. But I'm not ready yet. I'm not there yet. And it's not because I don't support additional funding. It's because I really want us to see what our budget will shake out to look like. Because again, in speaking to our director, that surplus is not a sure thing. It's actually an estimate, and we have some changes happening within the next few months before the end of the fiscal year that is going to affect that. On top of that, we don't know yet where OCTA is at. So I'd like to see OCTA come to the table and actually do the legwork and actually see what they can do in helping businesses before we commit additional dollars. So with that, I will not be supporting the submotion.
Thank you, Councilmember. So we have a substitute motion on the floor. I think the maker was Hernandez and the second was Mendoza. And that's the item before us now.
Point of clarification, Mayor, really
Go
quick.
ahead, Councilman.
With the extra 1.5, it's coming back to us at the first meeting in April as a standalone item, right? That we could take a vote on?
I believe the sub-motion is requesting staff to identify an additional 1.5 and then put it before you for an appropriation request.
Got it, okay.
And
So
that'll need a
that is
five-person
correct.
vote.
Okay.
Yeah,
Thank you.
got it. Council members, please vote.
Madam City Clerk, my vote is yes.
Okay, motion passes 5-2 with council members Hernandez, Mendoza, Peñalosa, Mayor Pro Tem Becerra, Mayor Sarmiento voting yes, council members Lopez and Fan voting no.
Great, thank you, everybody. That brings us to the business calendar item. Before we leave that, I just want to say something that I really do want to applaud the efforts of the two council members that represent the downtown. That's Councilmember Hernandez and Mendoza, who've been doing a lot of hard work with you all. So, good stuff. Moving along to item number 23, that is to discuss and provide input regarding the structure of the School Collaboration City Council Subcommittee. So I'm not sure if there's any presentation.
No, Mayor, staff does not have a presentation. This was an item that you had requested, as well as the Standing School Collaboration Subcommittee. I wanted to discuss with our colleagues on potential changes to the structure of it.
Great, thank you. Let me go ahead and bring it back to the members of the subcommittee, and I'm not sure if there's a chair that wants to speak on behalf of the subcommittee.
Yes, I'm Chair.
Go ahead, Councilman.
Thank you, Mayor. So one of the things we talked about during the school ad hoc, which is composed of myself, Councilmember Mendoza, and Councilmember Hernandez, was establishing a joint meeting with SAUSD. Part of the work that we're doing with the school collaboration is it has a really wide scope where we have the flexibility, and the council approved the flexibility for us to work with Garden Grove, Tustin, Orange, private charters here in the city. And, staff, when we first had our ad hoc, we directed them to go out and reach out to some of these unified school districts, and we did hear back. Some of them were not interested in partnering up with the city at the time. So I think it's important that we leave that door open for our school districts if they change their mind. But I am interested in establishing a joint public meeting so that the community can be part of it, the trustees can be part of it, and have some sort of voting power or authority, because there are many issues in our community that I believe we can address together, like student homelessness in our city. I think the school district did an excellent job in providing COVID, response care, especially in the winter or early January of this year. They really took the lead in establishing COVID clinics, COVID testing for the Santa Ana community, and that is something that we could have done together with them. And I think, when we're talking about restorative practices, that's something that we can help push with the school board, because I think that can be very fruitful for our entire community when we're talking about crime prevention, public safety, crime reduction, and so I would like to see a joint meeting be reestablished. It was something that the city had in the past. It doesn't mean that we're not going to be working with other school districts. When the other school districts are amenable to working with us, we can still have those conversations with them. But we do have, an entity here in the city that has a massive budget, much bigger than ours. And the question around youth involvement and youth development should not just be on the city. And so I think this is a great opportunity to say, how is it that we can work together? How can we put our resources together? How can we put not just, financial resources, but really they have a research department. We don't. How can we work together to address all of the things that we're seeing in the community? Like banning tobacco, making sure that kids are not going down that path. And so for those reasons, that is why this is one of the things I supported when we discussed it as an ad hoc, or as a subcommittee, I should say.
Great, thank you, Councilmember. Any other members of the subcommittee wish to speak on this item?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, this is Subcommittee Member Hernandez.
Go ahead, Councilmember.
And I fully concur with Councilmember Lopez. I do think this encourages more city partnerships and more participation from our educational boards. And I think that only helps our community as a whole. Education is a social determinant over a person's lifetime. And I think this ultimately puts our school board and our city side by side. So I support this.
Great. Councilmember Mendoza.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Sarmiento. I agree that we definitely need to work together, but I'd like to get some clarification from our city attorney as to the function of each of the proposed subcommittees. I'm worried and concerned that the efforts might be duplicated, in that we are already working on issues, same issues, and this subcommittee that we have currently is open to all the districts, and they have been invited. A few have not opted to show up, but they know that they are welcome at any time. In giving voting power to other districts, it really doesn't make a difference, I believe, because ultimately it needs to come back to us as a city council body to make the decision or on any recommendations that the subcommittee makes. Similarly, the school staff would need to go back to their board of trustees to approve anything that we talk about in the existing subcommittee. So maybe if I can get some clarification to see if there is a defined purpose for the proposed subcommittee, and let's see how will it be different from what we had in the past that didn't seem to work. And so I just need some clarification, and then I would be able to go either way.
Councilmember Mendoza, I think that clarification should come from the standing subcommittee. Staff stands ready to put together any form of it that you want, but you are correct. If you reestablish the joint, we will probably need to amend the resolution that established the current committee. And yes, the school district would need to assign 2 board members to serve in a joint capacity with you. Did that help at all?
Well, so since we can have this dialogue, I will say it's different because
Councilmember, so again,
Oh,
I
sorry,
want to make sure
Chair,
that you go
yes,
through
Chair.
the chair. So if there's anybody else that wishes to speak on this that hasn't spoken?
I am.
Oh, okay. I'd be happy to speak.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm not sure why we're even rediscussing this. I felt like we had a very robust discussion the last time we talked about forming this school collaboration subcommittee. And while I understand that other districts may not have accepted invitations to attend, these committees are meant to be a chance for certain council members to kind of take a deeper dive into some of the issues and then report back to the council. And I'm not sure which member had mentioned something about having a joint committee where there would be votes taken. And I don't think we need to, or not need, let me rephrase it. I don't think there's a way that a committee can be formed where the school board members of any school district are going to vote on something that impacts what the council does. The council's votes as a city council, as the 7 of us, will do that. So for us to, it almost sounds like we're abdicating, and I know we aren't and we can't, but that's what it kind of sounds like. So it really, at the end of the day, the current structure is fine. I feel like if we need to collaborate, which we should, not need, as we should collaborate with any of the school districts, any of the schools within our city, we need to do it in a way where I think the way we would handle any other issue, which is have those discussions among the subcommittee, bring it back to the full council, and give direction to our staff. And, in my discussions with our city manager, I believe she has a great relationship with staff over at the school district. So I think whatever this council gives her direction to accomplish, I'm confident that she can do that. So I feel that once she has that direction from the council, I'm sure she would take it to her counterparts at the school district, and they would run it up the org chart to their school board and be able to hopefully accomplish things. And I know there's priorities that we've all talked about, whether it's joint use and some of the other items that were brought up tonight. So I personally think that the subcommittee is fine as is. I don't see where we can even do something where other elected bodies are going to vote on something that impacts us. I think it's something that we would just have our subcommittee, have it returned to the council, we would vote, and then give staff direction. Thank you.
Thank you. So Councilmember Peñalosa, and then if anybody else has any additional comments.
Thank you, Mayor Sarmiento. Thank you, Madam City Manager, for this item before us. The one question I had is that I'm because of just how large the different educational institutions are that service our city, I'm not entirely comfortable creating a joint subcommittee with just one organization. I know that in the staff report, it does note that there was one subcommittee member that noted there was outreach done to the other educational institutions, but only interest received from SAUSD. And I saw the letter that was sent out. But I know just from speaking with you, Mr. Manager, that you have a good working relationship with Superintendent Almandares from SAUSD. Have you personally reached out to the superintendent at Garden Grove Unified, or any of the charter schools in the city, or private?
On a case-by-case basis, I certainly have coordinated with other educational institutes when they've had an issue. Regarding the outreach, the only outreach that was done was the one letter, which is attached to the staff report for the other school districts outside of Santa Ana Unified.
So the direct contact to the superintendent in Garden Grove hasn't been made?
The letter that's attached to the staff report was sent out to all school districts.
But just the letter?
Just the letter.
No phone call, no follow-up email? Was there any response? Was there
just the one letter.
Okay. And nobody responded, but SAUSC?
No response.
Okay. So I would like to see if maybe you as a city manager could reach out to that superintendent of those various school districts and have that direct person-to-person contact to see if, because that is an entire huge part of our city that would essentially be neglected in that partnership with that school district. The others maybe not so much because of how small of a portion they represent in our city, but definitely Garden Grove Unified. I know that when this committee when we still had this joint use committee, there were vacancies. There wasn't just I believe it was a couple reps from SAUSD, a couple reps from the city council, but there were also a Parks and Rec seat, a student seat, and I think it was like a neighborhood leader seat that were, if I'm not mistaken, or you know what? No, never mind. I'm confusing the Parks and Rec board with joint. So let me take that back. But I would like to see that outreach done directly from you versus just a letter sent. Who knows if they opened it or if they received it or if somebody saw it. I know that we're probably hearing direct feedback from SAUSD because we do have relationships with various board members. But if you could make that contact to the superintendent, I think that could get a better picture of where that school district is and if they have any interest. But as of right now, I'm not supportive of this just because it completely cuts out numerous agencies.
Thank you. Councilmember Fan?
Thank you. So I hope it makes some sense because I feel like it's been a confusing night. So first of all, I do support a subcommittee that does work with all of our educational institutions, or K through 12 at least. I think that's really important. Obviously, the vast majority of the West Side is serviced by the Garden Grove Unified School District, and they service the vast majority of our Asian American students, and so that is really important to me. However, I do also see value in having a standing subcommittee with just SAUSD because they are, they service 70% of our students here in the city. They have a huge budget, and we overlap in a lot of ways. I think, and I've watched, it was not a Brown Act violation because I watched on the webinar and did not participate, and they did not see my face, but I watched one of the meetings, and it seems like some of the board members wanted to have a dialogue and give input into some of the ideas or issues that were raised at the city level, rather than making public comment, I guess, is how I viewed it. And I'm kind of looking at Councilmember Lopez and Councilmember Mendoza because they're there, and Councilmember Hernandez. But it seems to me like it would be, not that they would make a decision for the city, but they can hash out the details at the board meeting and say, no, we want this part of the joint use, or no, yes, we do, et cetera. This is how we think it would look. And agree as a 5-member body to say, okay, this is the final version. All 5 of us on this subcommittee agree, we're going to take this version to our respective legislative bodies. That is my, I guess, conceptual understanding of what that, Santa Ana / SAUSD subcommittee would look like. Not that they would make a binding decision on the city, but that they would together make a recommendation, and that the two SAUSD board members would also be able to vote to make the recommendation to each of the bodies. Can she clarify if that's right, or?
Yes, I think she was the next person to speak, so go ahead, Councilmember Lopez,
Yes,
as chair of the committee, go ahead.
Thank you. Yes, Councilmember Fan, that's correct. So, a couple things. I don't think that the structure that we have now is working to fulfill the gap that we are seeing. The neighborhood associations not being able to meet at the school facilities, I think, is a really great example of that. We went back and forth for 2 to 3 months. If we had something like a joint meeting where we could have access to them on a formal official capacity, we could have probably hashed that out in one night, and our neighborhood associations could have been meeting. But instead, we're having our staff talk to your staff maybe didn't open a letter, your staff maybe didn't respond. So we're having a lot of dialogue, and it's just wasting a lot of time, in my personal opinion. And I think the ad hoc now is great because, yes, we can fully flesh out and talk about the joint agreements and talk to staff one-on-one for periods of long time and get to know those agreements and say, this is what's working, this is what isn't working. But I think, in terms of bigger policy, when we talk about holistic policy, I don't think, we should be the only institution working to help invest in our youth. I don't think that should be the city's, only burden. I think that needs to be partnership with our school districts. And so I think what would be different this time around, because we all know that there was a joint policy before, a joint committee before, is that you have new council members that are willing and open to talking to the school board members to say, how is it that we can address homelessness together? How is it that we can help feed the families of Santa Ana together? How is it that we only have 2 libraries in the city. How can we open more libraries together? How can we open school campuses so that community members have places to go? We're a park-poor city. They have a lot of land in the city. How can we work with them to open parks, after hours, instead of having these things come one by one, and we're just wasting time. And so, there's a lot of studies, and if maybe staff can share studies with the council members of how effective cities work with the school boards when they are actually working together. And I think that's all data that we should have access to and we should read so that we can know for ourselves that this is a model that we're not creating here. This is something that already exists, and it is very successful. And so, and finally, I believe in co-governance. And so I don't think that they're going to be making a decision for this entire body. At the end of the day, this is a decision that this entire body has to make, but that can be, that can be shaped by different opinions and thoughts. And I think that can be a lot more helpful for all Santa Ana residents.
Thank you. And I want to thank I'm going to bring it back to Councilmember Fan, but I want to thank the council members for respecting the time, and Clerk, thank you for reminding us of the time, and that's been moving things along, so thank you for that. Councilmember Fan.
Sorry, that was a question, but I do appreciate you elaborating extra because that helped me better understand. I do agree that, having them as voting members of this subcommittee, ad hoc, whatever we want to call it, gives them an ability to feel more involved in the recommendations process, right? So I can see that. And it's not like they are binding on us or on their board. So I do agree with that. My concern is that it ends up being a board or a subcommittee about all the ills of Santa Ana that really isn't. Because how do we delineate what's a school-related issue or what is a city-related issue? Because, are they then going to be getting into zoning as to what is open space because the school board feels like it's important for their students to have additional open space? Like that, I think, to me, requires some amount of delineating, or maybe areas where, Or like police, are they going to then say, you know, the police budget is too big and we're over-policing our students and affecting youth, and therefore it's under the school board, you know, they should also have a voice regarding that. Like, so to me, it might be a bit too broad. We have a homelessness ad hoc, right? And their job is to do that. Maybe some topics that are not directly related to the school, like not, you know, that isn't a joint use or something like that, maybe it could be recommendations in other subcommittees or ad hocs to say, hey, you know, we want to work with the school on, you know, joint use of open spaces, including playgrounds or something, and then the subcommittee can take that up at that time. But my concern is it just becomes another mini council on its own and covering all of the topics and every topic under the sun. So, but I am generally supportive of the idea of having them be able to have a voice and vote as to the recommendation to the two legislative bodies.
Great, thank you for that. And if you can start the timer on me, Madam Clerk, I think I'm the only one who hasn't had a chance to speak, and that way we can wind this item up. We have some other items that are still pending. You know, I did want to bring this back because when we first adopted it and we did have a discussion on this, I thought that this was the sort of the configuration it was going to take, because there had been, I think as somebody said, I think Councilmember Peñalosa, there was this structure before where you had a joint committee. And just to remind everybody, subcommittees can't make decisions. They can't dictate policy. So as much as we want to say, well, they're going to be making decisions there, no, it's just a matter, it's just a venue and a forum where you can discuss things. Just like any of our other subcommittees, they can take a closer look, analyze things a little bit deeper, and come back with some recommendations for the council to consider. And so this is going to be no different than that. The only thing that happened and has happened in the past, and conceptually could happen this time, is that you have members of both agencies. And I think it was well said. And this wouldn't be to the exclusion of Garden Grove, Orange, Tustin. I mean, those conversations can continue to happen, but because there's so much overlap between these two agencies with respect to assets and with respect to constituencies and issues. And yeah, I think, you know, the issues are ones that they can't be, you know, beyond the scope of what both agencies can work with. I know we have some land that, you know, we're selling back to them. There's some joint use policies that we're looking at, some parking issues, some shared open space possibilities, different things that we can, you know, work on together. It just seems like it's just for time efficiency and for getting policymakers together to discuss what makes sense so they can go back to their respective bodies and present those for consideration. That doesn't mean it's a done deal at that committee, and I thought that was something that we all understood as a baseline premise on this. So that really was the only purpose of this, and I think the relationship that our superintendent has with our city manager is really, really strong. I think she has that same relationship with Chancellor Martinez at, you know, Santa Ana College, that hopefully will come to these committees and maybe request time to meet with the council members to see if there's an issue, or really anybody else from any institution, whether it's, you know, OSHA, Mater Dei, whether it's, you know, any of our school districts. So I don't think it's to the exclusion of anybody, but it's just because there's so much overlap between these two agencies that it made more sense in the past, and it seems to make sense now. So I will be supportive of the recommendation that the chair of the committee has made to create this configuration. And I guess, Madam City Manager, we would have to come back for a resolution, or is that something that can be
So it depends on what Councilmember Lopez, so if I could get clarification, are you recommending to keep the subcommittee as is, but then do almost like a subset of that subcommittee to meet with Santa Ana Unified School District, or do you want the current subcommittee to convert fully into just the joint subcommittee?
Go ahead, Councilmember.
So the original recommendation that I gave to Executive Director Rudloff was, because the council had already established a subcommittee that was broad enough and would allow us to work with Garden Grove, Tustin, Orange, if they ever decided to work with us, and with the private schools here, the charters, I thought that that was important for us to keep that subcommittee as it was, so that they knew we were open and wanting to work with them. And so I made the recommendation to keep and establish the joint meetings with SAUSD moving forward. However, that would also be open to any other institution that wanted to say, hey, the West Side needs, how we see what restorative practices you are establishing together. We would like to come in and help with that. So I think it's important to keep that door open for them as well.
Mr. Mayor, I had a question.
Go ahead.
Thank you. I appreciate that clarification. I guess I just don't see the difference in keeping the committee as is, inviting, whether it's Santa Ana Unified or Garden Grove Unified, on a subject-by-subject basis, inviting them to a meeting, having the discussion, and just keeping it as is. To me, to have a separate subcommittee seems very duplicative because, for instance, if we're talking about joint use, right? Joint use would be something that definitely we're talking to Santa Ana Unified about, but I frankly hope at some point we have that conversation with Garden Grove Unified at some point. But that would be something where having the joint use topic in general probably would make more sense to keep it site specific and then engage Santa Ana Unified board members and then at some point engage Garden Grove Unified board members. So I'm just not seeing where there's really a need for a whole separate committee because this structure seems like it appeases what you guys are seeking. It just would be more of a proactive approach of inviting the respective school board members depending on what item is being discussed at the committee.
Councilmember Peñalosa and then Councilmember Fan.
Thank you, Mayor Sarmiento. And thank you, Councilmember Lopez, for your previous comments that kind of really was kind of cleared it up a little. With I guess the clarifying point that I wanted to ask, and I don't know who could answer this, city manager or the city attorney. I'm supportive of having another joint use like we had in the past, but is this a thing where we could, and now I know why I brought up the vacant Garden Grove rep, because in our Parks and Rec board, if I'm not mistaken, there's a vacancy in that spot a lot of the times. So is this something that we could create it and then have that in the bylaws or whatever it is, that seat is there, but it's just vacant, and whenever they choose, because I would hate to bring this item back whenever they say, hey, we do want to participate. Can we just have it there? And maybe Councilmember Lopez, you could chime in on this, to have that seat there as a vacancy until they choose to join?
I'll defer to the city attorney, but I think if you establish a committee that had an actual voting member assigned to it from a different agency, that agency would have to take action to appoint that individual. So unless they appointed an individual, you would never get participation from that agency on that committee. So what I'm understanding Councilmember Lopez wants is she wants to maintain the subcommittee to work with all educational institutions, whether it's higher education, other school districts, so there would always be that avenue for them, but establish a true joint committee with just Santa Ana Unified School District.
And that committee would include the 3 ad hoc members from the city council?
That would be
and
something
2
for
from the school board?
Yeah, it would be something for the council to decide the makeup of that.
Okay, so the second question I have, and just to clarify that point, is if it's genuinely going to be a joint use committee, where does it fall in regards to cost? Because I know there is staff cost that comes with that. There's an agenda posting, there's staff overtime towards the end of the day. Usually these meetings are in the evenings. There's recordings. I mean, whatever cost is associated, is that something that could be split between the 2 agencies? Because if, I would like to see that. I wouldn't want it to be solely on the city's dime. If we want to really go the joint use, direction, it should be joint use. Is that something, I'm not sure how it was done in the past?
You certainly could pursue that. We would need the board to vote on that, but you could rotate. You could have one of the joint committee meetings hosted by our city, and you could have the next one hosted by the school district if they're amenable to that.
Okay. So if I don't know if that would...
That's a good question.
That would be included as part of the resolution, or that comes
And yeah, and those are good points. I think that's how it was before. So they would host one meeting, then we would host the other one. So it was split. And it's funny because it came out even more cost effective, because if we had a standing committee and it was just us, then we'd have to bear the entire cost, right, of every meeting. So in that sense, that was the one additional benefit to just having 5 policymakers and meeting together.
Okay. So I'd be supportive of it if
Thank you.
that could be clarified, that it would be, split.
Good point. Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Fan.
So I think Councilmember Peñalosa clarified a lot of what I was going to talk about. Is I do think we should have the general umbrella of like the school ad hoc, right? And you can invite whoever you want to invite. Invite OSHA, Mater Dei, and they can give input, or maybe, the January meetings are always going to be with the charter schools, and that way you can address the charter school issues, and have the joint COSA SAUSD subcommittee with the 5 members, appointed by 2 different legislative bodies, and you can co-make recommendations to the legislative bodies and argue about the water tower or land or whatever. And I think that would be really helpful. And, the general school committee, that bigger umbrella, it's not always going to meet because, you might not always get participation. But I do think it's important to actively invite those school board members. It doesn't have to just go through the superintendent. We're all elected officials. We can directly reach out. Was it Trustee Muniton is a friend of many of us, and we should be able to just call him and say, hey, we would love for you to participate in this and bring us, issues or whatever. So I would be supportive of, I guess, providing input is for staff to keep the general school committee, but for staff to bring back a reso to create that joint COSA SAUSD subcommittee, and that we ask our friends on the school board to bring a resolution that they would split the cost evenly with us. And also, I guess you guys can decide how you want to meet, but you can also do like every other month, or I guess you can do every month since you're splitting it with the 2 agencies, but that would be my recommendation.
All right.
I'll second.
Is there a motion? I don't even know if there's a motion, but.
There's no motion needed, right?
No, it's just
No,
direction,
and
right?
I believe I'm clear on the input, so we will return with the necessary
Perfect.
paperwork to get that going.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody, and good discussion. Let's move along to item number 24, which is the ordinance from the Finance and Management, and I'll go ahead and turn it over to our Finance Director.
All right, thank you, Mayor and City Council members. Okay. Share. There we go. All right, great. Sorry about that delay. Okay, the proposed ordinance before you tonight would update contracting authority and bid thresholds for the city to procure goods and services. This is a summary of the procurement framework we operate within to protect the city's interests and obtain the best price for goods and services. First, we must obtain City Council approved budget before any contract can be approved. Then we are required to submit a report to City Council detailing all contracts approved by the city manager. Informal bidding is a faster, more streamlined process to obtain competitive bids. We're required to solicit at least 3. Informal bidding also allows us the opportunity to solicit bids from only Santa Ana vendors when feasible. Formal bidding is a much lengthier administrative process that includes scheduling bid walks or conferences, a bid opening, providing a bid protest period, and preparation of a formal bid solicitation document. Formal bidding is open to all vendors, no matter their location. This matrix includes contract authority and informal bid thresholds for our peer cities. Our recommendation would eliminate the confusion of having two different levels of contract authority by extending the existing contract authority to all other contracts. So right now, we have the existing contract authority for the city manager at $250,000 for public works contracts, and we're asking to extend it to all other contracts. So public projects include construction, installation, and repairs of publicly owned facilities and infrastructure. Any such project is expensive, which is why we're proposing a higher dollar range for informal bids. Any project less than $250,000 would be considered small in scope, and requiring formal bids for public projects more than $250,000, of course, would be appropriate. Our proposed informal bid range for all other projects is much less than the public projects. This proposal was initiated by my department to streamline operations, avoid confusion with multiple contract authority thresholds, and make it easier for our local vendors to do business with the city. If this authority had been granted last fiscal year, we would have more efficiently processed 102 contracts totaling only 1% of the city's budget. Once again, we are only asking you to extend the existing contract authority to other projects and eliminate the confusion. The recommendation would align Santa Ana thresholds with our peers and state and federal guidelines. And finally, the informal bid range would enhance our ability to do business locally. And this is a good opportunity for me to share our efforts to do business locally. As a reminder, the city's local preference of 7% was already in place when the state recently increased its local preference to 7%. It was previously 5%. In July, we contacted over 400 Santa Ana businesses to participate in a virtual workshop to learn how to do business with the city. The video of that workshop, along with updated FAQs and other expanded information, is available on the city's website. Our bid platform software allows us to solicit bids by invitation only based on geographic location, with direct communications pushed out to those vendors. Our internal bid process includes contacting local qualified vendors when they have not submitted a bid 3 days before closing. So in short, we are taking multiple steps to increase the amount of business that we do locally. That concludes my prepared presentation, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you for that presentation. Let me go ahead and bring it back to the council to see if there's any questions or comments. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Catherine, how would these proposed changes impact the existing community workforce agreement that we have in place?
So the agreement that you have currently in place still has, I want to say, almost potentially 2 years left on it, so it wouldn't have any impact to the terms of that agreement.
So these dollar amounts wouldn't conflict with the CWA?
No, the CWA just dictates which project level must comply with the terms of that agreement. So that dollar amount is written into the CWA, and it wouldn't be impacted.
And then my only other question is, I saw on the chart that Anaheim and Long Beach gave their city manager contract approval authority of up to $200,000 for both public works and all other contracts. So could you, I guess, give me the reason why we would want to go to 250 versus 200,000?
Certainly, because our existing contract authority for the city manager is $250 for public works. And so instead of maintaining two different thresholds, we think it would be much more efficient and cause less confusion to just have one contract authority threshold of $250 for all, instead of $250 for public works, $200 for others, $250 for public works, $50 for others. It would be $250 for all.
All right, I'm going to ask one last question. That is, so what if we just made it 200,000, brought everything to within the same dollar amount? Because I agree with you, rather than have the confusion. If we were to just set it at 200,000, what's the impact of that?
That certainly is doable, but our Public Works Department has requested 250, but it is up to the purview of the City Council.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks. Any other questions or comments from the council on this item? Councilmember Fan, please.
I have to admit that when I saw this, and I told our city manager this, you know, my heart races, and all of the shady stories that you hear of council past did make me very worried about approving something like this. You know, that $250,000 is not a small amount. I do understand it's public works, and that stuff always costs a lot of money. But you know, I think in Santa Ana, we're all traumatized and we're always like, well, what if you get that bad, you know, person who comes in and like starts approving all sorts of things? But the city manager does give us a list of updates of all the contracts that have been approved. I don't recall if that also lists, you know, the company. I'm sure it does. The company, the type of contract, right? Like the vendor, all that stuff. So, you know, that's there, and of course, these are all approved by the city attorney as to form and whatnot, so it's clearly not going to be the city manager's best friend or spouse or something like that. So I just wanted to say that to everyone watching, you know, it seems like a big amount, and it is, but at the same time, when we see somewhere like Irvine, where their city manager has authority up to $1 million, it would save us time, money, and all of that. So I will support this item, and that I trust our staff to continue doing what you've been doing. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Any other, Councilmember Lopez?
Sure. Yeah, it is a big amount, and I personally like knowing what the appropriations are. I think it gives me a good understanding of spending practices, which I think we should all have, and I think it's good for the public as well. But I did have a question. Is there a particular department that we're seeing more money that the city manager or staff in general see should be, or have seen in the past couple months, be more allocated towards?
Well, certainly the council controls the appropriations that you make, and out of our over $700 million budget, you typically appropriate, is it about 300 million? About 300 million is in the category contracted services across the city. So you appropriate those dollars as part of the budget. So that's another control mechanism on it. I won't be able to answer for you which departments would have the largest amount. I would venture to say it's going to be your larger departments. That would be your Parks and Rec, your Police Department, and your Public Works. But you are the ones that appropriate the dollars within those departments within that category.
Thank you. And yeah, not to be like micromanaging, because I hate that style as well. So those are all my questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Mendoza.
This threshold, is that for non-emergency projects?
That is correct.
Is there a separate one for the emergency issues?
Yes.
And we're not voting on the emergency ones, are we, today? It's not included in this one.
Right. The part of your, yes, it is part of the recommendation is the increasing the emergency public works construction contracts from 100 to 750. 100,000 to 750,000, excuse me.
Is that a pretty across the board with other cities of our size?
It really is kind of all over the map. Some cities don't have those kinds of limits on emergency contracts. It is all over the map. There's not a comparative example that I can give you.
That change was requested from our Public Works Department, so I don't know if Executive Director Nabil could talk about if there was an emergency in the city. I don't know, example like a giant sinkhole in the middle of an intersection, $100,000 would not give him the resources to actually address that on an emergency basis.
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, members of the City Council. Yes, in fact, I asked for $1 million, but, and that's only for emergencies. 750 is what we think is appropriate for our kind of work, because when it's an emergency, it is premium, and we wanted to act quick, and we haven't had an emergency for a long time, so, but that's a threshold. 100,000 is not enough, I can tell you that, so 750 would be recommended.
Great.
Just kidding.
Any additional comments, Councilmember
That was
Mendoza?
it, thank you.
Councilmember Peñalosa?
I just want to say that I'm ready to make a motion to approve the recommended action.
I'll second, but I just have a quick question, and that is, I forget who brought it up, the idea of, might have been Councilmember Lopez, the idea of the reports coming back. I know that when we had the emergency order, we asked that under your purview that you would bring back, in fact, I think it might have been on this agenda tonight, you bring back a list of contracts that you approved under your authority. With this authority, would you be doing the same thing? And mind you, this would be outside of the emergency powers that we granted you.
Yes, and in fact, right now, I currently provide you as a council agenda item all contracts I signed over $500 up to my current signing authority. So that would stay the same, but I do believe staff is recommending increasing the 500 to 1,000. So that report would continue, but it would be contracts over 1,000 to whatever limit you approve tonight.
Okay, thank you.
Great. Seeing no other, Madam Clerk, is Councilmember Hernandez okay? No raised hand?
No raised hand.
Great. So, go ahead, Councilmember.
I couldn't help myself. I'm just gonna bring this up, no one get mad. But one item from a previous council prior to my time was this giant Hummer military vehicle situation where we allocated a bunch of money to purchasing that. I don't remember how much it was. It was like, no, not my council. That came to your council.
No, but it wasn't under her authority.
But that's what I'm saying. If we increased it to $250,000, could it have been under your authority? I guess I'm trying to say that, you know, this council up here right now has never, at least at my time, has never said no to allocating money for a purchase order for police business, whether it's a security vest or a new vehicle. But there are some items where, you know, if it's a giant tanker that used to be, you know, surplus with the military and now we're allocating money to it, it's probably not going to be $250,000. But, you know, there are just certain things like that that I am a little uncomfortable with. I guess maybe just leave it up to your discretion to at least give us a heads up, even if it's not on a council agenda because it's within your discretion. But I do think that, at least for me, that is something I'm interested in because there are certain policies. I would not support that type of purchase. I wouldn't support our police purchasing excess military grenades or whatever else, and there are a lot of things like that. So I just wanted to make that comment. Thank you.
Great, thank you. So seeing nothing further, I know there's a motion and a second on the floor. You know, when I was looking at this, I think that, so I've been on, you know, other agencies where we've increased some authority, and here's sort of been my sort of personal position on these extensions. I have complete trust in our city manager and our executive directors that you know, head these different departments, and there's no doubt on that. But that is not a fixed variable. That will change. You all will not be here indefinitely, and neither will we be. So I can't support this broad of discretion because we do have a responsibility, a fiduciary responsibility, because these are public funds. And the scrutiny that we are required to have is to deliberate on these. And I know it would make our meetings, you know, shorter. And I think, you know, again, during my time, I have no problem because I know I'm surrounded by professionals that are ethical. But I certainly can't do that at this point, and it's no reflection on the folks that are here because I do have that trust, but I'm worried about people who could be filling these seats later on, and that's something that I do I can't support because I don't know who would be in those positions. I think incremental change, if you look at Riverside, which is a bigger city than ours, I think they're much, much lower, and that's something that does seem unmanageable, but they get through. Irvine, on the other hand, smaller city than us, they have much broader discretion, but look, those are different communities. I think Santa Ana is a different community that unfortunately has had some levels of people doing things that they shouldn't, and that's one of the things that I applaud this council, where we've stayed off headlines for bad decision making, sole sourcing, and making decisions outside the purview of the public. So in any event, this again, I can't support this because the parameters just seem a little too wide, but again, it's just more on the premise, not really because of anything else. But we do have a motion and a second for the recommended item, and I'll go ahead and request the council please vote.
Madam City Manager, my vote is no.
Motion fails with Council Members Hernandez, Lopez, Mendoza, and Mayor Sarmiento voting no. Council Members Peñalosa, Fan, and Mayor Pro Tem Becerra voting yes.
What I would recommend in light of this, maybe we can bring it back, Madam City Manager, and see if there's maybe other ranges that we can work with you and your team on that might be a little bit more palatable. But yeah, that's something that I would recommend us doing.
Mayor Sarmiento,
Yes.
quick question, and maybe it's not appropriate because we voted, but just maybe just a suggestion, City Manager, in order to fix some of the discomfort that some of us had is, and if it doesn't cure it, no big deal. But I'm just saying that maybe if we approve this, but in the event that there is a change at the top leadership, City Manager, is this something that has been done before? And like, if there's a change in the City Manager's office, this reverses back to what it is now? Is that? It sounds silly now that I say it out loud, but I just wanted to ask.
Yeah, I mean, look, I'll let staff answer, but it's not something that normally is done in policy.
I'm not aware of that. Typically, it's based on your size of your budget and the number of contracting that you do. And so I haven't seen that happen before.
Okay, thank you.
And we've already addressed this item, so I don't want us to discuss it any further, but I do think that all of us can sit with staff and see if we can somehow bring it back in a way that all of us can be supportive of. In any event, let's move on to item number 25, which is the mid-year budget update.
Okay. I do have a brief presentation for the mid-year report. This presentation will cover the proposed net impact to general fund, revenue and expenditure updates, and the full-time staff vacancy report as of December 31st. This summary includes the original budget and the amended versions with each city council action, including approval of unspent carryovers from the prior fiscal year on September 21st, and the first quarter adjustments approved on January 18th. The last column in this summary reflects the updated general fund budget if the City Council approves staff recommendations this evening. We estimate an ending fund balance of $86.5 million at June 30. That includes the $65.5 million policy reserve, which is 18% of your annual budget, and $21 million available for one-time spending. Note the net activity of $22.9 million in the last column. So here I have a breakdown of that $22.9 million between recurring and one-time spending. We currently have an estimated recurring surplus of $8.4 million, meaning that our recurring revenue exceeds our recurring spending by $8.4 million for the current fiscal year. This is good news, but we do anticipate some funding shortfalls with the next budget cycle, which may reduce the recurring surplus available for cost expansion. Examples include restoration of the city's contribution to the Civic Center Authority budget, increases for internal services such as building maintenance and employee benefits, and continued support of free parking in downtown. This is a summary of our adjustments to revenue estimates, which appears on page 3 of your staff report. Strong performance in the general retail and transportation sectors are driving the additional Measure X revenue. Receipts to date also support increases to the hotel visitors tax and business license tax estimates. This is a summary of general fund expenditures showing our proposed mid-year adjustments. The most significant of these is a $789,000 contribution to the parking enterprise to support expansion of free parking downtown. The vacancy report we have shows that we have 1,291 full-time positions across all funding sources. This includes 96 general fund vacancies. 30 of those are subject to the hiring freeze, leaving 66 funded vacant positions in the general fund. Most of these 66 funded vacant positions, 39, are in the police department, which includes 17 vacant police officer positions at December 31. So that concludes my presentation, and I'm happy to answer your questions.
Great, thank you for that presentation. Let me go ahead and bring it back to the council to see if there's any questions or comments. Councilmember Lopez.
Yeah, this is more of a standard practice for Kat and Christine. When we're talking about the 30 hiring or frozen positions, can you include in the future reports what those are? Because I'd be interested in seeing what is it that we have a freeze on.
Sure, we can do that.
Thank you. And I read in the staff report that there's an increase of $500,000 for county compliance. Is that correct?
Yes, that is for the federal funding that we have. So we are having to hire some consultants and some temporary accounting help. There are very onerous reporting requirements and compliance requirements that require us to gather lots of documents, lots of data, meet deadlines. It's a substantive undertaking, and we found that we need the resources to do it.
Okay, so I'm assuming we have some sort of practice in place already for the compliance. We're seeing that increase because of the demand with the contractors and whatnot, the extra work.
It's actually more compliance requirements that came along with the federal funding.
That makes sense. Okay, thank you. So can you talk to me a little bit when you mentioned about the concerns you have for the budget shortfalls for next year?
Sure. What would you like to know in particular?
I mean, everything, but I don't know that we have time for that, so.
Yeah, sure. We do know, as we've described in several of the latest budget staff reports, the first quarter, some of the budget reports that went to you during the last budget cycle, we've been describing some of the budget issues that we have with the internal service funds. So internal service funds are basically a centralized accounting for services that are provided to all departments. So a classic example is building maintenance or fleet maintenance. And what happened is over the years, the cost of providing those services have increased, but the budgets for those internal service funds did not increase. And so we find that the funds are now upside down, and we need to do a deep dive and reset those budget allocations. where we charge each department for a piece of building maintenance or fleet maintenance or whatnot. And so that's going to add some cost to the general fund, because the departments that have general fund budgets are going to be paying for some of those charges. We think that there is at least a couple $1 million shortfall in that area, but we're looking at it very carefully as we're preparing the upcoming budget, and we'll have more detailed information for City Council during our budget workshops in May. In addition to that, our contribution to the Civic Center Authority budget has been in the past about $1.2 million a year. For this year, it was decreased to $600,000 because the Civic Center Authority scaled back the budget because the parking revenue hasn't been coming in so well due to the pandemic, and so therefore our contribution to that budget decreased. It seems likely maybe not the full amount during 22-23, but at some point, I'm sure that our contribution is going to have to go up to what would be considered normal. So that's another $600,000. On top of that, during this year, there has been some employee positions added that were added for just partial year funding. And so we're going to have to true up the funding for that for a full 12 months with the upcoming budget. We do have employee negotiations, some that are currently in process and some that will be upcoming. We have increase to the fire contract. In fact, I just received the letter today with the potential increase to that contract. It looks like about $1 million. I
saw that.
So when you start adding these things up, you start realizing that revenue surplus that we're seeing right now, it quickly shrinks.
Thank you. That's you put it really well.
Thank you.
For me to understand it, and I hope for other people to understand it. I saw that there was I don't have the page, I'm sorry, but there's a description of, it's almost like a District 1, District 2, District 3 neighborhood fund money. What is that?
I think it should. Oh, I know. I think it's the park improvement impact fees. I think that's what are you speaking about, what we call the Quimby fees or the park impact fees? This would be like fees charged to developers that in lieu of parkland, they can pay us a fee that we can use to expand or improve our park facilities.
It didn't say, which is why I was asking.
Okay.
Let's see. Of course, now I can't find my sticky, but I can send it to you via email tomorrow.
Okay, that sounds good.
Okay, thank you.
Great. Let's see if there's anybody else who has any questions or comments on the mid-year budget. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Catherine, on page 8 of the staff report, it states that the mid-year budget adjustment includes an increase to the Cannabis Public Benefit Fund expenditures by $7.5 million to spend the remaining fund balance available from the 1/3 originally allocated to enforcement activities. So
yes.
I think I know where this is going, but I'm not 100% sure, so I just wanted clarification. So if you could clarify, what does this proposed action do for enforcement activities? And when we say enforcement activities, we mean, code enforcement, city attorney's office, prosecutors, et cetera, especially the ones that are currently funded by that 1/3 of the cannabis funds.
That's right. So your Cannabis Public Benefit Fund ordinance sets aside 2/3 of your cannabis tax for retail and commercial activities, with 1/3 being designated for youth programs and 1/3 being designated for enforcement. So we've been tracking how much gets transferred to this public benefit fund, and the departments who provide those services, whether it be youth programming or enforcement submit budgets to us, and they get the budgets approved by City Council, and then they spend money. And so what we found is the money that has been allocated to, I'll call it the enforcement bucket, is more than what has been spent or budgeted on enforcement activities. The enforcement activities that are currently being charged, there is some police officers, there's some code enforcement officers, there are some city attorney contract services, and then there's contract services for my own department to conduct audits of cannabis tax-paying businesses. So there has been money that has accumulated in this enforcement bucket, kind of like our general fund balance. When we don't spend all of the appropriation or we don't appropriate all of our revenues, a balance accumulates at the end of periods. And so we had brought a staff report to City Council, I believe on July 20th, that identified an approximate 7.5 million left in that enforcement bucket. And after that, shortly after that, the City Council did adopt an ordinance to provide more flexibility to shift funding between youth and enforcement activities. And so this staff report has a proposal to shift 7.5 million of that money that's left in the enforcement bucket that has not been spent or appropriated, to shift it to some programs, or quite honestly, park improvements and some programs too, that would support youth services. So that's what we're looking at for the recommendation.
Okay. I have to admit, I'm kind of stunned. So you were able to recommend to the council 2 projects. And I believe it was the Santiago Nature Center and then the Centennial Park Lake, which would be great projects to fulfill. But given where we're at today, I'm really astonished that, so parks, and my hat's off to the park staff, they're ready to go. They've already got things lined up for you to jump on. But it sounds like city attorney's office and our code enforcement, you're saying, I just want to make sure I understand. So you're saying that they didn't have anything waiting in the wings for you to consider recommending to us. So they had nothing ready, and the only ones, when you were trying to figure out, well, where could this 7.5 million go, the only one that really shot their hand up would be parks.
That's correct. That's a pretty good summary in my opinion.
That is a very, very disappointing summary. And I'm not saying because you did a bad job. I mean, just the fact that with everything going on in this city right now, and the communication that I received from so many folks, that for enforcement activities like code enforcement and city attorney's office for prosecution activities, we're saying that there just wasn't a eagerness to say, ooh, 7.5 million, we can program that and help mitigate the problems that our residents and our businesses are facing today, that there is no enthusiasm, no desire. Is that?
Well, I'm not sure that I would say that there's no enthusiasm for it. And in addition, if the City Council were to approve this recommendation to shift 7.5 million over to these projects that support youth services, there would still be 1.6 million left over in what I'll call the enforcement bucket. That could be programmed for additional enforcement services. In addition to that, with our upcoming budget cycle, the last 2 budget cycles, we have been able to transfer 6.5 million into the enforcement bucket from the 1/3 set aside from cannabis tax. So if there were theoretically another 6.5 million available with the 22-23 budget, all of that 6.5 plus this 1.6, which would total 8.1 million, would be available for enforcement appropriations in the coming fiscal year.
Okay, so right now, if for whatever reason, if the council was to say, we want to take the 7.5 million, we don't want to put it towards these 2 projects, we'd like to shift it over to code enforcement and the city attorney's office, could you right now make a recommendation to this council where that money should specifically go for those 2 functions?
We could certainly act on the city council direction to amend our recommendation with the staff report, but as far as specific details of how that would be spent for activities like code enforcement, I think that we would need to return to the city council with some more information that provides you the details of that spending plan and what it would look like.
Okay, I'll just conclude with, I'm really disappointed in the fact that as much as I appreciate these proposed items, I'm not opposed to them per se, but it's the fact that it seems like with everything going on, I mean, the majority of the calls that I'm dealing with are things dealing with folks that are strung out in our shopping centers or things where they're happening in our neighborhoods. You know, our kids are experiencing, you know, drug addicts that are coming in and taking things, and just all these things that really revolve around trying to go with at least the broken windows approach that could be addressed with code enforcement, increased code enforcement, and increased prosecution from the city attorney's office. And those recommendations aren't before us. So I'll just conclude with that. Thank you.
Any other comments from the council on the mid-year review? Councilmember Fan.
Thank you. And, you know, when we had talked about this, one of the items I had brought up is increasing code enforcement and using that $1.5 million. I actually very much like the allocation because I think this council and, you know, the motion or the idea brought by Councilmember Lopez was to allocate more funding for youth programs. I think that staff probably heard us loud and clear and said, Parks is like, this is what we do. And I think there's been a huge, I think capital improvement needed. I mean, Centennial Lake, for goodness sake, it is a bog. And the idea of having a youth fishing program is awesome. And I would be so excited for any of these, you know, fantastic programs. So I guess I look at it as staff kind of saw the writing on the wall and like proceeded as such. I do agree, however, that we do need more code enforcement, and again, that's why I've brought up to the team to make that proposal, make that pitch, and I would be more than happy to advocate for it at the Miriam budget. But frankly, I think all of us up here have said time and again that we would be very supportive of that, and you know, we can tell that to our director and to oh shoot, my brain is blanking. But yeah, to the code enforcement team. With that, I am supportive of this, and I would be happy to make a motion to approve the ordinance. Thank you.
Great, thank you for that. I think we have a question or some additional comments from Councilmember Peñalosa and then Lopez.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Sarmiento. I'll second Councilmember Fan's motion with the following comment. Just basically, I am supportive of the staff recommendations that I see before me. The one just kind of question that I had in regards to the Cannabis Public Benefit Fund, I see the Centennial Lake renovation, great. Synthetic Dan Young Soccer Complex, great. Movies in the park, Santiago Park, but the funding for sports field maintenance, is that just general, all our fields, or which fields specifically? Is that kind of, because the other ones were specific to which park, which complex, which, what event, but that one, it's $1 million, but there's no really.
Yes, that would be for all fields that the youth utilize throughout the city.
They're just like at various parks?
Yes, all of our sports fields at various parks, yeah, at all of the parks.
Well, why would we separate the two, the Dan Young Soccer Complex and?
That's the synthetic turf and light installation, and the maintenance is for the turf, the grass.
Okay, thank you for that. I guess the only question I had for staff, because I'm very supportive of all of this, but it brings me back to our obvious inability to maintain cleanliness and just ongoing maintenance of all these great things that we have. We have a lot of great things. The mayor mentioned it earlier. We have more public pools in the city of Anaheim, and that's fantastic. But the maintenance is, I think, a frequent pattern where we fall short, whether it's the parking structures in downtown or the Cypress Fire Station. And I went on the Yelp page of the Santiago Park Nature Reserve, and I know that that's why we're looking to renovate it, but everything from this place is getting sketchier by the minute. The park is not well maintained and there's litter everywhere. It's infested with homeless dope fiends who seem to be running a bike chop shop operation right there along the walking trails. Dirty park, tons of trash, beer bottles, broken glass on the slide. Me and my child left quickly. It's sketchy. Lots of homeless camps. Not the safest. These are all different Yelp reviews, by the way. And I don't like Yelp reviews, but I figured I'd look. But so my question here is, okay, we're investing all this money into this nature reserve, but is that just going to be? I mean, is the park going to continue in the same state of just being overrun by druggies and trash everywhere, and keep our families away? Because our families clearly, and it's not just Yelp, it's on Nextdoor, it's on Facebook, it's on Instagram, it's emails. Our families do not like or do not feel safe going to many of our parks. Centennial Park, one of them. Santiago Park is another, because of the amount of just crime and litter. So how do we keep that maintenance? I mean, can we commit to keeping that park clean and welcoming to our residents versus just investing money in it and then just see it deteriorate by unwanted people?
Councilmember Penloza, that is excellent questions. And over the last 2.5 years, under the leadership of this council, you have finally put money to many deferred maintenance, infrastructure maintenance that was needed in the city. You developed a sidewalk plan. You've started road construction that had been in a pipeline waiting for 5 years to do. There is a lot of work to be done in the Parks and Rec. And my hat goes off to Lisa, because her maintenance budget for Parks and Rec is woefully inadequate. And it's going to come down to budget priorities to maintain it to the level that you want and to provide the quality of life to our residents. I can't blame past councils or past city managers. You did have a structural deficit at the city. You never fully recovered from the economic recession that hit way back in 2008. So it's a work in progress, and I think we have made substantial strides.
And we have 100% right on there. I just because the most evident thing in my mind right now is these public parking structures that we own and we just can't seem to clean. That's what I just worry, that we will invest millions of dollars in all these great things, the nature reserve, but maintenance will lack and security will lack. It's been a year since I've seen the Allied Universal Security, Park Security. I haven't. Initially, when we first approved them, I would see them weekly. And now I haven't seen personally in a year, and I drive around all over the place. So it's just kind of, I want to see more upkeep, more maintenance, more security. Our families are asking for it because they don't feel safe using these facilities, and I don't blame them. So thank you. But with that, those are my comments, Mayor Sarmiento. Thank you.
Thank you for those comments. We have Councilmember Lopez, followed by Councilmember Hernandez.
Thank you, Mayor. Everybody knows, Santiago Park is a hot mess right now. But just because it has those issues doesn't mean that we're not going to invest in trying to bring back the park and activate that space. There is an entire plan for that area that people are now seeing, right? This is the second item on today's agenda that is discussing what is happening in that area. And so I actually want to thank staff for listening to what the council members have been talking about, particularly with the Nature Center, with Ward 3 residents. They want this. They are the ones that have been talking to staff that this is what they want. So I am completely opposed to the thought of even removing this money that the staff has allocated to Santiago Park. And, I also want to say that, sorry, I lost my note there. But, thank you, staff, for this. The Centennial Lake for Youth Fishing Program, I think that's going to be an interesting program. But I think those renovations for the park are much needed. I was there not too long ago, and the sidewalk was covered in feces. I'm sure that we have a power washer. We can use that. So I think, there are parks, as the council members have talked about, have many issues, but what is important to me is the staff is listening to our constituents and they are coming up with a plan. And there is a plan. We're bringing in park hosts, we're bringing in park security, we're renovating the nature center, we're working with the Discovery Science Key, we're working with our supervisor to bring in more activity to the area to really make it safe. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Hernandez?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just wanted to thank Executive Director Catherine Downs for the presentation. Really happy to see that Centennial will be having a summer fishing program. I think that's a great use of that land. I just want to echo my support to see community events that have been reoccurring within our city, most notably in Ward 5. There is a event that takes place, and it's going on its 11th year. It's called the Santa Ana Day Festival, and it occurs in Ward 5. It's put on by a resident named Jane Stapleton. I would love to see us utilize some of these monies to support local neighborhood organized events like that, and to also see some of these monies go toward reconstructing and improving the El Salvador Park restrooms. Many residents in Ward 5 and in the Artiza Pilar neighborhood have expressed their concerns and discomfort with the Artiza Pilar El Salvador Park restrooms. So I would like to echo that. I would like to see some monies programmed toward repairs and toward, potentially, painting and fixing the outside as well. I know that's important to many of my constituents. Thank you.
Thank you for those comments. Councilmember Mendoza.
Thank you. My question is, if we transfer these $7 million from enforcement, how much is left in the enforcement side to do their job?
They have a current year budget of $3.7 million, plus they would still have an estimated balance of $1.6 million after that. Plus, with the new fiscal year, 22-23, we anticipate that they would receive another $6.5 million.
So that's a total of, and is it for a year?
Yeah, that would be $6.5 million of new money coming in, and then the 1.6 of money that we expect would be left at June 30th. So that would be 8.1, plus they have the 3.7 currently appropriated for this year already. And so that would take it up to 11.8 million.
And is that enough for all the departments to do their code enforcement, police enforcement, to do their job properly?
I have no doubt that a couple of our director of planning and building and our police chief may have some recommendations as part of this upcoming budget process.
My concern is that they may be short on money, and then what? The other question I have is, could we, I'm in favor, by the way, of improving our parks and cleaning up and maintaining Santiago and all the other parks. Is it a possibility that we may get a partnership for funding assistance from the Rancho Santiago Community College District, because they are right there at Centennial Park, and I think this will be to their advantage also to have the homelessness removed from there and addressing the beautification of the area. And so perhaps we can ask them to join us in doing the cleanup and getting money from a different source rather than taking it away from enforcement.
We certainly could, Councilmember, and we are always on the lookout for additional funding, and I do have routine meetings with the Chancellor, so I'll raise that at my next meeting.
Any other questions, Councilmember Mendoza?
I'm just not sure. I mean, I want to do the right thing, but I don't want to take money away from our enforcement because, you know, that's what it was intended for. And I'm at a loss because I do want our green space to be enlarged and to be beautified and for our residents to enjoy. And I do want to ensure that we make these parks safe and inviting, but is it at the cost of us preventing enforcement from doing their job? So I'm still not quite sure.
I can answer that for you. So this is just a mid-year update. So what our finance director did is she tracked where the spending is at and what she anticipates is not going to be spent. And then based on council direction, where you loosen the restrictions as to the hard allocation of 1/3 and 1/3. These are dollars that her projection are those departments are not going to spend them, and we're mid-year, so we're only talking towards the end of this year, so that they can be reprogrammed. When we go to build the next year's budget, I'm sure you're going to have requests from the departments, and we'll be doing those allocations for the entire upcoming fiscal year, if that helps. If I could also add too, the city council did direct us, and it was included in the last couple budget cycles, to use some Measure X money for additional code enforcement officers. So there has been some improvements to the code enforcement function using Measure X.
Mr. Mayor?
Is that any other questions, Councilman?
Just one quick comment. I get what you're saying as far as this decision tonight will not prevent what's already happening. I think the commentary here, for at least for myself, is the fact that our enforcement efforts have left money on the table. So you did the right thing in the sense of, if they're going to leave it there, you're obviously going to program it somewhere else. If you're not going to eat this food, then give it to someone who will. In this case here, the frustrating thing is that our code enforcement and city attorney's office weren't ready or haven't been spending it quick enough for you not to bring it back to us to reprogram.
But look, I know we could go through this a little bit more. I think everybody, you know, some people have had a couple of chances to speak, but we have a motion and a second on the floor. I haven't had a chance to speak, and I guess one of the things I would say is I want to thank staff for listening to the council, because this is a reflection of comments that you've heard not only from our budget discussion before, conversations thereafter. So I don't know if why there's shock sometimes when you see staff reports like this, because it may not be a reflection of one's personal opinion on something, but when you listen to a discussion of a body and then you're shocked by why we're prioritizing youth, it really confuses me, because I think maybe we're not listening, but I'm really glad to say staff is listening, and I'm certainly grateful. I even saw money in here from the gas tax for sidewalks, so you guys are listening to that as well. So I think hopefully there's something to be happy about for some, but for me, I think what's important is that when we talk about enforcement, if we go back to the days of why we had a cannabis revenue and why we dedicated it to enforcement, it wasn't for code enforcement. It was strictly to reduce the number of illegal operators. It morphed into something else over time, but that really wasn't the intent or the spirit of that original dedication of money for enforcement. And I think if Alvaro and others were here, they'd probably speak to that as well, because it really was an effort to reduce the number of illegal, unpermitted cannabis operators that we had in the city when we had over 100 when we started. And now I know we're down to 10 or, some, single-digit number. In any event, look, I just think that this is a really, really good mid-year report, because, things could be upside down. Things could be much, much worse. There are cities that are going through their mid-year reviews, and they're looking at, much different, budget cycles, and we have, I think, upside here. And going into discussions, I like the idea of the discussions that we were having about maintenance. I think that's an important one to have, because it'll give staff now a sense, yeah, a lot of the deferred maintenance that we've dedicated, I think we continue to do that because we do have assets that are aging. That's just the reality of our city. It's not because I think nobody's being derelict or neglectful. It's just we're a 150 plus year old city, and things break down and they take they need to be rehabbed. So I'm certainly supportive of that as well. The one thing I would kind of just call our attention to is on the police department. There was a $1.7 million discussion of the Met monies that were going to be moved, and I know some of those I think were proposed by the chief because there wasn't. I think we kicked it back when it was first proposed to us at the council. I don't know how much of it's already been expended, but the idea was, and one of the reasons I think I supported not approving it at that time was because I wanted those funds, and the intent was to have those funds removed from the police department itself, and maybe it goes to CDA and parks and other places, so we could address youth investment from other multi-agencies as opposed to it being done just through the police. So that was my goal. I don't know if it was others, but I know that I heard that same conversation from others when we were talking about that specific amount of money. So I don't know if that 1.7 has already been expended or a part of it, but look, to the extent that there are other ways to expend it, other than just the PAL and other than the Family Justice Center and things like that. I think that I would have wanted to hear from our youth commissioners. I would have wanted to hear from our youth in the community to say, this is what we want to see. So that is maybe something you can get back to us on, Madam City Manager. That's something that we don't have to address tonight, but that those monies at some point, I think there should be some direction from the council on how they should be expended. So if we can figure that out, that's just something I'd have us maybe come back to. But with that, I think everything else here seems to be something that is a reflection of previous comments that staff has heard from council, and I think all of us have had a chance to look at this. Hopefully, you've all had a chance to meet with staff before this meeting as well. Do you need us to? We need to take a vote on this. There's a motion and a second.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to make one quick comment, just to clarify. You'd mentioned about what the purpose of the enforcement funds were, and I'm looking at the Muni Code Section 13-203C that clearly states that enforcement services, expenditures for enforcement services to enforce cannabis regulations and other nuisance laws to improve the quality of life of residents. So it was never intended to be just specifically for cannabis. And I've heard that stated a couple of times, but I continue to have to clarify that enforcement from cannabis is not isolated to just cannabis-related issues.
Well, I'll get the minutes for you from when we first designed this program, and I'll give you the spirit, the legislative history on that. So, thank you for the comment. Let's go ahead and vote.
Mayor Sarmiento, just quickly to clarify, speaking of minutes, I want to make sure that the city manager, that you guys go back and look at the budget minutes, because I took very thorough notes and numerous email correspondence between the chief and I and the city manager. Nobody on this council asked for that money from the Met team to be removed from the police department. It was to be moved from the Met team into youth engagement services within the police department. A second PAL program, additional community engagements, but nobody, unless they want to say it now to take it away from the police department, that's fine. But at the time, that wasn't the intent of the council, as I recall, and certainly wasn't mine. So I still would like to see that second PAL program come sometime soon, but just wanted to make sure that that was clarified. Make sure that Daniel, somebody looks back at those minutes, because that wasn't the case. So thank you, City Manager. That's it, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. And so, look, I think maybe we do have to have a conversation about what those funds were intended to be and what they were intended to be used for. I recall it was going to be a multi-department use of those funds. It wasn't going to be solely police. So, look, I think it could be revisited. We could take a look at what that was, or maybe we can now repurpose it and see if there are maybe other goals that we want to have with it. But I think it's a discussion that we need to have. I certainly think that those monies, again, we could have a difference of recollection, But I think, to the extent that they are going to be expended on youth, they should be expended in a multi-department way. So in any event, I'm not sure if that's going to prevent us from voting on the item tonight. Anything further? So we have a motion and a second. Madam Clerk, there's something on my device. I can't seem to.
Mayor, are you not able to vote? Is that what you're
Well,
saying?
there's like an update screen here. I think it's preventing.
Did you click on? If you want to voice.
Oh, there we go.
Oh.
All right, it's off.
Madam City Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you. Okay, a motion passes 7-0 with council members Hernandez, Lopez, Mendoza, Peñalosa, Fan, Mayor Pro Tem Becerra, Mayor Sarmiento voting yes.
Thank you for that. Moving along to item number 26, which is the ordinance regarding voting, recusal of conflicts, and prohibiting abstentions.
We do have a brief presentation if you're interested in seeing that, and Daniel from the city manager's office will walk you through it, and then of course the city attorney is available if you have any questions regarding the components of the ordinance.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. Just a quick second while I pull up that presentation for us. Thank you. Tonight we have a brief presentation regarding a proposed City Council policy relating to voting, recusal for conflicts, and abstentions. Just a quick background. Back in May 2020, at the request of Mayor Pro Tem Becerra and Councilmember Peñalosa, the City Council discussed and directed the City Manager to direct staff to prepare a policy regarding abstentions on votes on items on City Council meeting agendas. The council member sponsors of this item later discussed the matter with the city manager and city attorney and indicated that the matter could be added to a future city council goal-setting meeting for consideration. And while such a meeting hasn't taken place, more recently, council member Lopez inquired about bringing this item back to the city council as a policy document with the goal of addressing a way to enforce the current prohibition against abstentions on votes as set forth in the Santa Ana Municipal Code. Our municipal code provides in part that a member of the city council shall not abstain from any vote unless they are disqualified from voting. Council members disqualified from voting shall openly state why they are disqualified from voting. Where no clearly disqualifying conflict of interest appears, the matter of disqualification may be decided by the city council at the council member's request. And that the disqualified council member may be granted permission to be absent from the dais while the agenda item is being discussed. Violation of this policy is a misdemeanor, and it may not be practical to consider enforcing this provision through a criminal action against a council member. Additionally, by past practice, the city council has not indicated a desire to strictly enforce this provision. So staff did some research and prepared a proposed ordinance that addresses this matter, and some of the details are on your screen. If the ordinance is approved, it would prohibit abstentions unless legally required, require unauthorized abstentions to be counted and recorded as a vote with the majority, and establish a conflict disqualification process. The full text of the ordinance is attached to the staff report, and a summary is displayed on the screen. Staff is available if you have any questions. Thank you.
Great. Thank you for that presentation. Thank you for being brief. Let me bring it back to the council to see if there's any questions or comments, especially from the council members that propose this. Any thoughts on this?
Sure, I'm happy to go first.
Councilmember Lopez.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. So I do want to provide direction to staff to approve the first reading of this ordinance. However, I do want to suggest a change. In section 2-105, I would say subsection 3 under section B, which states the council member states that he or she is awaiting further information or clarification and will recuse themselves out of an abundance of caution. I do want to strike that. And I only want to leave section 1 and 2. I do think that section 1 and 2 are concrete reasons for a council member to be able to provide the public as to why they will not be participating. But I think that, section 3 definitely leaves the door open for council members to not take a vote if they don't want to take a vote, or to, run away or hide or walk away, as we've seen in the past. And so I think that part of our job is to be able to make those really hard decisions, whether we want to or not, and to do them on behalf of the constituents that we should be representing. And so that is going to be, I guess, a motion, Mayor Sarmiento, to approve this as an ordinance, striking section 3 under section 2-105.
I will second
I'll
that motion.
second your motion.
Great. Councilmember Hernandez, I think Mendoza just beat you, so I think she's the second on this.
Can I be a third in this case?
Be a third.
I'm just joking.
Be a
You're
third.
welcome.
Any questions, Mayor Pro Tem?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. As already stated by Daniel Soto, Councilmember Pelos and I brought this forward before. And the reason we did that was because we had a council member at the time that was abstaining without even providing a reason, just simply because. And I think it's important that if somebody feels strongly, if they state a reason why they're abstaining, it's one thing just to walk away and abdicate their vote. I think that, so there's a little, I tend to agree with Councilmember Lopez that it's a little vague on that subsection, but at the same time, I don't know about removing it, because I don't think the FPPC should be the only arbiter of whether someone's stated reason is sufficient to abstain. The other thing is, I really strongly disagree. In fact, I think someone called in tonight mentioning this, the idea that by virtue of not participating, their vote automatically gets cast into one column. I mean, to me, that's just absolutely not democratic. That'd be like saying, well, if you didn't show up to vote this year, guess what? Your name will be assigned to yes for a candidate. I mean, that just doesn't seem right. So by one inaction, you automatically cause inaction with your vote. So I strongly disagree with that. I know that our city attorney has said that has been codified in other cities, and that's fine for other cities. Other cities can do it their way. I would strongly disagree with that particular aspect. So I would probably ask that be stricken. If that's not agreed to, then I wouldn't support the motion.
Thank you, Councilmember Fan.
Thank you. So first off, I am generally supportive of this ordinance. So I'm just going to start with B2. So 2-105 B2, I'd actually like to add awaiting advice or awaiting investigation result. I think that is a fair extension of that. Obviously, if someone is being investigated like yours truly, I can't vote. And I think, I don't have an answer either way, so I think that makes total sense to add that provision. So 2 would say council members awaiting advice from the FPPC or awaiting results of a pending FPPC investigation. Regarding item 3, I actually would like to keep item 3. I think that there are definitely times where it is, very hard, or some issue might come up the day of or the day before that causes us to require additional information. In fact, even requesting advice from the FPPC requires somewhat concrete information to be put into a letter in order to receive advice if they choose to give advice. However, I would like to add that the council member, and I'd actually like to change, the council member states that they are willing or awaiting. I don't think we need to use a gendered term there. Further information or clarification, and will recuse themselves out of abundance of caution. I think that we should add a provision in that says from whom they're awaiting information or clarification, or what source. So whether it's a director or the source of information telling them that there is a potential conflict, or I think that would be important. Or that they're receiving advice from the city attorney stating that it is recommended for them to recuse for the duration until additional information can be obtained in order to give them concrete advice. I do know that in speaking to our city attorney, that is a provision that exists in other cities. Obviously, a city attorney's advice cannot protect us from a conflict of interest determination, but I think that having something concrete like that would help a council member in stating a recusal based on waiting for information or clarification. And if the council member disagrees with the city attorney's determination that they might want to sit it out, then they can choose to risk it, or they can ask the FPPC for advice. So those would be the updates I would like to see in this ordinance in order to support it. I think that it kind of fleshes it out a little bit more and gives us some flexibility, but also requires some definite explanation and information, like you said, not just someone who's a previous council member who just leaves the dais. Finally, I do support that an abstention be considered a yes. Our charter requires the full majority of the entire sitting body of the council. That's not typical usually. So to me, if that to me says that, if 2 people or 3 people decide I'm just not going to vote on it, that automatically kills an item. So that by default currently means that it's a no. So to me, I would like to see that if you choose not to participate for a reason that is not clearly stated, that it becomes a yes, because again, we have to make, I agree with Councilmember Lopez, as I remember her decision on El Centro. It is very hard, but you have to make those difficult calls. So that's all, thank you.
So are those proposed amendments, Councilmember, to
Yes.
motion? So to the maker of the motion and the second, are you both good with that?
So on section 3, sorry, you're saying that somebody can't just vaguely say, out of an abundance of caution, I'm not going to vote, right? They have to clearly say the source of who they are waiting to hear back from.
Right. So for example, I am waiting for information from my law firm to tell me whether this client is actually a client, or I'm waiting to hear from the city attorney who's saying, hey, actually, I heard about this detail. I think you should sit it out until we get more information to ensure that you don't have a conflict.
And Mayor, if I just make comment
Go ahead.
on that, because in looking at it, I looked at situations where we faced before, where I always ask all of you out of respect, and can you please let me know when you're reviewing the agenda whether you have a conflict. But I know that sometimes it is not until you arrive at the dais that I might have a conflict on this item. And we have had situations where out of an abundance of caution, I would say to you, I can't answer that conflict of interest question tonight. I'm just really sorry, I can't, because it's too important, and I would rather that you abstain from voting rather than voting and then getting in trouble. So my intent with subsection 3 there was to make sure that if maybe a fact came up when a member of the public commented on the item that caused you to think, oh boy, I might have a conflict, I wanted to make sure that you, in fairness to you, that you could back away from that, and that's why that's there. I've not seen it abused with this council, but I do think it has come in handy when someone has said, I might have a conflict, I just don't have enough information tonight.
So I think then even if we just kept it to, receive advice from the city attorney to state, you should recuse yourself out of an abundance of caution, I think even then I would feel like that still gives us flexibility, but something concrete, that the city attorney has given advice rather than me, Jane Doe advice.
Okay, I'll accept your amendment.
Second? Does the second accept?
Second, I accept.
All right.
I have a question real quick. So on number 3, if you're accepting that, so the council member states that they are waiting for their information or clarification. Nowhere in here it says that the council member would state their reason, which would go back to what Councilmember Penaloza and the reason why we introduced this at the beginning. So I would throw it out to you too, if you would want to add that as well.
So yeah, they would have to state the source, like the city attorney, and the reason.
So they would state the reason and that they are seeking advice.
And I think what I've heard tonight is that we would redraft this to add the additional requirement that on the advice of the city attorney, I'm recusing myself out of an abundance of caution.
As they state the reason.
Okay.
Correct. Yeah, so that would be, we would redraft that as it comes back to you in the second reading. Because I think that's key, is that I'm saying when you've come to me right for the meeting, do I have a conflict? And I just say I don't have enough information, that would be when you could use a subsection. Not just because you think that you need to recuse yourself.
So on the advice of the city attorney. Got it. Okay.
All right, is that acceptable to the first and the
I
second?
accept that.
All right.
Dissection, yeah.
Anything? Go ahead, Councilmember.
Yeah, and do you accept for B2 that they're awaiting advice from the FPPC and
Or investigation?
Yeah, pending investigation.
Yes, I accept that as well, and I agree abstaining being an automatic yes.
All right. I think we've got all the amendments in there and the changes. Seeing no other comments or questions?
Mr. Mayor, I will be abstaining from this item. I'm just kidding.
Very funny.
That was amazing.
Yeah. Council members, please vote. I wasn't shocked, by the way.
Madam City Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you.
We're getting punched.
Okay,
this
motion
way.
passes 7-0 with council members Hernandez, Lopez, Mendoza, Peñalosa, Fan, Mayor Pro Tem Becerra, Mayor Sarmiento voting yes.
Great. Fortunately, that was the last item because we already did 27, so we can go to city manager comments.
Mayor and council, I just have two, and I will make them very brief. I do want to call everyone's attention to Boca de Oro, which is taking place Saturday, March 5th, beginning at 12 noon, and the theme is Together We Rise. And then the Public Works Department is kicking off another neighborhood block transformation contest, so if you want any information on that, you can visit our website under the Public Works Block Transformation page. That's it.
Great. Thank you for that. Let me go ahead and start with Councilmember Hernandez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I want to thank our residents for joining us today at our city council meeting, and thank my colleagues for the good work that we did together today at the dais, and wish everyone a great rest of the week.
Thank you. Councilmember Lopez.
Yes, well, I do want to congratulate Ron Ono again. I hope you enjoy your retirement, and I'm sure that you will be invited back to all of the ribbon cutting ceremonies that we'll have. And I also just want to acknowledge that today is the first day of Women's History Month, and the year's theme is Break the Bias, and so the whole month is supposed to be dedicated to honoring women and shining a light on their current societal contributions and celebrating the many important roles women have played throughout American history. So happy Women's History Month to all the Santaneras out there. And I will be having hosting another dumpster day with staff this upcoming weekend, and we'll be sharing that information via our social media channels. And quickly, I also was part of Cal City's membership meeting, I believe a week or two ago, and they mentioned that the American Red Cross is having a all-time low on blood, and so if you're able to donate blood, please do so. I was actually recently hospitalized and needed to receive a blood transfusion, which was life-saving for me. So I encourage any Santa Ana resident that is willing and capable to donate blood to please do so. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Mendoza.
Yes, thank you. I would like to expand a little bit on the Women's History Month. Just a short history. In the United States, the Women's History Month traces its beginning back to the first International Women's Day in 1911. And that International Women's Day was a holiday, a global holiday celebrated annually on March 8th to commemorate the cultural, political, and socioeconomic achievements of women. It is also a focal point in the women's rights movement, bringing attention to issues such as gender equality, reproductive rights, violence, and abuse against women. In February 1980, President Jimmy Carter issued a presidential proclamation declaring the week of March 8, 1980 as National Women's History Week. The proclamation stated, "From the first settlers who came to our shores, from the first American Indian families who had befriended them, men and women have worked together to build this nation. Too often, the women were unsung, and sometimes their contributions went unnoticed. But the achievements, leadership, courage, strength, and love of the women who built America was a vital part, as that of the men whose names we know so well." As noted by Dr. Gerda Lerner in the Women's History Project, it is an essential and indispensable heritage from which we can draw pride, comfort, courage, and long-range vision. I ask my fellow colleagues and Americans to recognize this Heritage Month with appropriate activities during the National Women's History Week, and I congratulate my two female colleagues as being the women that are being talked about here. You'll go down in history. Thank you, Mayor Sarmiento.
Thank you, Councilmember. Very nice words. Councilmember Peñalosa.
Thank you, Mayor Sarmiento. Just to touch a little bit on the start of Women's History Month. As a man, I am honored to sit amongst you three colleagues, Jesse Lopez, Nelly Mendoza, Tyviet Fan, and our three top executives at the city here, Christine Ridge, Sonia Carvalho, and Daisy Gomez, who are all women and run this city very well. So thank you all for that. Today is also Fat Tuesday, which tomorrow is Ash Wednesday and the beginning of Lent. So perfect time for everybody to reflect and think over the next 40 days. I know our cities, there are a large Catholic population, so they'll be, focusing on next 40 days and on themselves, which I'm happy to see. And Wednesday, March 13th, Sunday is also daylight savings time, so we spring forward, which is in a couple of weeks, and excited to gain that extra hour of sunlight. So yeah, just excited to serve with all of you, and thank you. Good night.
Thank you for that. Councilmember Fan.
Thank you. It's very exciting, Women's History Month, because I'm always learning something new and about women who do awesome stuff, and that we do have an incredible executive team. I have been around a lot of different city council meetings and whatnot, and it doesn't look like this one. And so that's very exciting, and I look up to all of you as professionals in this field, and I think there are many young women we see come to speak, and I think they also look up to all of you. One thing I do want to mention was that this past weekend, the mayor and I were invited to a celebration by some Vietnamese seniors from the mobile homes of Valley High, Konak High, and in conjunction with Viet Rise, Tenants United, they had a celebration just to celebrate the passage of the Rent Stabilization Ordinance and the Just Cause Eviction Ordinance. And I got emotional and almost cried because it was truly something I'd never experienced before, something that just really showed the power of community and people who came out to advocate for themselves. And most of these folks were in like their 70s and 80s, and they made awesome homemade food to just show their love. And I think that, as an elected official who really struggled on that issue, being able to listen to my residents and advocate for something that they cared so much about was truly fulfilling. And so I'm very proud to have been able to do that. Other than that, have a wonderful March. Thank you.
Great, thank you. I concur completely with that. Mayor Pro Tem Becerra.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's great that we're having a Women's History Month. And in fact, here in Santa Ana, we talk about being a progressive city, and the fact that our top three, all of our employees, literally all of our council employees are women and strong women, and have done a magnificent job in leading us. So thank you, and it's great to have a month where we can reflect on that. March 5th, this Saturday at 10 a.m., I'll be hosting my monthly community office hours over at the George Upton All Access Park over at Thornton Park. And I was hoping we would be out of here in time to enjoy Fat Tuesday, but we're just not going to make it, are we? So I wish all of those who celebrate Ash Wednesday and Lent a very happy Lenten season. And with that, good night or good morning.
Great, thank you. Yeah, it's now Skinny Wednesday. I know, terrible joke, man. I know, I'm not good at this. Yeah. Let me turn it over to our city attorney because she had a comment to make, and I wanted to give her an opportunity right now.
Thank you, Mayor and council members. I know this is a little bit unusual, but I did want to announce for you and also for members of the community a really special opportunity that has come up this year. Our law firm, Best & Krieger, in partnership with the Association of California Water Agencies, has just announced a new Arthur L. Littleworth Best & Krieger Diversity Scholarship. I know many of our students here in the city are getting ready and excited to get their announcements as to where they're going to go to school. This annual program was established in honor of Art. He's a longtime partner of ours. He specialized in water law, was a special master to the U.S. Supreme Court, but most importantly to the partners at my firm, he was a respected civil rights advocate in helping to integrate the schools in the city of Riverside in his days. So through this program, BB&K and Aqua are going to be issuing an annual award of $10,000. Students must be either a senior in high school or a freshman in college to apply. We are looking for individuals who come from an underrepresented background and that are demonstrating a passion for a career in water and law and environmental sciences, because we want to bolster public administration in California with these individuals. So we are super excited to offer this opportunity to students here in California. If any of you know of any student who is worthy, please let them know, encourage them to go to our website and apply. We're looking forward to making sure that these individuals can compete, and then finally, we will be offering them mentorship opportunities from people within the firm. So excited. Thank you for letting me do that.
Go ahead, Councilman.
I know, direction to staff. Can someone specifically share this information with our youth commission? Thank you.
Great suggestion. Let me just end by saying, look, what our city attorney just said, and we can refer to each other as Sonia and Christine and Daisy, and as you all are professionals, we celebrate women's history every day by having our top 3 executives be the face of the city, and so we appreciate you. And for me, look, as a son, brother, husband, and father to strong women, I know how important it is to just uplift efforts and better conditions, and it's a responsibility of ours, all of ours, to do. But I think we as a city have made concerted efforts to let others know, as the county seat, you all 3 represent us, and I have to say I couldn't be prouder in the way you carry yourselves. And we may disagree on things, but I never want you to think that that I question your ability, because I certainly don't. I am proud to have you represent our city. I am proud to have you be part of this organization and lead this organization. And I hope that when we walk away from our roles, we realize that we left the city in a better place. I want to thank my colleagues, Councilmember Lopez, Mendoza, and Fan, because I've never served on this city council with this many women. And so, it's a good thing, and hopefully you outnumber us soon, because I think, there's been a different tenor by having women's voices on this dais. And it was, I remember being on I think, Sonia, you'll remember, it was like 6 men and maybe one woman. It was a really different environment, and it was a very different tenor. So I think that, we are better for that. And so I really do appreciate us celebrating that. I want to thank Nabil for bringing in our employee to talk about what's going on in Ukraine. I don't want us to lose sight of that, and let's make sure that those websites and those links are also sent out. But with that, I'll just say good night. We are adjourned till our next special meeting on the 7th of March. We're adjourned. Thank you, everybody.